Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Created with Heel Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was a truly wonderful moment the first time his son opened his eyes. His chest cavity filled with something. It wasn't his heart, no, he had lost that long ago. No, he knew this feeling like the back of his hand. It was giddy excitement at seeing those eyes. Like he had just finished a marathon in the first place. He was sure that he made a noise of awe after seeing those large green eyes. He knew that the boy would become his greatest weapon. The perfect soldier to use on All Might. No, not just All Might but all other heroes. Tamura would have to take him under his wing when he was a bit older. After all, Tamura was only 5 years older than the bundle of joy in his arms. However, Tamura was already training to take over for me. The boy was too young to move around like that yet. For now, it was important to get him started on gaining quirks. A healing quirk for right now, that way he doesn't break later. Perhaps his son will have his quirks and be able to become the next all-for-one in Tamura's place. He wasn't an idiot, he knew not to place so much in one egg. There was a reason that he had lived for so long. He doesn't care what quirk the boy gets, he had a place for him. The boy was still going to be very helpful later on in life. That woman's quirk would be an appealing addition to the quirks that he was going to give the boy. Please, the woman pleaded as she got closer to us. She always was a brave woman. Then again, she would have to not be broken after all that he had put her through. She fought the whole time while he was locking her here. She had tried to escape at least once every day before getting gin and tea, then 20 times after. She stopped after he told her then his men didn't care if she was carrying, they could hit her stomach. She tried to lie to him many times. Once she told him that the baby wasn't his and it was his guards who had raped her. She never told him who her baby's father was after he brought the guard that was accused and butchered him for hours in front of her. She told him that her child was never going to obey him. Too bad for her that she was wrong. The clanking of chains brought him from memory. He was standing just out of her reach. Her arms had been chained to the wall in Quirk suppressant cuffs after the last escape attempt. Not that it stopped her from trying to escape. Her wrists were researched and red. He could only imagine that they burned every time the cold metal touched them. I could see the tears in her eyes. Even so, they showed something like pride. It was what made her so perfect to incubate his weapon for him. Not just any woman would do. It had to be someone strong in both mind and soul. That way he bends it to his will while the heroes would be struggling to fight. Now though she had nothing to be proud of. She looked like she had won something and it lit a heat of anger behind his eyes. When it connected he almost pitied her. She must have thought that he loved her. It was laughable really if it wasn't so adorably cute that she thought that she deserved it. Her voice was soft but strong, not wanting to make his weapon cry in fear. Give Izuku back to me. You named him? He asked, turning back to the boy, never taking a step towards her. He was shocked at how soon she had named the boy. It wasn't like she was going to keep it. Though he did have to admit that Izuku did have a nice ring to it. The boy was looking back at him. The boy had big round eyes and a smile that would melt a person's heart. He looked a lot like her, but that was okay. It would make him more unassuming just as it had the woman. This was going to be the best creation that he had ever made. Yes, Izuku after my late brother, she said, holding her hands out a little. Now that was something he could get behind. The memory of a lost brother. If the name Izuku didn't have such a good ring to it, he might change it to his brother's name. If the boy was born a girl, then his name would be Nana, just to mess with All Might. Then again, just thinking about that worthless woman made his skin itch like a bug bite. She was annoying and could never really do anything but be annoying as she flew around him. He felt his hand bring Izuku closer, squishing the child a bit. He hated that woman. It's too bad that she was worth more dead than making more successors for him. The woman reached out as far as she could. Her hands just out of reach of them. He knew that if he had been any closer she would have torn Izuku away from him. She must think that he was going to give him back now. This poor fool. Izuku was his now and he would not be giving him to anyone. Other than Kurohige and Tamura, but that wasn't right now. That was also going to be for training that he would need to survive. The heroes won't know what hit them with his two successors. He ignored her and turned his head to smile at his weapon. Izuku, time for a little lesson. He saw the moment that realization flickered in her eyes as he raised his left hand. He held Izuku so that the boy could watch as the black whirlwind began to cut the woman apart. She didn't have much time to scream or react. It took a minute for the woman to be left in pieces on the floor. He wanted to leave a surprise for All Might and the heroes that couldn't save her. The only identifier was going to be the name that would be written in her blood. If she was still around, he would have told her to think of it as a thank you for the baby. This red stuff is called blood, he said, kneeling to show him the color. Izuku held on his hand a little bit as he looked at this puddle of blood. Setting Izuku down, he got to work writing Inko Midoriya's name on the wall. When he turned back to Izuku, he saw that the boy hand somehow make baby prints on the floor with his feet. Izuku had turned a bit away from the blood but otherwise didn't seem to do much else. Smiling at the child as he picked him up from the floor, "Oh Izuku, there's nothing to worry about, you'll soon love blood just as much as I do." He was young, too young to understand what the older man was talking about, but that didn't matter to the older man. He would have to be used to blood if he was going to become the best. After he stood up and made his way to the door, we left the room with the boy snug in his arms. He tracked bloody footprints away from the door. Not that it mattered because he paid to have his shoe custom made. That, and he wanted the heroes to work for Izuku. They would fail, but that didn't mean he wouldn't enjoy it as they squirmed. "It's time to meet your big brother Tamura and Kurojairi. They have been waiting for you," he said, walking into the dark mist that was waiting for him. Inko cursed her brother's name to be drenched in blood that nothing could get clean. Let the heroes burn the earth and salt the ground where he walked. The gift for the heroes would be one to watch for. After all, they have been looking for her. A missing person reappearing after 1 year. Not surprising that she is dead, but it will hurt their pride. He knew that All Might will mourn her for not saving her. He knew that the autopsy will find that she was P-Argent. He wanted them to know that they not only lost a woman far too young but a child that no one knew about. Knowing that the heroes will go into overdrive to find the child. Not that it will matter. Not by the time they find out, that is. He will laugh and laugh as they try to find Izuku, while the child will be learning how to kill the very people that want to save him. "So this is the child?" Kurojairi asked, looking at the Izuku in his arms. He had just entered the base when Kurojairi walked up and bowed in respect. The man was always on time to the exact second. It was a trait that he enjoyed about the man. If he said to kill someone by 12:40, it would be done by 12. That kind of devotion was hard to come by, and one of the only reasons that Kurojairi still had his head. Not that he would tell him that. After all, everyone was replaceable. It was just not wanting to go through the work of finding a replacement for Kurojairi. Tamura and Izuku will be replacing him in a few years. Tamura was sitting on a chair in the main room. He had looked up and walked over slowly after he arrived. He was worried for a moment that Tamura would need some time in the room. He didn't have the time nor wanted to kill off his heirs. It would take far too long to replace them. Izuku had fallen asleep not too long after they left that woman. He was still fast asleep, but that was all right. "Yes, this is my son, Izuku," he answered, leaning forward for Tamura to look at the child in his arms. Tamura got closer but didn't seem impressed at the small bundle. He wondered for a moment what would happen if Izuku opened his eyes right then. "Do we have to keep him?" Tamura asked, scrunching his nose and squinting at Izuku. He looked more annoyed than angry. That causes the man to laugh a bit. How could he be so stupid to not think about sibling rivalry? This new sibling rivalry was going to work in his favor more than they realized. He had both of them dancing in his hand and they had yet to even start playing the game. He wouldn't let either forget that they were fighting for his attention. It might cause better results from them. Tamura will be cruder towards Izuku and Izuku will hold a grudge against Tamura. Until they learn to work together, that is. If they don't, then the world will shake as they fight each other. There won't be a force alive that will stop the carnage. Yes, and he will be an appealing tool to use. "You second ally," he said, looking back down at the child. He had both Tamura and Kurojairi come over to meet the child. They would be returning to the secondary base the next morning, while Izuku stayed here with him until he became 4. Then he would be joining Tamura to start his training. It already seemed like it would be a long time. It was still only day 1, and he could hardly wait to see what chaos the two would cause. It filled him with giddy thinking about all the blood that will run through the streets. He knew that both the woman and his brother will watch on in horror at it once he was done. It didn't matter what the boys did. Whatever they did will turn the world on its head and shake it for all it's worth, he was sure about that. If you say so, Tamura said, looking at the child skeptically before turning back to his game. Tamura won the game as a prize on his last mission. It was a silly thing to grab from the victim's house. Well, it's not like he cared what Tamura or Izuku did as long as they completed the mission, and didn't tell any heroes about this. If they wanted to keep someone as a prize, that would be fine too, but he wasn't sure they were ready for pets. Not yet, that is, but boys will be boys, and he wasn't going to stop them from their fun in the least. He watched as Izuku laughed and giggled at Kurogiri, while Tamura was steadily getting more jealous. Not surprising, after all, Kurogiri was his, not Izuku's. Tamura's distaste for the child in his arms would be interesting to watch. Izuku would have to prove his usefulness once he was older and win over his brother's friendship. It was good to have something to work towards. Tamura wouldn't give him the satisfaction of winning easily. That is, if he ever gave it to Izuku. As time passed, he realized a few things that Izuku did that were strange. Izuku was a rather quiet child. He hardly cried since being born earlier that day. He mostly slept and made little baba noises, which didn't annoy him as much as he thought they would. Izuku, however, started talking about 6 months later. The good doctor was surprised when he came for a checkup. It was then that he realized that Izuku might be more of a gift than the woman realized. The good doctor seemed interested in Izuku in some form or another that I didn't care to look into. If the doctor wanted to play doctor, he knew not to break my things. It was then that the doctor gave an idea for a new quirk to give Izuku. Something that would help with his development. It was the first time that Izuku cried like all the stories said babies did. He screamed in pain and wouldn't stop. I ended up handing him over to the good doctor and left. I had a splitting headache and didn't want to deal with this. Decided I needed to find more quirks to take. When I returned, Izuku was fast asleep, and the good doctor looked rather pleased with himself. Some time passed and Izuku was developing faster than even the good doctor thought he would. This parenting thing was going to be easier than he had thought. Tamura was an easy child, if not always wanting his approval. This child might be the same. Walking down the street at night has been kinda dangerous. At least for normal people, that is. I didn't have any problems with it. I could see better thanks to one of the quirks that my father gave me. It was called Sense, that made my senses stronger than normal humans. If you're going to ask if I can see ghosts, then the answer is FING no. I would like to know if I could, because I would most definitely be haunted. Getting new quirks always hurt until my body gets used to them. I can only guess how badly it hurt, but I don't really remember. I don't remember I got the quirk for my 2nd birthday. The year before I got an analysis quirk. Before that was a quirk called memory. The year after I got a strength quirk. And then my mother's quirk woke up at 4. If anyone even attempted to bother me, I had several ways to fix the situation. Usually, if they didn't make a Sean, I would just walk away or talk them down. Otherwise, I had to do something to stop them. I know the exact number of people that I have sent to the hospital over the years. Help. Please, please stop, a woman screamed as she was dragged into an alley. She was dressed in a cute red dress that hit her knees. She also had a jacket that hung on her, covering her butt. I would say that she was covered and shouldn't have drawn attention, but here we are. With a sigh, I started following the two. After entering the alley, the man pinned her against the wall and started pulling up her dress. Then I saw that she was wearing shorts under the dress. I guess if you have to travel in this area in a dress, any protection is better than none. Can't get a girl the normal way, huh? I said as I got closer. My hands were in my pockets and the woman looked relieved to see me. I guess that she thought I was a hero or something. The man wiped around and glared at me. It didn't take much to grab his attention. I was surprised that he hadn't seen me before I said something. "Get out of here, kid," he growled at me. Did he think that was intimidating? Because it sounds pathetic. It wasn't even a deep possessive growl that actors could do in movies, but more like a baby that learned to go gore. "Nah, I think you should leave," I said, getting up in his space. Sure, I was looking up at him, but that was because I was shorter than the grown man. I was only looking up at him with my head, while my eyes stared down at him. I get it, I'm not scary at all, blame my mom for my looks and height. However, I was very lethal. I said, back off a kid or I'm gonna punch you into next week, he said, moving closer to me. What was this, a movie from the 40s? God, did this man need to watch something better? He had let the woman go who was now trying to run off without making too much noise. I didn't pay her much attention. Oh, are you sure you can pull that off? You seem like the kind of guy that sits at home all day in stained underwear, I said, knowing that he would get angry. He was so simple-minded that it was painful. He raised his fist to punch me, but something wrapped around his wrist. If I didn't know better, I would have said that it was some sort of cloth. Looking up, I saw a hero and knew I was going to be in trouble. Sure, I heard him, but I didn't think it was a hero. That's enough, the hero said before his capture. Is that a scarf? Weapon wrapped around the man completely. Well, shit, I should have just stayed out of this. I would have if I knew that there was a hero nearby. I don't need to be doing any do-gooder things around. You under arrest for attempted assault and attempted RPE, the hero said, now on the ground. He was getting out cuffs and snapped them on his wrists. While he was busy with the villain and getting the women's statement, I walked away. It's not like I was a part of this. Besides, I had to pick up dinner. Since there is a hero nearby, I put in my headphones and pushed play. The song, "Oh Raven, Sing Me a Happy Song," by Unlike Pluto flooded through the speakers. It was a good song and I like how it was a reference to Edgar Allan Poe. Then again, I might like it for that reason alone. It's not like the other songs on my playlist. Yawning as I weaved between people on the street toward the local Chinese restaurant. They served good fare for a somewhat fair price. Hello, I'm here to pick up an order for Izuku, I said as I entered the restaurant. I had ordered from here before. They mostly knew me by name now. Tamura didn't mind their food and unusually didn't complain about eating the bento box from here. The first time I got it for him, he said something about it being the food from his game. I am glad that he likes it because he was the one that was hard to feed. If he didn't like what I made, he would make me start all over. Kurojiri liked the sushi and would get the poke bowl. He usually just ate what was there and didn't say anything. I only knew that he liked the poke bowl because he finished it in 10 minutes after I gave it to him. I'm not sure if he's just so used to Tamura that he doesn't want to make me mad or if there's something else going on. It never takes long to get my order. They had gotten used to me coming in from time to time. It was the best place to go after completing a mission because I was in charge of dinner for the three of us. Kurojiri could only make a few things, and Tamura couldn't cook to save his life. Though he would demand that I make something complex all the time. The first day I arrived to start my training under him was awful. It was 2 years ago and he made the whole day one F up after another by being super critical about everything. Then at the end of the day, he demanded that I make him stir-fry for dinner. I burned myself and had to wash the dishes. It was easier now though, so I've let that sheet go. It's not like I could get revenge on him. Here you go, sir. Now that will be 31.50 please, the man said as he set my order on the counter. After paying, I left the restaurant and started walking home. I took a different route home knowing that the hero was probably looking for me. If only they weren't so annoying. All those stupid questions, are you okay? Why did you step in? You could have been hurt. Don't be so reckless, blah blah blah. I could feel the boredom sweep over me as they talked. I heard it all before and wasn't interested in hearing it again. The other route was longer by 5 minutes. By the time I got home, Tamura was getting annoyed with how late I was. Where were you? He asked, scratching his neck. It was a habit of his when he was annoyed or angry. I had long since tried to get him to stop. It never worked, so now I just have to listen to the scratching of his skin. You know when you rip a paper towel slowly and it sounds awful? That's what he sounds like, but with skin. I ran into a little trouble. Some guys wanted to pick a fight and a hero arrived. I managed to slip away. Hey, are you kidding? I didn't tell him that. I'm not FING idiot that wants to die. Okay, maybe I want to die, but not by Tamura's hands. He would talk father into finding him a quirk that lets him talk to the dead just to rub it in my face afterward. Tamura hates heroes and I don't want to hear another lecture about how awful they are. What I actually said, it was nice out so I took the long way home. Be faster next time or I will double your training? Tamura said, grabbing his dinner and storming upstairs to play games. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes at him. He loves to play those games and make plans on how we are going to kill All Might. To be honest, I didn't care about all of that. I didn't mind the heroes all that much. I didn't like them, but I had no reason to hate them. They never got in my way because I was a kid. We were both out of each other's radar. They didn't see me and I hardly ever saw them. Tamura had a reason to hate them, and I didn't have a problem with that. You have another mission, Izuku, Kurogyari said as we sat down to eat. Kurogyari hardly said anything to me. I want to say it's because of how intimidating I am, but I know that's not it. He talks with Tamura more than with me. I guess that he just doesn't like me. I had been getting quite a few missions lately. What is it? I asked, handing him the chopsticks and a fortune cookie. I started to dig in. I didn't have much time to eat and get the mission over with. It's to kill a man that has betrayed your father. He's in prison right now and has started talking. Kurogyari said before taking a bite. How the man eats when he is just smoke will always surprise me. While he was chewing, I took a bigger bite of my teriyaki. After a few moments, he continued, it will be hard because there are to be no witnesses. I hummed as I continued to eat. I would go to prison later and make it look like a suicide. That was the mission after all. The rest of the meal was in silence. I grabbed my jacket, tools, and mask. Looking at the picture of the man I was to kill almost made me laugh. It was the man from earlier that I stopped from raping that woman. Oh, how the world comes around. I should have just cut his head off and kept walking. The hero wouldn't have made it in time to see me if I did. I gave Kurogyari the thumbs up for him to make the portal. I'm going, I said before walking through the mist into a prison cell. The man was asleep, but his roommate wasn't. Who are you? He asked in a whispered shock. I held up a hand to tell him not to talk. After a moment, I got to work. I grabbed the rope from my bag, tying it to the top of some bars. I realized that the man was still sleeping and was shocked. What level was this guy on? All the people I met wake up the moment someone breathes wrong. Hell, even Tamura wakes up if you walk near him. I grabbed the man, scaring him awake. He didn't get the chance to do anything as I slipped the rope around his neck. He struggled as I held his hands down a bit. I wasn't using enough pressure to bruise, but that didn't mean he could grab at the rope. He was dead in minutes and the first part of the mission was over. Turning to look at the roommate, he held up his hands. Wow man, I was asleep the whole time. I didn't even know he was doing this, he said, looking a little scared. I could let him get off, but I would be punished later if he said anything. I got closer to him and he scooted away but didn't get far. This was the worst part of missions. I hated it when I had to kill someone that had nothing to do with what was going on. I just hoped that he was here for a really good reason. Sorry, no witnesses, I said before stabbing him in the chest just below his ribs. I covered his mouth and waited. It was a shorter amount of time that I had to wait. I wiped off the knife of my fingerprints, not that I had any while wearing gloves. I grabbed my target hand and placed it on the knife. Then carefully lifted and stabbed the wound again to get blood on his hands. I took a breath and I lifted a hand and prayed for a moment for the two of them. I don't believe in God or any deity really, but hey, it helps to apologize to them after killing them, so it's whatever. I guess that if I had a say in it, I wouldn't kill anyone. I saw the need, but it always left a pit in my stomach that would stay around for days. It weighed on me as it felt like it was becoming a bowling ball. I hated the feeling more than most things. I left through the black mist and was back before the cops even knew what happened. Good work, Kurogyari said from behind his bar. It was the most common sentence he would say to me if he talked. I nodded and walked upstairs to my room. 2 missions in a row weren't too bad to deal with. If anything, it made the pit worse, but that was just something I had to deal with. I never asked if Tamura or father felt like this because I know they didn't. They were both so happy after killing someone and would celebrate it if the person they killed really set them off. Kurogyari might feel a little bad about it, but he didn't say anything about it. I flopped down onto my bed. My room was small compared to other parts of the house, but I didn't need the room. At the Good Doctor's, I had the size of a Japanese cubicle hotel. I had a scheduled so tight that if I was a minute late for anything, I could lose something else to the schedule. One time I didn't have time to take a bath because I took too long on getting a punishment. My wounds took longer to heal because they got infected. Considering that I could stand in my room, I was grateful. As I lay in bed, my thoughts ran to the heroes. I wonder what that hero is doing? I don't see any near here very often. After all, most of the buildings are either abandoned or used by the homeless. Not really anyone worth saving. There's also the fact that no reporter would be caught dead here, so there was no fame in catching people here. The closest shopping district was a 20-minute walk from here. What would a hero be doing around here? Oh well, not like I can ask him anyway. The next morning I got up at the usual time, 7 a.m. It did make it so that I didn't get much sleep, but the healing quirk I have makes that not a problem. As long as I sleep once a week, I don't have much problems. Standing up, I blinked a few times trying to get my vision to wake the F up. I didn't really dream much anymore. Well, besides the occasional nightmare. I think it had something to do with the fact that once I'm sleeping, it's less sleeping and more of a small coma. What I mean is that my brain functions almost completely turn off. After the doctor found out, he induced a coma to see if I could wake up like I did every day. Surprised to say it worked. I woke up a few hours later feeling quite rested. I got dressed and grabbed the essentials, my jacket, iPod, and my bag. I walked to the bathroom where I quickly and quietly washed my face and brushed my teeth. The thing is that Tamura has a hard time sleeping and gets angry if you mess with his sleep schedule. I would either tiptoe around his room or text Kurogiri to help get past. Today wasn't so bad, so I tiptoed by and made it to the stairs. There is a library about 5 stations away that I liked to go to. It was a bit out of the way, but definitely a hidden gem. It's about an hour walk there and an hour back. Please be aware that I'm going off what Google told me about how far apart train stops are. It said about 0.8 miles, so yeah. Sure, it was a long walk, but I enjoyed it as time passed. Plus, it wasn't like I was making the whole trip in one go. I would walk there, and you know this thing that humans do with books. It's a little thing that I like to call reading Tamura. If he realized what information was held in the books, he might like going too, but let's not get my hopes up here. The walk made perfect to work through my anger if Tamura or father said something truly horrible. It helped so that I didn't do anything stupid around them. I'm going out, I said as I passed Kurogiri. The man never sleeps, and I have long since given up trying to find out why he doesn't need to. That's not saying that I didn't have about 6 different theories about it. He sometimes likes to sleep when nothing is going on, but that didn't mean that he was vulnerable. I learned that lesson the hard way when I snuck out one time. Be safe, he grunts as I leave the bar. If I didn't know better, I would say that he only likes my father and Tamura. Oh, wait, I do know better, and that's exactly what's going on. Then again, I had been walking to the library since I moved into the base. If it was dangerous, then they would have known about it already. I take the path that has the least amount of heroes and people. Sure, it was back roads, but listen to the sound is a lot louder if you can hear people's heart beating while they talk. Besides, I know the path like the back of my hand. It doesn't take me nearly as long as it did when I first started this. Like every teenager, I took out my iPod and put my headphones in for the walk. The better I can ignore humans, the better. Well, that, and it helps block out some of the noise that they make. Today I felt a little first, so I turned on You're a Goddamn Liar by Getting Scared. Look, I don't need you to tell me that I have an emo playlist, I know that. I like my music and how angry it is. It's almost too bad that the walk takes only an hour. I wouldn't mind staying put for a while longer. However, my schedule is full. I still had to stop at a coffee shop. Once at the library, I walked in and straight to the front desk. When I was younger, I knew that I wouldn't be able to take the books home. With Tamura, they're one wrong move and I owe the library money. Not to mention that I'm not on any records, so there was no way for me to get a card. It's not like I mind that much. I like getting out of the house, and this place was nice and quiet. The doctor taught me how to read and write so that I could write all the reports on his experiments. You get pretty good being fast if you get punished for not having everything written down. He once took me to a lecture that I had to write everything that I heard questions in could. I got most of it done, but then there was a kid that started talking to me and I missed a question. That night I spent it with lacerations to my arms and back. Once the librarian noticed that I would leave without a book but stay most of the day, she tried to get me a card. It took 3 weeks before she understood that I wouldn't be taking books home. After realizing that it was no use, she offered to hold the books like they were checked out. The I was reading would be waiting for me the next day, and that felt nice. To repay her kind deed, I would bring her a cup of coffee every day. It was just something that helped both of us out. She had long shifts and I had a place to read. When she started to get attached to me is still unclear. "Morning, Grace," I said, handing over the coffee in my hands. She smiled half-heartedly as she grabbed a book from the secret second shelf. She traded me the cup for the book like she did every day. "Good morning, Izuku," she said after taking a sip of coffee. She was always grouchy in the morning, but once she had her coffee, years fell from her. This week is the book called You're Dead, Please Sign Here by Andrew Stanek. I was enjoying it so far. It's a little silly and has some bits that had so much law information my head almost spins. Thankfully I took a class on the law. AKA I read a bunch of law books in the library during the first few days of being there. Not to mention the books that I have read on medicine, architecture, agriculture, and martial arts. The doctor said that if I was going to learn to read, it might as well be important things. To say that I was used to reading dry and long-winded wording was an understatement. Grace was the one to introduce fiction to me. Walking to the back of the library where they had set as window seals. I would read and watch the people outside, or if something happened then I had an escape. It was about an hour or two into reading when someone walked up to me. I know that my headphones aren't too loud. After all, normal headphones, even in the lowest settings, still hurt. I had to make these from scratch, the iPod too. I stole the music from people. After all, it's not like they were using it anymore. Looking up at the figure that had walked over to me, I saw a man with long black hair and a very familiar smell. I recognized it a few moments after he walked up. Look, I didn't notice because I was reading. If you have never been SCKD into a story, then you are missing out. It was part of the whole reason that I read. Grace says that she can tell when I'm into a book based on my face. If I read that the characters smiled, then I smiled too. I was surprised that I did that. It's not like I could look at my own face while I was traveling through the woods to find the lost treasure. I made eye contact with the man. "I found you, kid," the hero said, looking just as tired as he did the night before. "Well, shit, it's too late to back out now, might as well talk to him. It's not like he can do anything to me." I was protecting myself and the woman. I didn't use a quirk, nor did I hit him. I was just talking, and last time I checked there was freedom of speech. "Hello," was that all I could say? That's kinda sad. On the bright side, he seems to be taken aback by that a little bit. What did he expect though? I was a teenager that was portraying the leave me alone mom vibe, or I guess in this case, leave me alone dad vibe. I was just trying to read and get my learn on. Oh God, don't ever say that ever again, not even in your head. Thank you for your help the other night. That woman could have been hurt before I got there," he said, looking a little annoyed. My jaw dropped so fast that I couldn't control myself. Usually heroes are scolding me, but he's praising me. When did I teleport to an ultimate dimension? What kind of bullshit was this? Okay, I said, not sound sure about my answer. I was waiting for the other shoe to drop. He was gonna tell me not to do it again, wasn't he? But he didn't. Instead, he took a seat at the table in front of me and started working on paperwork. He pulled that paperwork from the air like a magician. Okay, fine. It was under his arm the entire time, but still magic. I know that I was staring, but he was being strange. It took a few moments before he looked back at me again. He was annoyed at me, but act weird and I'll treat you like it. Then again, he seems to always look that way. I'm grading homework. I'm a teacher during the day, he said before turning back to his work. I turned back to my book and continued to read for a while. Now and then I would steal glances at the man. It was once my playlist ended did I know that it was time to go. I had almost finished the book. Just one more chapter, but I couldn't finish it. I know that I groaned in pain as I saw the time. I had to go, dance class, because Tamura's a J. Sighing, I got up and walked back to the front desk. I could feel the hero's eyes on me as I walked away. Grace, I'm gonna head out now, I said, handing the book over to her. She took one look at the page marked and gave me a sad, understanding look. Couldn't finish it, huh? Don't worry, it'll be waiting with book 2 tomorrow, she said, giving me a wink. I smiled and waved back before leaving. It was now 2 p.m. I would be lying if I didn't say that I wasn't hungry. I had enough time to grab a bag of chips for the trip to dance class. Or maybe I would get a few pork buns. So many options but only enough time for one. What will I do? Why do I go to dancing class? Tamura thought that it would be funny to sign me up for classes. Father liked the idea that I would become more flexible to help with missions, so he okayed it. Now every day at 2:30 I have a dance class with about 30 other people, give or take. Sometimes people drop out or people get to go do bigger and better things. Ms. Dunn was the teacher that helped make the studio special. She was an older woman that didn't bother with dyeing her hair as it grayed with time. Not that I minded it. She wore it so well that I was thinking of letting my hair do that too. It might seem strange that other than the teachers there is one other person that has been there as long as I have. The other teacher was kind and sweet. She also happened to be Ms. Dunn as well, but everyone calls her Ms. Kim. Ms. Kim and Ms. Dunn were married. They were rivals in dance when they were younger. Apparently when they were caught kissing it was a huge scandal. Something about how people said the energy between them must have been lust. Too bad they didn't know that it was just their competitive nature. I've seen what happens when Ms. Kim and Ms. Dunn get into a dance competition. Let's just say that they haven't lost their touch. Their intensity was both inspiring and terrifying. Ms. Dunn would be called a mean and cruel woman, but in reality, she just expected you to work hard. She wanted you to win more than you likely wanted to win. Hence why I love her in her terrible mood. There's also the fact that she won't have more than 30 people in a class. But she will sure as hell have less. She teaches all kinds of dance, which makes my life easier. She won't take anything from brats no matter how old they are. She is truly an inspiration to us all. Izuki, you were almost late, Ms. Dunn teased as I walked into the studio. I know that she was just bugging me. I'm always on time for class, if not 10 minutes early to each class. She started making jokes like that a few months after I started. I think that she likes seeing a bit of herself in me. She liked to make people have a small heart attack, but that didn't matter much. Sorry ma'am, I said, getting ready for class. I took off my jacket and shoes. I walked over to the bars and started stretching. I love to watch the freaked out look on the newbies' faces as Emma and I stretched. It was always both awe and horror that we could do half of the things that we could. I have even seen Ms. Dunn smirk a few times at seeing it. I look to be about 15 or so people today. Okay, it's 2:30, everyone in position. Today we have a few new people joining us. Know that if you are late to my class you might as well never show up again. Ms. Dunn said, making me smile a bit. She reminds me a bit of my father. Strict and scary, but she was much nicer than she gave herself credit for. Today was going to be fun. Is the twinkle in her eye said anything. I was right, she was planning something evil for our new students. She had Emma and I give a demo for the new kids. They looked like they wanted to do what we were. But they probably wouldn't be able to make it. If they did, then they would become great dancers. Ms. Dunn had us perform a dance she made for her graduating students. It's the hardest moves that we have done mixed to make a well-put-together dance routine. The dance itself had won a few medals over the years. It also happened to be the dance that Ms. Kim and Ms. Dunn did at their wedding. We didn't mind doing the dance scene. Emma and I had great chemistry. Don't get me wrong, Emma was great, but we had dance chemistry, not much else. It was probably because we were such great friends. After all, I dare anyone to dance with someone for over a year and see where they are. Ms. Dunn, you're a bully, I said as the students were leaving. She turned to look at me with a small smirk on her face. Before feigning innocence, she walked around the room cleaning up anything that was left behind. Then grabbed a broom for me to start sweeping, while Emma had to get running. There were 2 days that Emma couldn't stay to help clean up for very long. Her mother was strict and wanted her to take lessons in piano and harp. How many do you think will last? I asked, leaning in a bit at the last newbie left. Emma was waiting not too far away from us as she packed up. I saw the smile as she glanced at me before grabbing her things and leaving. We had this conversation every time there were new people. After all, if you underestimate how much work it is to dance, then you will be in for a shock at how hard it is. There was a lot that went into dancing that people didn't realize. Half, I think, Ms. Dunn said before shooing me away to clean up. She would help by cleaning the entrance while I took care of the dance floor. I started to sweep for the next class so that they could dance on a clean floor. After that, It was time to get back to our other lives. It was time to go to the gym to finish my workout. Then I would go home and make something. What should I make at home, I wonder? Knowing Tamura, it would be something from a game that he saw. I need to get groceries to make anything though. I ran out of quite a few things. I put my headphones in and opened the door to leave. I was barely out of the studio when it happened. I almost ran into someone. If I was a moment later, I would have hit them with the door. It was that hero from earlier. Running into him once was one thing, but twice was not something that I would take lightly. It was sketchy at worst and downright illegal at worst. Either way, I wasn't going to let this hero make fun of me. "You don't have anything on me, get lost," I said, having a sinking feeling that I was being cornered like a rat. I trusted my instincts and feelings. They had kept me alive more than a few times. I was trying to use the air of set off and annoyed to get him to back off though. It was a good thing that I was also feeling that way. I just happened to want to run away or punch him in the face. What the hell was this hero thinking following me around? I'm a nobody, there's no reason to be following me around like an idiot. "Kid, I have a few questions for you. If you could follow me to the police station," he said, not batting an eye at my comment. He really must be a teacher then. They are so used to dealing with kids that anything I say, unless it's outrageous, doesn't fade them. I got the chance to try it after a teacher was in debt to my father and I had to get the money back. I think that I said a lot of things that night, but nothing faced the woman. She looked more annoyed by the end of it than mad or scared. "On what charges?" I asked, crossing my arms. This wasn't good at all. Either they had seen what happened yesterday and tied me to the death of that guy, or this hero has a personal interest in me now. I was kinda hoping it was the first one. Getting out of that would be easier to do than being watched because his gut tells him something's off. I remember when there was a hero that set their sights on the doctor's assistant. It was hard holding him down so that he got a whole new life. "It's just a few routine questions," he said, that was going to get me to go with him. If they were just routine questions he could ask me now, but he wasn't. "Oh no, it's a personal interest, which means I have to tell Tamura and Kurojairi about this." I didn't want to have to tell them that I effed up. Tamura will make sure that the father knows and that I get punished. Now how badly I get in trouble will depend on what this hero will do. "You know, I got places to be," I said, walking away. In my head, I was begging everything that he just lets me go. The ground, water, sky, God, Satan, whatever, just please make him ignore me. He didn't start to follow me right away. He began walking after me once I got 6 steps away. I would have to call Kurojairi and tell him I won't be home for a while. That is, if I couldn't lose him. He was walking pretty close behind me, so I couldn't just take off. The gym has a back door they let me use. If he will let me go to the gym alone as he did with the studio. Why can't my life be easy for once? I took a turn down an alley when I ran into a wall that wasn't supposed to be there. Looking up, I was that it was All Might. "Well, see, my day just got worse." "Hello, young man," he said, way too happy in my opinion. It always sounded forced and fake to me because who in their right mind would be so happy? Time forceful on teenage, leave me the F alone attitude. I know I'm not a teen yet, but that doesn't mean I can act like one. After all, I had a year left before I'm a teen, so it's whatever. I get a pass to act how I want. "Sigh," was all I said back, being overdramatic. "What do you want?" That sure threw him for a rope. Most people like All Might, but I wasn't like other people. I'm sure that most people would be tripping over themselves to even talk to him. While I'm more focused on how Kurojairi and Tamura were going to kill me. Tamura would have a field day burning my clothing for coming in contact with All Might. I turned around to see that the other hero was standing there. I was right about them cornering me, but this was over the top. Might, the #1 hero, working with an underground hero to kidnap a kid. This was so stupid that I can't stand it. It didn't take them long to have me sitting in an interrogation room. "Hello, I'm Naomasa Tsukachi. I will be asking you some questions," Tsukachi said, sitting down. I didn't say anything. It wasn't smart to talk. I've taken people out that have talked to the police before. I'm one of the more caring cleaners. I know others that torture the target before delivering the final blow. "What's your name?" he asked me, and I sat still. The frown on my face wasn't going anywhere. I wasn't going to talk about father or Tamura so they can SCK it. If they think that they can break me by torture, then they had no idea what I could withstand. The doctor made sure that I wouldn't be broken by these people. I need you to speak to me. To think, you can do that? He said, trying to get a reaction out of me. I wanted to tell him that I wasn't going to talk, but that would ruin it. So I just kept my mouth shut and stared at him. I was pretending to not even see him. When I was watching him very closely, I was watching every twitch that his face made. Come on, kid, he sighed before looking at the glass that held people on the other side. It was famous in every cop drama. They should have created something different after people found out about that. After a few minutes, he got up from his chair and walked out of the room. Once he was gone, I kept my eyes on the glass. Someone was on the other side, I know it. I knew that he was going to try and get someone else to try to crack my silence. It only took a moment before the door opened to 3 heroes. All Might, the hero from earlier, and a mouse. Hello, I'm Principal Nizu, the mouse thing said, taking a seat across from me. He was going to try and outwit my silence. I remember the doctor and father training me to deal with him. They made it very clear about what I was to do if questioned by him. I would have to stay perfectly still or else I'll give something away. You are a smart young boy, he started. I knew what he was doing and my eyes still twitched at the compliment. He noticed and changed topics fast. Though I might have done that on purpose to see just what he would do. If he saw me as a threat, he would dig in, but he doesn't. You know it's rude to not tell someone else your name. I didn't move. I could hear the other 2 heroes shift uncomfortably from foot to foot. You met Eraserhead last night saving a woman from a RPST. Did you know that man is now dead, he asked, and I just blinked at him. The mouse thing smiled at me. I knew that he thought I indicated something, but in truth, I couldn't keep my eyes open much longer. You're smart and know what I'm doing, he said with a small laugh. He was a danger level S, meaning that I had to get away. If I was cornered, then I am to play until I can get away. Eraserhead said that you dance, which means you're flexible too, which is a wonderful hobby, he said. I knew the hero was following me around since seeing me at the library. That annoyed me because of the underlying threat that danced in his tone. Leaning in, I whispered low and seductively as I could, you want to try my flexibility out? It was a crude joke and the mouse thing's face twitched in disgust. He knew I could play, but it was too good to let slip past me. Smirking, I leaned back against my chair. If not for the smirk, you wouldn't have known I moved. I wasn't looking at the other heroes' faces, but I was sure they were making a similar face. If they had any control over their facial features, that is. You have a sense of humor, he said, trying to keep on the same path as earlier. He's lost if he continues like this. He already gave me information. Tell me, do you know a woman named Inko? He asked, leaning in as he got me. Thing was that I knew who my mother was and what had happened to her. She got in father's way, so she was removed. The smart move here is not to move. There wasn't a reason to show him that I knew about her, let alone cared. We think she is your mother, he said, probably hoping to get a shocked reaction out of me. Instead, I let my smirk fall back into a frown. It could tell him one of 2 things. Either they were wrong or I didn't know. Both were wrong answers. This game is boring. Either hurry up or let me go. You don't have anything on me, Mouse, I said because I was getting bored with the game already. I wanted to leave and get to work. I already lost the chance to work out today. So you knew then? Do you know what happened to her? The mouse said, ignoring the mouse comment. I'm almost impressed at how well he is keeping himself together. I'm bored though, so I'm gonna win now. Test subject 8113, I said, watching his eyes twitch and smile fall into a frown. His teeth still showing as he didn't smile right away again. I could tell that the others tensed at this reaction. Smart mouse, I said. I was bored of this game that seemed to get his attention. But it also gave a bit away on my end. He knows that my mother is a touchy subject now. He took a few breaths and seemed to realize that he had lost. He smiled after a little. How old are you? He asked, getting a confused look back at him. That was his question? You know, I said back. I hate back and forth with word games. The doctor would make me play it all the time. If I got a question wrong or gave too much away, I was punished. I would rather fight Tamura while wearing suppressants than deal with that punishment again. We need you to say it, along with your name, he said, having given up the game in favor of not sharing his secrets. To be fair, I only had a little bit more on him. 12, Izuku, I said, standing up. I'm leaving now. They couldn't keep me here and I knew it. They could only watch me leave through the front door. I walked up to a payphone, taking out money and pressing a few too many numbers. I picked up the phone and started talking. "Hey mom, I got into a bit of trouble," I said. Kurojiri would pick me up in 10. Where depended on the number he gave. 5 was the response. The library was thankfully that wasn't too far from here. If I was lucky I wouldn't be able to leave the house for a few months. The bad part would be that I would have to call Ms. Dunn later. On the other hand, I came in contact with 3 heroes and got a lot of attention, meaning I was a liability now. As I walked to the pickup site I felt dread wash over me. I was sure that the heroes were watching me, but that didn't matter. I was going to be in trouble and it was their fault. If they had just dropped it, then I wouldn't be walking to find out how effed I was. "What did you do?" Tamura yelled, scratching his neck. I had returned home a few minutes ago. He grabbed my arm the moment I was through the portal. He threw me into a chair they had set up. It was in the middle of the room facing the camera so that father could see me. Tamura was set off and I knew that this was going to be a pain. Everyone else was going to be mad too. There was a woman about to get raped. I stepped in and provided a distraction. A hero called Eraserhead showed up before quirks were used. I left the scene and ran into the hero at the library, then again when I left the dance studio. I figured that he was following me. I was gonna try to escape when All Might showed up. They questioned me and I didn't answer. Nizu showed up and we played a game of who can get the other to react. They let me leave if I answered 2 questions. How old I was and my name. I said I was 12 and my name was Izuku. Nothing more. After I left I walked straight to the phone and called Kurojiri. I said, taking a breath. I don't typically talk this much when my father was watching. I had long since learned that lesson. My throat hurts a little bit and I was out of breath. I knew that it was mostly nerves that were causing such problems. Who knew that talking would cause such problems? "You are an idiot," Tamura said, getting angrier. He was scratching his neck faster than he should. I could see that it was starting to give way to his nails, but I wasn't going to say anything. I was already in trouble. I didn't need to do anything more daring. My father was quiet for a moment. "I think you should apologize," father said from behind the camera. Everyone looked at the screen in shock. Was I no longer useful? Was I being thrown away? I was going to die. Because those heroes wouldn't leave well enough alone. "You can be our inside guy. Once you turn 14, go and apologize to Nizu. Take the hero test and enter class 1A. "But sensei, that would be perfect." Tamura turned and looked at me with an evil glint in his eyes. "You can recruit new heroes to be on our side," he said, looking at me in the eyes. He was going to destroy the world and I was to help him. After all, that was what I was made for. Now I had my mission and there was nothing that was going to stop it. I wouldn't have a say other than to do it. If I wanted to fight it, I would be taken and fixed. If that is my mission, I will continue my routine tomorrow and allow them to follow me around. I will get my stuff and move into a nearby building. From there I will let them think they gained my trust. I said, because what else was there to say about this? I am to follow the orders given to me and my orders are to infiltrate UA. It didn't matter how I felt about the situation. "Good boy, Izuku. I look forward to seeing you during the sports festival," my father said. No one said anything yet. Father had the floor and had not permitted for us to talk. I didn't have any right to speak after messing up so badly. "Oh, and Izuku," he started, and I felt the room grows cold. It was like ice engulfed me and I wanted to run or cry. I could feel the frostbite start at the edges of my skin, making my hair on the back of my neck stand. I didn't dare look anywhere but the floor. "If you mess up, your punishment will be the room," he said, letting the news set in. He let the fear swirl in my body, turning my stomach, making my heart pound in my ears. The room was the worst punishment that I could get. He said goodbye to Tamura and Kurojiri before the screen cut out. I waited to settle the strain of the memories from when I was in the room. I took deep breaths in an attempt to calm down. I would do anything to not go back to that place. I would beg and plead if it meant I got any other punishment. I walked up the stairs to get my things. I would be spending the next 2 years alone, then 4 after I actually enter UA. Kurojiri watched me as I left the house with a purple duffel bag. He didn't say anything as he watched me grab my things. I almost thought that he looked smug, but he didn't have a face to look smug with. Just glowing yellow eyes that stared at me. I'm going, I called like I did every day. There was one mission now and I had to complete it. If I didn't, then I would be taken care of. I had to get things set up for a more permanent stay and work on my story. I had to believe it myself or it won't fool anyone. Kurojiri was the only one to see me leave the bar. He didn't wish me good luck and I wondered if he wanted me to fail or pass. It would hurt Tamura if I fail, but I would stay around if I passed. Tamura had left to play games or make more plans, while father was no longer paying any attention to me. I am Izuku Midoriya. When I was 4 I ran away. No, too early, no one will believe that. When I was 6, I ran away from my father after he decided to have me kill a person. I have been living alone ever since. I don't trust heroes because they never saved my mom, and I don't trust adults because they betray me, I said before repeating the good points while I walked to find a place further from the library. I needed to make this believable, and in order to do that I had to believe it myself. If I didn't think it was real, no one else would either. I would gain more strength every day from the walk, making the physical part of the entrance exam easier to pass. After I was done reading your dead, please sign here. I'll go and memorize all the information for high school entrance exams that the library has to offer. I didn't need to make records because they wouldn't think that I have any to begin with. I had one chance at this and I couldn't afford to mess it up. After an hour of walking, I walked into a burned building that could barely hold out any rain. It was a perfect place to stay. The hero will feel pity and let their guard down faster. Now just to make this place into my home for the last 6 years and 4 more to come. It would make sense that I would have made improvements by now. I had a lot to do to make this believable. After shoving his clothes away and hiding anything of worth was easy and only took an hour. Then I took the now empty duffel bag and backpack for the next trip. I ran to the dump that wasn't fair and started collecting objects to place in my new home. I sealed up the spots that the rain would come in from. Small matrices that I tried my best to not think about. I made the bed with multiple sheets and blankets. I was trying to place as many layers between myself and the bed as I could. Then I started fixing the walls so that less light would come in through the holes. I can do this, right? I mean, I don't even care about heroes all that much. They are just mildly annoying. I don't want to hurt them. They save most people, like that woman. Tamura and father were the ones that had bad experiences with them. As far as I was concerned, they didn't matter. Then again, trying to be a hero is what got me into this mess. At least it was better than the room or the hole. If that was my punishment, I don't know if I would be able to pull this off. I started cleaning and disinfecting the things that I got from the dump. While I was doing that, I lost myself in my thoughts. The memories of the hole filled my head. It was a sort of fighting ring. The problem was that I had Quirk suppressing cuffs on. I had to get through 25 rounds of fighting while my opponents got to use their quirks as much as they wanted. I thought about the time that they put a kid a few years younger than me to fight. I kept cleaning until I saw the sunrise. I looked at my phone and realized that I forgot to get my headphones from the police. I was an hour further away than I used to be. I better get dressed and go. I had a book to finish and newbies to show up at the dance studio. Nothing has changed, not really. I'm still alone, just in a slightly different manner than I'm used to. Things are going to get better, they have to. There was nothing else for life to do but get better, right? I wonder why Nizu wanted to know how old I was? I wondered aloud before changing and walking to the library. Tonight I will fix the bathroom and the kitchen. I wonder if I should get some kind of fast food for home. Then again, it's not like it matters. The walk was nice and I felt more tired than usual, so there's that. I was used to walking all over the place, but it had been a long time since I had to walk so far. The last time that when I had to walk to a target house because Kurojiri was sick. When that man is sick, his quirk will warp you wherever it wants to. Kurojiri has no control over it. I ended up in a different town than where I was supposed to be. I still had to get to the target and finish the job before the morning came. It was a full-on sprint to the target. By the time I arrived, I had an hour before the sun rose. "Morning, Grace," I said, passing her the cup of coffee. She thanked me and I walked to the back to read. Once again I was interrupted by Eraserhead, but this time Nizu was with him. "God, can't you leave me alone?" I asked. "If I changed my personality so quickly, then they will be suspicious." There was the weight of the room waiting for me that kept me from running away. Izuku Eraserhead said you were more willing to talk while on the street. Nizu said this little mouse was ridiculous. I opted to roll my eyes at him and continue reading. It took a few minutes before the two sat down. Nizu enjoying a cup of tea and Eraserhead grading work again. It was all strangely domestic. It made me uncomfortable. The whole time Nexu was sipping his tea was louder to me than everyone else. I had left my headphones at the police station, so I needed to get a new one, but I didn't have the time to yet. I decided to not hide that from them. I changed sitting positions a few times and had yet to turn a page since they arrived. God, what do you want? I snapped after an hour of this. It was dramatic and not at all needed, but here we are. They were pissing me off sitting there and judging me. We want to talk with you, Eraserhead said, not looking up from his work. I didn't mind him because he was quiet and actually just wanted to do his DMN work. No, really? And here I thought you were trying to torture me. Talk about what? I asked, leading them, and I didn't care. It was getting out of hand. I had to set a boundary for them to push against. Right now they are going to get a reward for not making me go back to the interrogation room. Where were you all those years you were missing? Nizu asked. I couldn't answer that, and they knew it. How could I when I'm not to trust them yet? I opted for narrowing my eyes at the mouse. He was bothering me more than he probably should be. I figured that it was too soon for that question. How about what is your favorite food? I looked at him skeptically for a moment before telling him that I didn't have a favorite. I knew that telling him my favorite restaurant would out me. It was a bit on the expensive side of things. Nizu kept asking what seemed like pointless questions. They all had a meaning behind them. I would like it if you two wouldn't play mind games in public, please? Eraserhead said, finally turning from his work to glare at us. I glared back because I wasn't the one that wanted to play this game. I knew that as I left the Grace would stall them. I could hear her talking, but I was too angry to pay any attention. I didn't want to deal with them yesterday. Sure, part of it was that I was supposed to get their attention now. If I didn't want them to see me, then I would change my schedule a bit. I would go to the gym in the morning and the library in the evening. Yeah, whatever, I have to go anyway. I stood up and took my usual walk to the dance studio. I was an hour early, but that was okay. It was the kids' class right now. My kids, I mean the 2 to 3 year olds. They were the best to teach because anything you do makes them excited to try it. It was a lot of fun to see them smile. Ms. Dunn, can I help? I asked after walking in. She turned and nodded for me to join. This wasn't the first time I was early to class. In fact, this wasn't even the first time I helped teach a class. She knew that I usually came early when things were rough in. It helped to take my mind off things that were happening around me. She didn't mind me helping out, and if she didn't have anything for me to do, she would send me upstairs to help Ms. Kim's class. Kovi Eraserhead. Izuku was a strange child. I saw him trying to stop a RPE. The man towered over him, but he didn't even blink as the man was about to hit him. He looked a bit tired, if anything like he's had to stop people bigger and meaner than him before. Then after I stepped in, he just left. Most kids want to talk to heroes and show off about helping someone. They want to claim glory for helping in capturing a villain. It only got worse when that night the man was found dead with his cellmate. No one was willing to say that they heard anything. When asked, they turned away from guards and pretended they couldn't hear the question. It was like they were scared of whatever had happened that night. There was no video footage of the cell for an hour. The cell just goes black, then returns to night vision. Of course, I was going to let things go. I had done my part of the job. It was now up to the police to find the kid and question him. Nothing in my life goes as planned, though. I saw that boy again walk into a library with a coffee. Why wouldn't the child that disappeared from a crime scene show up when I wanted to do some work in peace? Because that's how things always work for me. I followed after calling Nizu about him. Something was off about this whole situation, and the kid was in the middle. I gave a sigh as this was turning out to be a very tiring day. It was strange that no one could find anything on the boy. It was like he was a ghost. He simply didn't exist anywhere. There wasn't anything to even hint at who he was. There was no record of him being around. Nizu came up with a theory that the boy was Inko's son. She was a famous missing person case. Inko herself was a well-known vigilante that disappeared. After a year of being gone, there was a tip about an abandoned building on the other side of the city. There they found the mangled corpse of Inko. The case was closed but kept out of the public while the cops went through protocol. That was until the autopsy came back. The heroes that worked on it publicly admitting that they regretting the case more than they could say. They said that the words on the paper saying she was Argentique still glares in their head sometimes. One that had been a part of the saving team that saw her body said that the words cut at her skin in the places she had been. She said that as a fellow mother and woman, then knowing that you were Argentique was always a little scary at first. Knowing that the father was a monster would have been crushing, while giving an interview after retiring from the hero world. It was the most talked about case for 5 years before something else took over. I walked into the library to see that the librarian now had the coffee. I knew that it was the same because the name was showing to be green, like Izuku's cup had said. He wasn't carrying 2 cups though, so that must have been for her. I nodded at the woman before walking around to try and find the kid. It didn't take long to find him sitting next to the window. He looked happy and unworried about the world around him. I'm not sure why, but seeing him so relaxed made me proud. I had only seen him once, but if he was Inko's child, then the life he must have lived would be unimaginable. How much pain had he gone through to get to this point? I walked over and he looked up at me. His face didn't tell me anything. It was blank, and I wondered if he was glaring at me or just annoyed. It wasn't like it mattered because I still have work to finish. He stared at me for 10 minutes after I sat down without looking away. I had enough and told him that I was working on grading. That seemed to fix whatever problem he was having as he looked back to his book and began reading again. I could hear the music that played through the headphones. I wonder how he could even hear me over that noise. Though hearing the music was somewhat comforting. I knew that he was behind me reading and not out almost getting killed or worse. When the music stopped, I was a bit shocked. Then he became animated as he groaned and sighed before putting a bookmark in the spot he was reading. He walked by me, but his face didn't look upset to be leaving. If I had to guess, I would say that he looked a little happy. I had to grab my things quickly to keep up. I barely made it from behind the bookshelves when I heard him talking with the librarian about it being the last chapter. That must have been why he didn't want to leave yet. I could get behind that. Wanting to read a good book is way better than doing most other things. I walked slowly as I followed him out onto the street. I noticed the time and made a call to Nizu again. It had been longer than I had thought. I got a lot of work done though, so there's that. Following the kid, I wondered where we were going. Then he entered a studio called Loizo Dancing in sky blue writing. I walked across the street to the cafe where I ordered a coffee and set my workout again. However, I didn't get any done as I watched the studio from the cafe. There was a large window that showed the first floor. There I saw the kid dancing. It was strange at first to see him lift a leg up to that he was doing the splits while standing on one foot. After he started a dance with a young woman. They danced in perfect harmony. Watching the dancing bird, the barista asked, snapping me from the trance. I looked back to see that there were more people in the cafe that were also watching the dancing. Dancing bird? I asked back, turning to look back at the kid. Yeah, it's what the studio is called, but no one understood it until Izuku got there. The kid was barely 10 and looked mad about having to learn dance, but, well, as you can see, he can hypnotize those that watch him. He said, setting my coffee on the counter. I picked up the coffee and took a sip before saying, they are very good at it. It was meant to be a compliment. Though the laugh that came from the man had made it seems like I just gave a backhanded compliment. Yeah, every dance partner he has gets attention after dancing with him. He has this way to make his partner shine like they were the star the whole time, he said before walking away from me. I watched closely this time and realized that he was right. She was moving as she wanted and Izuku never let her fall. He read her movements and was 3 to 6 steps ahead of her. When she needed him, he was there to take her hand. It showed how much Izuku loved people, or maybe it was just her. Izuku deserved the praise, but it looked at first glance that she was the one doing all the work. Either way, it kinda made him want to dance with Hisashi like that. After it was over, I watched him clean up. He was ignoring the outside world, or he just was used to having people watch him through the glass. He almost ran into me when he opened the door. I was going to stop him when All Might showed up. Apparently Nizu sent him to help me catch Izuku. I was going to have a talk with Nizu about letting me work. He wasn't usually so quick to act unless someone was in danger. I knew that this was a bad idea. Once Izuku was sitting in the station, he was all glares and full hate towards us. He wouldn't talk to anyone and just glare at us. It took Nizu going in to get any reaction from the boy. Though that only seemed to make things worse. After questioning the boy, Nizu was smiling, but it was just his resting face as the cogs in his head when turning. We got a few pieces of information about the boy thanks to the game the two were playing. But that goes both ways. Izuku changed subjects when his mother was mentioned but didn't show any hatred. Probably meaning that he was either unaware or didn't care. Honestly, I was hoping it was the first one rather than the latter. Nizu had begun asking around to the places that we saw him earlier that day. We got multiple people saying that he was a kind boy with a hard shell. Once you break that shell, though, he had a dark sense of humor but wouldn't hurt a fly. I'm not sure if I agree with that after seeing the very boy sneer at them. I was thrown when he called Nizu a mouse. Nizu has admitted to not remembering what he was. The boy seemed to pick up on that and was using it. But all hell almost broke loose after the boy gave Nizu some numbers with the words test subject. Nizu was looked angry for a moment before cooling his features. It was at that moment that we realized that now this game of Nizu's was dangerous and neither was backing down from the fight. Most people can't keep up with Nizu, but this boy was. It was impressive, to say the least, and scary to say any more. I think we made a mistake in trying to talk to him first, Nizu said as we left the dance studio. Asking the duns about Izuku was one of the hardest things to do. The only other person to put up such a fight getting information about him was the librarian that wouldn't talk to them at all. She would shush them every time they asked a question, eventually telling them to either ask Izuku himself or arrest her for leaving them. While the duns answered some questions, they were very vague with the answers. One of the questions was, Izuku has been coming here for years, which got a yes from them as they sipped tea. Everyone says that he is a bit crude but respectful. However, when we talked he was nothing but rude. What do you want to do? I asked, knowing that I was already strapped in for this. I might as well just give in and follow them around. It wasn't like I was really going to get a chance to take over. Not that I hadn't already yelled at them for getting involved when I didn't need it. You said you met him at the library and after a while, he relaxed around you. I believe that's where we should start. We will go there tomorrow and wait. If he shows up we will sit next to him but will not talk first, Nizu said. I guess it makes sense. The boy was like a scared animal while in the interrogation room. He knew how to bit with his words too. It was like watching two wild animals talking. While Nizu was trying to help, the boy was in threat posture and scratching at anything that came too close. Okay then. Do you think he will be there tomorrow? I asked. About to just go on patrol from here. It would be easier than going home for a while. I believe that he will, to prove a point. He's not scared of us, so he will continue like we never happened, Nizu said before getting in the taxi and leaving. At least I could get to work now that this was over for today. I couldn't wait to get home and sleep this off. Those two are going to be the death of me. I won't let this get too out of hand though. If it looks like we are doing some damage, I'll make Nizu back off. Time skip. Well, Nizu was right as always. The boy was at the library in the same spot as yesterday's reading. He looked up at us before giving an attitude. I brought my work to grade. Since I didn't have a class this year, I helped the other teachers grade. Meanwhile, Nizu and the boy started to play again. At least I think they were. I was trying to follow the questions, but they were too random. I would have thought that Nizu was trying to make the boy relaxed, but the answers were almost as hard to understand. What season do you like? Not winter. What is your favorite color? Not white. What do you do when you first wake up? Get up. God, what game are they playing? I don't know how any of these questions are a turning point. The two of them looked almost as intense as yesterday. I looked around and saw that the librarian was looking a little annoyed with us. She had a soft spot for the boy, and this constant questioning seemed to be a little creepy from outside view. Hell, even from my view it was creepy. I had to get them to stop. Once I spoke out about that, the boy agreed and got up to leave. Nizu put a hand up to tell me to wait. I stopped him to let Izuku go. I didn't want to make things any worse. Once the boy was gone, Nizu turned to look at me. I will meet him here every day. You don't have to join if you don't want to. This is where I will start to chip away at that wall he threw up, Nizu said, looking at me. I knew that I could be coming to the library every day. Those two could not be trusted to be in the same room. Not while they are still playing this game. What were all those questions for? I asked, popping back a bit as I stretched. I was getting information. The speed in which someone answers and what they answer tells in this game. Usually, you can infer things about the person based on what they said. Nizu said, sipping on tea. Where did he get that? He seemed to be a bit lost in thought. Nizu doesn't usually space out like this. Whatever he found out would probably be bad. What did you find out? I asked, turning to another essay that needs to be graded. Though my heart was beating just a smidge faster than it had been. We did more damage yesterday than anyone would have wanted. His answers were all timed perfectly. Nothing was late and nothing was early. His answers were so vague that there are several possibilities. One of which is that the boy is homeless, and that is either caused by us asking questions or he ran away long ago, Nizu said, taking a deep sigh. That was quite a problem that we have on our hands. I was storming off after the dance class, not wanting to deal with running into the heroes again. I was taking back roads that would likely confuse them and make them lost. Was I being overcautious? I knew that no one was following me. I couldn't hear anyone following me. I needed to head to a convenience store to get headphones and ibuprofen. My head was killing from all the noise that filled my ears. I was still mad at that DMN mouse. He wouldn't let anything go. He was always testing and pushing me. It was like I was with the doctor again. I hated it, and it seemed that nothing was letting off the right amount of steam. I stormed into the store and straight to the medicine. Did I have to walk around like that? No, but I didn't give a nut at the moment. I grabbed ibuprofen and then headed for headphones. I didn't care if they weren't as good as long as they worked. Sure, they were going to break sooner than wanted, but it would buy me some time before my ears started to bleed. The pounding in my head was annoying me to no end. Just these for you today? The old man asked in a thick accent. If I had to guess, I would say that he was Filipino. He was smiling and didn't seem to be bothered when I didn't answer. As he scanned the ibuprofen, the computer started screaming at him. It was loud enough that I had to cover my ears in pain. I wanted to bang my head on the counter just to make it stop. Too bad that I knew that wouldn't work out for me. He looked at me with a serious face before pressing a button on the keyboard. His smile returned. Okay, that will be $6.50 as your total, while he moved to grab something from under the counter. For a moment I ran through the things that happened and hoped that I wasn't being too intimidating to get the cops called on me. I placed the money on the counter and was going to get out of here fast, but his hand shot out. Wait, he said, smile still plastered on his face. He was holding a frozen bun in his other hand. The bun was wrapped in plastic, and he walked over to the warmer. When he then switched on bun out for the frozen one. He handed it to me, but I didn't take it right away. Sir, you could get in trouble, I said softly, feeling a pang of guilt for thinking that he was going to call the cops. I was talking quietly because my head was killing me at this point. I didn't want to make things worse, but I didn't want to look a gift horse in the mouth with the food. Let's be honest, it was unlikely that I was going to eat anything much for the next few years. Already in trouble, medicine needs to be 18, he said with a wink. I smiled and took the offering. I almost gave it back along with the medicine, but the pounding in my head made my mind up with keeping them. I could use the bun to help take the ibuprofen. Well, if I ever find you in need, I'll repay the favor, I said, taking the bun. He just waved me off. I left feeling much better if it wasn't for the demon headache that was refusing to leave me alone. I swear that I'm going to get a restraining order on it. Why can't my healing quirk work on headaches? Like, that's so stupid. Okay, fine, if this was a normal headache it would, but this is an I'm tired of your sheet, and his sheet, and her sheet, and of their sheet. You can all F off kind of headache. I hope that the man stays well and that I don't have to make good on my offer. Not that I wouldn't help him or didn't want to. I just really hope that he never needs my help. There are only a few things that I can do, and none of them are legal or okay for other people to do. The medication kicked in about halfway to the dump to gather more things. Just because my head hurt didn't mean that I couldn't make my home safer. It would likely help more knowing that it was safe. I looked around for an hour grabbing things that I could use to build my house better. I need way more stuff for the bathroom, but with what I have collected, the kitchen will be done soon. I'll just have to use the sink water to shower. The bathroom at the coffee house will have to do for a while longer. On the bright side, I'll be getting more coffee and free Wi-Fi to use. The walk home was boring and I got to work disinfecting things again. I scrubbed the things that were already in the disinfectant, then rinsed them and placed them back into the disinfectant again. I was done about 1 a.m. when I realized that I was bored and hungry. The bun that I ate was nice, I should go get another one. I wonder if that man is still working? If he is, I'll buy him one too for working so hard. Standing up, I grabbed the new bright pink headphones that I had bought earlier. They gave a pop to my normal green or black clothing. The walk was nice and I debated getting a cup of coffee for the man too, but I didn't know what he liked. I turned the corner to hear a shot. I wiped my head around to see a large man come running out of the shop. He ran past me and I saw his smile. He was carrying bags and bags of items from the store. I didn't have time for him though. I turned and ran to the shop. There I found the kind man laying on the other side of the counter bleeding. I turned and grabbed the toilet paper and ripped open the plastic around it. I hopped over the counter and turning the man around. I ripped as much toilet paper off the roll and pressed it to his wound. It was too high to have hit the man's heart, which was good, but he was old. It would be lucky if he did get out of this. I hoped that he had time to press the button under the counter. I turned to see the button. It was a terrible idea, but if he didn't get help. I lifted my hand and pressed the button again just in case. A woman walked in and I yelled, "Call an ambulance," at her. It must have shocked her as she looked over the counter at me. She was wearing a uniform and saw the man. She made the call and walked around the counter and started helping keep the pressure on the wound. I guess that the old man did get the chance to call for help. There we waited, holding the man as much as we could. The only thing keeping me here and not hunting down the man that I saw earlier was that if I did, he could take a turn for the worse. I could still hear him breathing, which was the only thing that was keeping me calm. I had no idea how medics did this all the time. I knew that the wound was trying to heal from the sound of the blood flow. As time passed, I got more anxious as the seconds passed. I could feel the pit in my stomach grow as the clock ticked. I was reminded of when All Might and my father fought. How my father was laying under the rubble because the hero couldn't spare a few moments to help him. I remember the cold feeling while helping the doctor put my father back together again. I watched as Tamura, the most crazed, unstable person I knew, took a quiet and calm demeanor, while both the doctor and Kurojiri, who are usually calm even if a little sadistic, were frantic and jittery. This was happening all over again, but with someone that was much kinder and did nothing to deserve it. I knew that All Might was angry at my father. Hell, I was the one charged with hanging the body of Nana for my second mission. I knew that this was what happened to villains and heroes. It just hurt to know that it happened to others too. Once the ambulance arrived, the woman moved so that they could get in. I helped them load the man onto a stretcher. Then I saw Detective Tsukachi standing near a car. He looked like he was waiting for me. I thought about walking over for about 0.5 seconds before turning and walking away. I was still covered in blood. "Izuki, you need to answer some questions," he said with a sigh. He sounded tired, which was too bad because I was set off. I spun on my foot and looked him straight in his eyes. "Here's what I know. I came here to get a snack." I turned the corner and heard the shot. I saw a man run out of the store carrying about 6 bags full of stuff. He was tall and wearing a white jacket and green briefs. I ran in to see what happened and saw the old man on the floor. "That's where I was until the ambulance arrived," I said, and saw that after the first sentence he gave his tell that I wasn't telling the truth. I paused for a moment, knowing that he would know it was a slight lie. Then continued with the truth. "Why did you come here?" he asked, and I glared at him. I knew what he was asking, but I was supposed to be a reckless teenager. I don't think that there are too many teens out there that could act calmly in this situation, even without knowing what had happened earlier that morning. I admit that I was maybe being a bit of a beach, but you, my friend was shot. If you feed me and you're not a hero, you're my friend. Do you think that I would come here to robe the man? Or do you think I had something to do with this?" I asked, crossing my arms when I heard the soft tapping of feet behind me. Turning, I saw that Eraserhead was standing there. After seeing Eraserhead, the detective let me go, saying that he just wanted the facts. At least that's what I thought was happening. The next thing I know is that I was being dragged off by Eraserhead. He looked mad and I didn't know why. It wasn't like I had done anything wrong. He stopped outside a hotel. I looked at it, then glared at him. "Go get all that blood off you." I'll take you to get new clothes after, and then I want you to answer questions down at the station. If you tell the truth, I'll buy you some food, he said, walking away but not looking away from me. I glared at him as I walked into the hotel. It was expensive and I decided that he would be paying me back for this. Did he think that I could afford this? I stopped looking back to the cashier, then turned and walked out. I walked for a little until I heard him. It's too expensive, so I left, I said, looking up to the top of the fence. There he stood with what looked like bags of clothing. I'll pay to go back, he said, but I didn't move. I knew that this was going to be the wrong move, but I was covered in the blood of a man that risked his job to help me. Not only that, but was shot at that same job when the fucker could have probably taken it without much problem. You know what, I take back what I said earlier. Now I'm said, and oh, was I going to get my revenge. There was no effing way that this fucker was going to get away from me. I have been hunting people far too long and with far less information to be shown up by some street punk. He was going to get it, and I was going to make sure that he pays back every last penny. That old man will never have to worry about medical bills. Kid, I know that you're angry, but we'll catch the person behind this soon. If you want to help, then tell us what you know, Eraserhead said, and I realized that I must have said something wrong. I have told you what I know. The person was tall, probably 6 feet. He was 6 feet 5 inches, I can tell that, but I wanted to find him first. He had his hood up, so I don't know much else. I know that he was smiling, I growled. I'm sure that I was looking more feral as I spoke. There was no fing way that I was going to let them get my new SLV first. Oh, the doctor was going to have a field day with him after I turn him over. Sila, kid? Okay, change and we'll get you some food. Be careful because we don't know if he saw you or not, Eraserhead said, handing over the bags of clothing. I took them with a small thank you and turned back to my path. I made sure to take as many turns as possible before making it to the gym. They had showers that I could use and a spare set of clothing for me. I'll change into that and leave the bags Eraserhead gave me here. Hey Dek, oh god, what happened? Mike yelled. He followed me to the showers asking about what happened, and I told him as we walked. Once I opened my locker, he left me alone for a bit. I had chosen my locker in the back for a reason. Everyone that was a part of the gym knew not to come in if I was changing. Partly because if I saw them, I would challenge them over and over again in the ring. I wouldn't let them back down without losing face. If I didn't see you, then you wouldn't want to look at me the same again. Which would let me know that you saw, and the first thing would happen. It was perfect to keep people out of my space, and it helped change their mind if they thought that I was some weak kid getting abused. I let the cold water wash over me. I wasn't some a-hole that would use all the hot water. I preferred to have cold water anyway. That all the doctor would let me have if I even had a shower. I didn't care about the hot or cold of my shower. Then again, I'm so used to cold showers and a time limit that I don't think that I've had a hot shower. Maybe I should try it sometime. I took a deep breath and got out of the shower and changed quickly. I walked out of the changing room and took the back door. From there took a long and winding path where I passed my house a few times. Once I entered my home, I changed into my work uniform before contacting a few clients. I shared information about the man that I knew about. I also called a few other people to find the man that did this. I didn't have to give them information and paid for it with my father's card. He gave both Tamura and me one after we started weaving our web, as he called it. After the calls, I had options. I knew where he wasn't and where the villain was likely to be. I could get 2 hours of sleep or just deal with being tired tomorrow and find that villain. I was already home, so getting some sleep was better than none. After a 2-hour sleep, I got up and grabbed my mask and then started to search the area where I last saw the man and the direction that he was running. I knew that once you commit a crime like that, the adrenal will make most criminals go back for seconds. It took me a few hours of wandering around through the streets. I didn't have my mask on yet. I was just another face in the crowd. I weaved through people and looked for the man. It wasn't hard to find him trying to buy a flat-screen TV in a pawn shop. I suspect that he had just sold all the things that he had taken. It made sense, but he didn't have enough money to get the flat screen yet. I heard the pawn shop owners say that he was short a few $100s. That meant that he was going to steal more soon. I wonder how much he had stolen from to get where he was. I had to act fast or he would be hurting someone else. He left the pawn shop and started down back alleys. I followed until there wasn't anyone around before I spoke. Wow, already trying to buy stuff with the stolen money? Got to say, not the smartest move, I said from behind him as he left the store. Really, why didn't he just steal it as he had from the old man? This was a pathetic waste of space to be killed by. If I was the old man, I would have been set off. He wiped around and looked shocked to see me. I guess that he thought I was a hero or a cop. Too bad for him, I was much worse than that. Look, kid, get lost, he said, smirking after seeing that it was just me. God, am I going to enjoy this? I smiled but didn't move away from him. My hood was up and I couldn't hear anyone around. However, that could change in the blink of an eye. If I wanted to keep Eraserhead and the cops off my trail, then I needed to move this elsewhere. I will once you pay for the medical bills for the old man that you shot, I said, wanting to laugh at his angry look. Scary looks have long since lost their effect on me. You try living with my father. He only has a resting "I dare you" face on. There have been many lessons that I have learned over the years. The number one was that he was in charge, and you do not question any orders that he gives you. I said, get lost. He raised a hand to what looked like a gun on his hip. I only raised an eyebrow at him. Did he want to shoot another person? Could he handy that? Oh, wait, this a-hole was the one that killed an old man and smiled about it. The old man didn't even do anything to deserve it. This was ridiculous, and I still needed him to pay the old man back for the medical bills. I guess that I'll just have to force him to cooperate with me. This was how I was going to pay back the favor that I owed him. Nah, I replied, smirk resting on my face. Not moving from where I stood. But tell you what, let's go to that alley where heroes are less likely to step in, I said, shrugging at the alley on the other side of the TV shop. He smirked at me and started in the direction. I followed him quietly as we walked toward the alley. This will be fun, he mumbled before adding, to put a kid in his place. God, what is this? Are we in the most cliché movie ever? Is that how he thinks people talk? Once we got out of sight, he did a few air punches. He was trying to show off something, but I couldn't tell what it was. He just looked like an idiot. Dude? That's such a cliché, I said, not wanting to hide how disappointed I was in him. He just turned around at a speed and tried to stab me. Really? I asked before grabbing his hand and pinning it behind him. The knife fell from his fingers and hit the floor. I'm sure that this has worked for other people before. Too bad that it didn't work on me. Knocking him out from there didn't take long. From there I called the man that I was working with. He and I had some differences in opinion, but otherwise, we got along. He hated most people and I agreed to let him take my quirks if I didn't need them. He and I had an agreement that once Tamura took over for my father and the world was in the chaos of his making, I would become a test subject. It wasn't like I hadn't done it before. He sounded surprised to hear from me. I spent a little catching him up on what was happening. He sounded annoyed with having to wait longer for a good test subject. Once I got to why I was calling him, he sounded interested. I told him that I wanted every penny from the man, but otherwise, he there to do what they want with. I had already told him about doing the cleanup for him when he was done. Talking to one of his subordinates before was annoying. They didn't pass along the message that I called. While waiting for the person that was going to pick him up, the idiot woke up. He started to struggle against the binds. I was about to knock him out again, but then decided that he should probably stay awake. I wanted him to know just how badly he had messed up. This was the last time he would get to see the world around him. It didn't take long for the man to arrive as I kept us hidden from the people that passed by. He looked at the man and seared before turning to me. I didn't reach out to touch him because I knew better. Not that I would have even if I didn't know better. I was the only one to get on this man's good side. He hated Tamura but was smart enough to not say anything. While my father saw the man as lesser than him. Father didn't pay much attention to thoughts be viewed as lower than him. How much does he owe you? He asked, and I knew that he had his ideas for the man. The man struggled harder and was trying to talk over the GG that I had placed in his mouth. We were ignoring him though. I had estimated that the medical bills would be around $65,000, so I rounded the number up to $70,000 and letting my partner collect for me. At the number, the attempts to scream increased from the man. After all, everything that man made from here on out would be mine. I would collect when he called me to. I knew that my business partner would only want him for a little while. Once his usefulness was over, then I would take care of the cleanup. By clean up, I mean that I would be giving him over to the doctor. in whatever shape he was in. It didn't take as long as I thought that it would finish the deal. I ended up back home fast enough to get an hour of sleep. Which wasn't great, but whatever. I've gone on less before. Getting up that morning was hard but doable. I managed to walk to the library in no time. I took the short path to school. Wait, when did I eat last? I muttered as I realized the days have changed. How long was I looking for the man? Grabbing my phone, I saw that 2 days had passed and I didn't know. How didn't I realize that the days had changed? I missed a dance class and the heroes at the library. Well, not dance class since yesterday was Ms. Dunn's day off. They take 1 day a week and spend it together. That's not a good kid, a voice said behind me. I didn't hear anyone walk over to me. I jumped a bit and wiped around to see a hero standing behind me. When the heck did Eraserhead get behind me? Was I too busy to realize that he was there? You scared of me, I said with a hand on my chest. I guess that I'm more tired than I thought I was. I should go to sleep once I get home. Maybe I should just help Ms. Dunn teach a class or two. Come once, he said, walking away from the library. I had just got here and he was already taking me away. Was I found out? Did he want to take me to the police station? What was going on? Where are we going? I asked, not moving quite yet. I still needed to give this coffee to Grace before I left anyway. If worse came to it, she would take me to the back. She would fight them off for a while. It would give me enough time to run. I'm taking you to go get something to eat, he said, turning to look back at me. He was a confusing person. Wasn't he going to arrest me? Nizu wanted to question me, but that didn't mean that this was going to be a good thing. Let me go and give this to Grace, then we can go, I said, turning and running inside. There I thanked Grace and apologized for not being here yesterday. I told her I wouldn't be staying for the morning either. She looked at me before once I got back outside. Eraserhead was waiting for me while he tapped away on his phone. He looked like I felt. Okay, I'm here, I said, jogging up to him. I can feel you judging me. Look, a free meal is a free meal. Food is great and I love eating new stuff. Not that I could show it very much. After all, I couldn't deal with that stuff. Besides, if Tamura found out, or the doctor, well, let's just say that they would make sure to ruin that for me. Eraserhead ended up taking me to dinner. It was called Ultra Pancake House, whatever that means. Walking in, there was quite a lot of older people around than there was anyone else. I can already hear the complaints about a kid ditching school and a man hanging out. This wasn't going to look good on his hero resume. Hey, on second thought, I'll just go to the convenience store, I said, backing up a bit. However, Eraserhead grabbed my arm and followed the waitress to a table. After looking over the menu, I saw how expensive everything was. $15 for some pancakes? What were they putting in them? Was it Coke or gold? Or was it some other drag that was put in them? Why did they need to be so expensive? What are you ordering? He asked after looking over his menu. I looked up at him. This was too much. What if this was a test? Then I should tread lightly. He likely wanted to talk about something that I didn't want to have a part in. Did he want to ask me where I was? Or maybe he wanted to know why the man that we were looking for was missing from everything. Or was he watching me make the triad? No, my partner was overconscious and wouldn't come near me if it wasn't safe. He doesn't trust me and I don't trust him, not anyway. I'm going to get water and the soup special, I said, closing the menu. I could see the pancakes and wondered if they were good for that price. Look, it might be free food for me, but that doesn't mean that it's easy to earn money. Heck, I haven't made the money that I had easily. I only had the card from father so that I can buy things to help on missions. I have to write a report on what I buy and why. I have to tell him the whole plan. Because of the tediousness of writing the report, I usually left it alone. Taking money from targets and hiding it was much easier. Any reason? He asked, looking at me. I could tell that he was going to say something about the price of what I was ordering, but the waitress walked over. I looked down at the table and away from his prying eyes. What can I get for you guys? She asked with a forced smile on her face. She looked ready to drop if her shifting from foot to foot told him anything. He felt bad for her, to have to keep standing up. If this was any other day, he might have just ordered to go so that she didn't have to worry about him. I want a coffee and strawberry crepes. He's having water with the pancake special, Eraserhead said, smirking at me as he knew. What the heck, man, I can order on my own. Plus, that was one of the most expensive dishes. If he doesn't watch it, he's going to go bankrupt. After she left the table to put our order in, I looked at him harder. How much did Heroes make? Thanks for the meal, I said. It was the right thing to say when someone pays for your meal. Though what I wanted to yell at him was, what are you doing spending all your money on a kid that you don't even know? But that would be rude, wouldn't it? If only getting along with people was easier. Plus it would make him look even sketchier than he had earlier. Then again, maybe getting him a rumor like that would get him to back off. Relax, was all he answered back. Just like that, we spent the rest of the time in silence. It was strange, to say the least. Eating with a hero while it being okay with father. This all screamed of a trick that there was no relaxing. It would be like eating across from a murder. It was wrong and you knew it. All that was happening was you waiting for him to snap and kill you on the spot. So, kid, why did you disappear yesterday? You also didn't tell me that you were helping keep the man alive either, just that you were behind the counter, he said, looking at me from across the table. He looked worried? About something. Why did he care what I was doing? It's not like I was his son or something. He wasn't in charge of keeping me alive or safe. In fact, I'm a villain, so I was the last person to be worried about. Is that what you heard? I asked, being defiant. That must be the reason that he asked me to come here. The free meal isn't free, which is just sad. I sighed and turned my attention back to the table. I didn't have anything left to say. Yes, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Tell about the book you are reading at the library, he said, changing subjects, which is confusing. Didn't he want to ask me questions about why I was there? Or where I had gone? Was being a hero this easy? Because I could do that without issue. I wouldn't ask questions that I didn't want the answer to. I'm reading You Are a Ghost, please sign here. It's the second book in the series and I like it, I said, slowly testing the waters a bit. This was a trap, right? But what would he gain from asking me that? It's not like me having certain reading material was a bad thing. I didn't read anything too sappy or unrealistic. Okay, unrealistic was my favorite thing about books. It still didn't make any sense. There was no double meaning to what I read. In fact, I tend to stay away from the things that were too strange. Then again, I have seen people walk into the library, look around and leave without grabbing anything or reading anything. They were truly strange people that did that. At first, I thought that they were just looking for something particular, but then I saw one come in to take a selfie and leave. It only got worse after the Pokemon game come out. I say that, but I played it as well. Tamura had me download the game so that he could crush me. The thing is that he never leaves the house. When he does, it's rare and usually only for missions. Not a time that you can slack off. At least not if you don't want to die. While I leave every day for hours. He destroyed his phone after seeing how strong my Pokemon were. It was almost funny if I didn't get in trouble and have to pay for the phone that he broke. I got off topic here. Team Mystic. On the other hand, I wasn't told to watch out for mind games with Eraserhead. Just the normal attempts to get information. If I remember the stats right, he was smart but just higher than average, not all that outstanding. The hero that entered at the same time that I should watch out for was Present Mike. Apparently he was really smart, but Father and Tamura wouldn't tell me why. I wasn't allowed to listen or read anything that had to do with heroes unless it was for a mission. He was strong though, so I had to watch out. He's not Nizu, so I doubt that he can play that game. I don't get it. What was the first book about? He asked after the waitress gave us our drinks. He didn't smile, just thanked her and ignored her. I smiled and thanked her before taking a sip from my water. This was a bad idea. It's so uncomfortable to sit here across from Eraserhead. If Tamura's same, he would be furious. He would probably turn Eraserhead into dust. It's about a guy who dies in a very strange town. He invited a serial killer into his home and talks to him. He even offered him coffee. They talked about how the earlier killer chose such an honorable profession. They have a nice chat before the killer says that he is got to go. Then he gets killed and goes to the bureaucratic office for the universe. There he has to sign documents about understanding that he's dead. He thinks they are trying to steal his house because he has heard about scammers on the TV. So he refuses to sign, I said, almost regretting talking so much. No one has asked me about books before, other than Grace, that is. The two of us spent hours talking after I finish a series. I still think that she's the only person that I have talked so much with. Even then, it was never over eating food. I wouldn't let her buy me food because I knew how much she was making and it wasn't nearly enough. He sounds like a strange man. Why do they talk about how serial killing is an honorable job? He asked, and I felt a little pang of excitement that he asked. I wouldn't let it show or act on it though. He asked a question, so I will answer. It was harmless questions anyway. Well, he lives in this backward city where things are different. Like the fire department is a group of people that go around starting fires, I said, hoping that the food would be here soon so that we can stop talking. It wasn't that I didn't want to talk about books. It was just weird to get along with heroes. I was supposed to hate them and want nothing to do with them. This was already strange enough as it was. I see, well, I will have to check it out later, he said, sipping his coffee. I looked at him in shock. He wanted to read a book that I like, but why? Grace had always read the books before me after I had a panic attack after reading one that had tortured in it. After that, she screened them beforehand to make sure that nothing would set me off. It wasn't like I couldn't watch the doctor, father, or Tamura work. I think that it had more to do with getting to know the character and being there with them. I had hidden in the vents until I could calm down. It was scary for her to later find me climbing out of the vents. She told me that she never wanted that horror again and that then we could talk about the books together. I would have laughed if I hadn't been shaking. Panic attacks were never fun and I tried to hide them from Tamura and the doctor. They both didn't really believe in mental health. The doctor would use it as a reason that someone had to die. He would say, so that kind of thing stays out of the gene pool, while smiling. Tamura just didn't think that it was a real thing, rather than a character trait that the person chose. It made me feel better knowing that I wasn't going to be in trouble for having one. I still hide when it happens, but that was something that would never change. Why? I asked. I've been called lots of things over the years. Discreet was rare and never when asking questions. Only begs the question as to why I should be trying to deceive the heroes. Was this a test from Father to make me learn how to break people? If so, I'm not sure that I'm going to be okay. I was just a weapon that was to be used. I never had to lie about what I was before. Because you talked about it and said that you liked it a lot. I can read the book and see if I like it too, or if it's as good as you say, he said, looking at his coffee cup while looking relaxed as could be. I wanted to tell him that he didn't have to read it. That I didn't need his approval to know that the book is amazing. If he didn't like it, then that was his own fault, not mine. I glared at him a little and he glared back. Also, then we can talk more about it, he said as the lady walked over to us. Thankfully the food arrived and that was the end of that. I looked down at my plant and almost lost my mind. The plate was huge and it looked like enough pancakes for 6, no, a dozen people. He didn't even blink as at the amount of food that had arrived. He just got a refill on coffee. So tell me, what got you into dance? He asked as he picked up his fork. He was cutting into his food. He didn't seem to be bothered. This was strange and I'm not sure what to say about it. Well, a person that's like my older brother made a joke about dancing and I thought it was a good idea, I said, skirting around the truth a bit. Tamura was my brother and he did suggest it. However, he suggested it to Father and not to me. Father decided that he wanted me to do it. I didn't really like it until a few months had passed. It was like everything I was told to do. I had to be the best and learn everything faster than others or face the consequences. I see. Why did you choose to go to that dance studio? He asked, taking a bite of his food. But he had a point. Why did I join that studio? It's not like it was the closest one. It was just the one that Father told me to go to. Maybe they owed my father a favor or something. I don't know, I said, looking at the food. I had yet to take a bit of the food in front of me. He noticed this and told me to eat. He had won this round of questions. Is that what he wanted? Did he want to stump me? Or was he trying to find inconsistencies in my story? What was the game he was playing? I don't understand thing, man. I almost wish that I was talking to Nizu then, at least I would know what he wanted. It didn't take long to finish half the meal. It was really good, but the plate was too big. I couldn't eat all of it even if I wanted to. I felt bad about not finishing it. After all, food can go bad faster when I don't have anywhere to really put it. My kitchen was only half ready and I didn't feel like fixing a microwave just to eat pancakes. Not when I could make my own with other things added to them. The owners are American, so the food proportions are large. Don't worry about finishing, we can take it with us. He said I could keep it. I didn't have anything to keep it safe. I didn't have any electricity at home. I don't want to follow him home just to have it later. That would be a terrible idea for me to do. I'm sure that the librarian wouldn't mind holding it in the faculty lounge for you," he said, seeming to realize that something was wrong. After a moment of thinking about the back room in the library that had a small fridge for the librarians. The problem was that the senators would be told to not throw everything left over. They would be asked to leave a note or text the head librarian to let her know what was left over. If there was anything, there would be a meeting about not leaving food in the fridge. I didn't really want her to get in trouble for me. He watched my face for a little, before saying, "If not her, maybe your dance teacher." "Why are you doing this?" I asked, wanting answers. I just met him a few days ago and have nothing to offer him. Father would never do this unless I was being useful. I hadn't been useful to the heroes. At least not that they are aware of. I didn't give them any answers when they ask about me, nor have I been kind to them. "You were hungry." He said it was the most obvious thing in the world. What were heroes doing? This was stupid. "Your heroes are weird," I said quietly, not wanting to draw attention to us. I know that it was the wrong thing to say. It was too late to take it back now that it was out in the open. "Are we?" he asked, looking at me. I decided not to answer that and just looked at the table next to us. It was empty, as most of the people were either living or finishing up. It was only open for the first half of the day. That explains why I never been here. It was too early for food. Plus, I was reading whatever book I came across by now. I was usually too excited to start a new book or continue reading to focus on eating. My love of food was lower on the list of things that were important to me. "I will have to take you to this cat cafe I know about. It's a bit far from here. We will have to take a train," he said, changing the subject. I was grateful to that change, to only tense at the fact he wants to take me on a train ride. This was a trap I need to leave. There was an exit a few feet away, but he had a capture weapon. If I made a run for it, could he catch me before I got out the door? He added after seeing my face change, "Not today, but in the future." I nodded at that. I wasn't sure what to do about this. I had just realized there was a problem with Father's plan. What if I start trusting the heroes? If I did that, then they could use me against him. I would be useless and be put in the hole again, or worse, in the room. If I went to the room again, then I would be broken. No, I can't trust the heroes. They were nothing but bad luck. I just had to remember that. It was too bad that I couldn't just run away from this. Not even for a little bit. What would I really do though? Join another library and talk to Ms. Dunn about pausing classes? It wouldn't matter because I can't let the heroes win. If I did, then the father would find me and fix whatever it was that broke. Tonight after classes, I would just go and fix up my new home. Maybe I could try to gain the trust of the heroes a different way. One that would protect me from trusting them too much. It would have to be a hero that wouldn't be too kind to me and just treat me like other civilians. I knew just the hero to use for that. The question was, would any other hero care? Or would they even bat an eye before arresting me? Had I just gotten unlucky with the hero that I chose? I had just the idea to make it work. I would be on the wrong side of the law while not being a villain. It's not like it's that much different from what I normally do anyway. Eraserhead was walking to the library with me. I still haven't said anything since we left the restaurant. What could I say after seeing what the check came out to? I don't know what to say really. If I just suddenly disappear, then I could lose the ground that I have. Maybe I need to have other hobbies to break up the time so that they don't ask me about my past. At least then I could keep busy after everything that has happened today. Nizu wants you to join a remedial class. To catch you up on what you missed in school. Eraserhead said suddenly when we got to the library. I turned and looked at him confused. I wanted to say no, because who in their right mind would want to spend time with the mouse? Not to mention that it would be on his turf where he could do anything he wanted to. Why? I asked. Is this another thing to do with them being heroes? I feel like I'm asking why too often, but I can't trust them. They could be trying something. They could want me to get in a certain area before torturing me to tell them everything that I know. That must be it. They wanted to gain my trust to get me where they wanted. That makes sense. He thinks that it will help you. Once you're ready to start high school, he wants you to join UA. That being said, you have never been to school before. There's a lot of information that you will need to pass the entrance exam. Eraserhead says, looking at me. He was trying to read what I was thinking, but I was also trying to read him. He wasn't telling me to join, just informing me. If I didn't want to do it, I wonder what he would say about that. This could work in my favor to gain their trust, or work against me by making me vulnerable. I can arrange for there to be both breakfast and lunch given to you. Then either Nizu or I could take you to dinner. It would be the basic classes for the most part. You will be given a test in the first few days to see where you are in the system. Then you will be given classes on things you didn't pass. You don't have to start right away. He said he was trying to sweeten the deal. For me to join this class they want to set up. What do you get in return? I asked, not beating around the bush. What would be the point of pretending that there wasn't something they wanted to gain? Besides, it's not like they got my trust enough to even request this. What was Nizu thinking when he told Eraserhead to ask this? We keep you out of trouble and you get to learn things, he said, but based on his tone and the way he answered, he's saying that to make me less worried. He's just giving me part of the answer here. If I join this, then what happens? I asked, glaring at him. It wasn't as mean as the first one I gave him. I wasn't really mad at him, just confused and tired of this game already. I wasn't made for this. I was just supposed to be an in and out mission person. I could kill them in an hour. 2 if I had to make it look like an accident. Look, kid, there are no strings attached. It will be classes that all other kids your age are taking, give or take based on how you test. We are not going to make you do this, but we do think that you should, he said, looking at me both annoyed and mad. I didn't want to make him angry. Why is he angry anyway? None of this makes sense. They must be trying to gain my trust as I am. Have I already been found out? Did I give too much away when Nizu and I were playing? If I fail or back out, I will be in trouble. I have to stand my ground and keep going. If the heroes kill me, then that's fine. Okay, I said, feeling more confused and anxious about this than before. Was this what all heroes do? I'll let Nizu know that you agree to join us for teaching. In 3 weeks I'll pick you up here and take you to where you will be taking classes. Of course, we'll still share mornings here before you start, he said before walking away. What was he here for anyway? I watched as he left and wondered if I should call father about all of this. That would be a bad idea, because if I'm not caught yet, that could be the proof they need to take me down. However, having a father or Tamura explain why they were doing this would help a lot. Father, what should I do? I whispered before walking to Ms. Dunn's class, skipping the library once again. Once I got there, I saw that the Ms. Kim was there. She was much kinder than her counterpart. It was perfect for those that need a little bit more help. Where is Ms. Dunn? I asked, hoping to not distract her too much. She was busy helping a student. I wish there was a way to ask that didn't get in her way. Ms. Dunn has gone to watch naturals. 2 of her students made it and invited her to go and watch, the woman said, glancing at me over her shoulder before turning back to her student. Meaning that she wouldn't be back for the week. I turned around and walked away from the studio. I had a week and nothing to do. I guess I could go home and work on fixing the place up a bit. I needed to do it. I decided that it would work best if I stopped at the dump before returning home. Ms. Kim was nice, but I did better with her partner. She never took any offense to me not taking her classes. Usually, this would mean that I would spend half the day at the gym and the other half at the library. This year was different because of living alone. I also needed to find a way to make money. The walk to the dump wasn't too bad. I moved things around before finding a bag that I could use to transport things. I filled it to the brim where it almost wasn't closing. There were a few holes in the bottom, but that didn't bother me much. From there I ran home. I was going to run and find another dump because there was no way that dump was going to have enough. Not to mention that I was cleaning the beach up at this rate. If I remember correctly, there was another dumb beach a few train stations away from here. I wonder if it's really just one beach that happened to be long. That would make sense as to why there was so much trash. If it was 2 beaches, then people SCK. Today I got right to work in the bathroom. I wanted a shower. A real one where I can take my time. Not where I'm trying to get out fast so that no one could see my body. It would only be 10 minutes, but that was so much nicer than the scrub and dry that I was doing earlier. I was about halfway through making the pipes work when I realized that I didn't know how to do much more than I had. I got up and ran to the library to read up on everything that had to do with water. I stayed until closing time, which was midnight. It was open for a long time to help students that had papers to work on. I read everything I could get my hands on. I scanned the pages using both my analyze quirk and my mind quirk. By the time I left the library, I was ready to continue work in the bathroom. I ran back home to get to work. It took a few more hours to get it to work properly. A few tries that ended with water in my face or too much pressure. I had got it and my arms were killing me. Forget the gym, being a plumber and electrician was where the workout was at. I still had so much on my plate. I needed to make this house livable and stable in the next week. No exceptions or reasons for it to not go as planned. I stretched and walked over to my disinfecting area. There I was already creating a generator for electricity. I had learned to make 1 year ago. The doctor had said that using too much power would be bad because it left a paper trail. If you needed your base to work under the radar, you need to be ready for someone to be looking into what you were doing. There I got to work on the things that were ready to get work done on them. I took them out of the disinfectant to dry. I took the used disinfectant over to the ground level to dump it down a drain. I couldn't use mine because it was going to be a reusable source of water. I had it mostly ready, I just needed to make it filter now. I was going to get plants tomorrow and set up the natural filter. After that, I'll have plants for food, which will save me food. The sun was rising when I was halfway done with the generator. I knew that I had to be fast to the dump to get the materials to make the filter. I was also going to stop at a pet store and get the most filter too. I was spending a lot of money to get to a good point and I had no time at all. I grabbed the 3 bags and ran to the dumps and searched with Furry. I ended up with a few scrapes, and if it wasn't for my healing I could most definitely be in danger. Since I had that healing quirk, I didn't pay it much mind as I kept looking around. I found what I needed for the most part. I knew that I was going to have to buy a lot of stuff. It was lucky that I had been saving money for a long time. After dropping the items off, I walked to the library. It was going to be a nice relaxing time. I was going to read more and not work my butt off on making my home into a home. It was going to be a long-needed break. It was a lot easier to say that you were going to live off the grid than to live off the grid. I had so much work to do and was doing this all alone. At least if I was with... Never mind, I don't really know anyone that would have helped me. Tamura would sit there and complain about Wi-Fi. Father needed electricity to live now, so there's that. Kurojiri wouldn't talk to me, let alone work with me. The doctor had a fear of people. He would be locked up in another room making things for my father and Tamura to use. I was the tool, the weapon that was to be used then discarded. If I wasn't in use, then I would be set aside to await a time that I was needed. It just so happens that I breathe and speak. If I was like the Nomu, then I wouldn't be in this situation. It wasn't really a problem if I messed up, because if I fail I will be taken and fixed. It just happens that I didn't like the way that they fix me. I guess nothing really likes being fixed and changed to do something for someone else. Over the week I was able to really get my home up to date. I could shower and cook in my own home. I had a small garden that was in a green room. I put glass from the dump and got a sealer that kept water out to put it together. It took hours before it was done. It was also my favorite part of the home. You would walk straight from the deck door to the green room. Then again, it was hard to not do that as the whole deck was the green room. I got a bunch of plants that connect and had a sort of pond that held a few plants that helped with filtration. Sure, they weren't ready to be harvested, but that didn't matter to me. The only thing that connected with the city was the toilet. No offense to my plants, but I'm not that good at this where I could trust the water if I did. There was so much that I completed. I felt proud. Sure, the pond wasn't really all that big and was more like a fish tank without any fish, and the garden was new and I was still learning what to do with them. I didn't mind too much. I ended up with enough time to make a second generator and a bike system to make the electricity to keep the house running. That day I was excited to be reading the 3rd book in the You Are Dead Please Sign Here series. I had finished the 2nd book yesterday. It was still my favorite series with everything that I have read so far. Then again, the Grace said that next is Harry Potter, which was supposed to be really good too. I did see Eraserhead reading book 1 during the week. He even laughed a bit at some parts. I saw a man pick him up once that he looked happy with it. He showed the man the book and he nodded and took it. I'm not really sure what had happened there. I didn't really have time to think about it with how busy I was. I had too much to do and not enough time. Book 3 was amazing as it always was. I left without saying goodbye to Eraserhead. I still think that he cursed me somehow to know where I am. Since he always shows up even if I change the place that I sit. Hell, he even found the place in the vents that I liked to sit in on rainy days. Don't judge me, I like the way that rain smells and it would be a crime against humanity to open the window. The books would get ruined. He still found where I was and sat at the table where I could see him from my vent. He always had something to do with it when my life took a turn. Whether that was just being a hero or helping me clean up, I only did it when Grace was flooded with returns, or talking about the books that I liked. He got a membership at the gym and worked out with me sometimes. He was the only one that could really hold their own against me. It made it fun to spar with him in the ring and test out our limits. We would both be drenched in sweat by the end of it. The blonde man would sometimes show up and become the announcer during our spars. It was funny because he would make fun of Eraserhead while commenting. Eraserhead looked shocked when I asked who he was. Guess that I shouldn't have asked. I didn't get an answer, just turned away and said, "Never mind," then grabbed my things. Of course, today was different than those days. I was gonna walk home and eat something before going to the gym when it happened. There was still one day left before Ms. Dunn was back. I was lost in thought about if Eraserhead was going to join dance too. It would be hilarious if he did. I could only imagine what he would look like while trying to keep up with the kids. Though it didn't seem like that was his thing. I saw a boy with purple hair walking the same way. My eye drew to him and a sense of familiarity crashed over me, but I don't know him. I only knew two people with purple hair and both were older than me by quite a bit. I wonder where he lives? Wait, why do I care? It wasn't until then that I noticed the other kids following us. They were snickering and laughing. Their faces were the same as people that were ready to start a fight. I listened closely to what they were saying. The villain is walking this way. How much do you want to bet that we can beat him up before he uses his quirk on us? One said. The others laughed and started making suggestions about how to go about hurting the kid. Speeding up a bit, I wrapped my arms around the kid. "Bro, it's been a while, how's it going? Haven't seen you since forever." I was yelling loud enough for the kids to hear before lowering my voice. "Shoo and walk fast, we are being followed," I whispered, which seemed to shock him a bit. He looked a little mad before he saw my hand pointed at a mirror across the street showing the kids. It was in a waved-off gesture that would only get his attention. I knew that the kids were going to be caught off by me acting like the kid's friend. "Yeah, it has been a long time," he said awkwardly, like he wasn't used to talking to people. I kept my smile on my face, but I kind of felt bad for the kid. I wasn't that great at talking to people either, but that didn't mean that I couldn't fake it. I couldn't think about that right now though. I needed to get this kid out of here. Where should we go? Can he even keep up with me? Even if he can, how well do the bullies know the area? Will they catch up? I could get away by myself no problem, but that didn't mean the kid would be able to. "Dude, I know this place that has the best games. Are you free today?" I asked, hoping that he would hear the secret message. I wanted to know if he had to be home, because if he did, taking him anywhere would backfire. I honestly would be a bit restricted with what I could do for him if he said he had to go home. I guess I would lead him to an ally, then tell him to run. I would deal with the kids after he was gone. "Yeah, I'm free," he said, watching the kids through the windows. He had a worried look on his face. I wanted to say not to worry about it, but that would break cover. Why in the world am I getting all the undercover missions lately? It's not fair. I wasn't even all that good at these missions. From there I took him down a street, then down an alley, though an old store that didn't care about us being there. Before coming out on another street. I never let my arm fall from his shoulders. It was acting as a guide to making the kid go where I want and to keep his eyes in front of us. I didn't need him turning around to look at the kids. The kids were far enough back now that I could talk to the kid. "Nice job. Keep calm, and when we go down the next alley, climb up the fire escape fast. Wait for me on the roof, okay?" I said just as we turned down the alley. He ran for the ladder, climbing up about halfway. Wow, was he fast at climbing. I was going to give him a boost, but he didn't need it. I was walking fast to round the other corner of the alley, talking about how great this place was when the kids rounded the corner. They never looked up, just followed me. I started running after I was out of sight. It didn't take long to lose them. It took me all of 10 minutes to get the kids lost. I laughed at them from my perch, but then left. It didn't take me long to find the roof again. "Good job, kid. I said as I landed on the roof the kid was waiting on. I thought it would be faster to just roof jump my way back. It was easy and there was no way that those kids would see me. Thank you for doing that, he said before looking me over and looking annoyed. You're a kid too, you know. I laughed at him. If that's what he was mad about, then there was something to be said about him. I probably would have been mad about it too. At least at one point in my training, that is. Well, the person that's free today. What do you want to do? I can walk you home, or we could hang out or dash. I started when I felt someone watching me. Turning around I saw Eraserhead. That was another thing that he was doing. He was getting better at moving around without me hearing. I wonder how that was even possible. He was giving me a look that I couldn't tell what it meant. He was wearing his yellow goggles. It was surprising just how much of his face was in his eyes. Then again he was smirking at me. Was I in trouble? The kids saw him too because he was quiet. At least that means that I'm not going crazy and seeing a man that wasn't there. What are you doing here? I asked, annoyed. Can't I do anything without him showing up? He must have something to say about this. It wasn't my place to step in, but I did. This is how he caught me to begin with, so I should know better. The thing is that I really like sticking my nose into things that don't have to do with me. When I went back to the gym, but you weren't there. I checked the library, they said you didn't come back. I walked to the dance studio to find that you weren't there either. I thought you ran away from our spar, but to my surprise, you were helping a kid escape bullies, he said, sounding all smug about it. Did he just want to make fun of me? I thought heroes were supposed to save people. I was doing his job, he should be worried about it. Like I was scared of a spar between us. Tamura hits worse than he sneezes. I was going to get back at him by ignoring him. I bet he didn't see that coming, not from me anyway. Name? I asked the kind in front of me. He looked back and forth between the two of us. I didn't look back at Eraserhead though. Shinso Hitoshi, he said, looking at the floor. Wait, I know that name. This must be his kid then. I hated him, but father thinks that he wants his Quirk. I can't clean up until he messes up. I wonder if I could get Eraserhead to play into my hands. If this worked, it would hit 3 birds with 1 stone. What do you want us to do, a hero? I asked, looking back at Eraserhead, who shrugged and suggested that we tell his school about the bullying. Lame, why don't you vent, kiddo? I said before sitting down. I had plenty of time and this was part of the thing that was going to play into my hands. If Eraserhead knew what was happening, then I could take Hitoshi and make Shinso angry. But start with how you got that bruise, I said, giving him a soft smile. Just you wait for Shin, so I was going to get your son and there won't be a DMN thing you can do about it. It took a little and his first story was about falling. I told him not to lie and just tell the truth. He told us about bullying that was happening. It was only after I told him that while the story was somewhat true, that wasn't how he got that bruise. He was quiet for a long time after that, but finally started talking. It wasn't too bad though. Yeah, his father hit him every now and then. But that wasn't too bad. Then again, he wasn't supposed to be a weapon / he was just a kid that was supposed to live to the best of his ability. He was doing a DMN good job at it too. He looked a little thin but otherwise was healthy. I glanced at Eraserhead to see what he was thinking. His smirk was gone and he looked mad. I guess that was the normal response to this kind of thing. I looked back at Hitoshi before speaking. Look, Hitoshi will do what you want. Ignore this person is even here, I said, jumping up. I held out my hand to him. He looked a little surprised at me. He looked between the two of us again before grabbing my hand. I could feel Eraserhead rolled his eyes at me. I turned and stuck my tongue out at him. He had the audacity to stick his tongue out back at me. Kid, what are you going to do? He asked while looking like he was playing on his phone. In truth, I knew that he wasn't playing but texting the people that were needed to get Hitoshi away. He played the man that didn't care about anything well, but not good enough to fool me. It would be hard to tell me that Eraserhead didn't take his job seriously when he spent 3 days just trying to get me to sit next to him. The man was nothing but determined. He would be annoying if he looked for my father. I think that we would have to kill him before he got too close. Wanna run away from him? Asked the kid. He looked taken back that I would even suggest such a thing. The Hitoshi I know had a bad anger problem. He had tried to snap at both me and Tamura once. I had to put in the ground twice to protect Tamura. Not that Tamura couldn't handle himself, but that didn't mean that father would forgive me if I let him get hurt. What? He almost screamed, but his voice broke halfway through it. I stared at him and his face lit up to read. I was going to laugh, but that would be rude. It's never happened to me, but Tamura's voice wouldn't stop breaking a few years back. Then again, I don't. I guess I do talk a lot now. I didn't realize that I was talking so much these days. It was just easy for me now compared to before. I can heal you and let you go back, or I can heal you and adopt you, I said, not knowing what was going on. But if his quirk was what I was thinking, I needed him on our side. I could help him get into UA, but from there would depend on how good of a job I do. If I'm a good teacher, then he will do what he wants. I don't know what I want him to do. I was never in charge of making decisions before. Not decisions like this, that is. Father would tell me to kill someone and I had the choice of how sometimes. Other times he was specific in how he wanted me to go about it. If Father finds out that I didn't convert him, I will be in trouble. However, it's not like he will be able to stop his father. Not where he is, and if he and I get along, it might be like overhaul. I could rely on him for help when I need something done but don't have the time. The question is, do I even want Hitoshi to live like me? Do I want him to see the world in such colors that they don't make sense? Would I be destroying his life? You have a healing quirk? Eraserhead asked quietly behind me. I didn't acknowledge him or what he was saying. I was too busy watching Hitoshi weigh the options in his head. I knew that Eraserhead wasn't going to let it go, but that was a conversation for later. Okay, he said slowly, as if tasting the words in his mouth. I'll go with you. He must think that it can't be any worse than what he's already been through. Oh, how wrong he was, but it's not like he was going to get to know that. I turned to Eraserhead with a smile on my face. I was going to let the man follow us to Hitoshi's father. From there I'll see what Eraserhead would do. If he got Hitoshi out legally, then that was fine, but if he arrested him, then that was better. He's joining that class, by the way, I called behind us as I helped Hitoshi down from the roof. I heard a yaoi figured form behind us along with a ringing sound. He must be making a call. From there I took Hitoshi to his house where he got his stuff, and I had an interesting conversation with his father. I wouldn't be surprised if the but went and yelled at Tamura about this. I was kinda hoping that he would if he wasn't sitting in jail. After all, I can't have someone blowing my cover. Tamura would take care of that for me. That is if Eraserhead doesn't do what I think he will. Hitoshi, are you ready? I called the younger as the man in front of me looking set off. However, he knew better than to try and use his quirk on me. Last time he did that, I told him that if he did that again, then I would have his quirk while his head sat on a stick. I may or may not have been set off about his quirk usage on me. Hitoshi came out from his room with a duffel bag and was ready to leave. It didn't even look filled. I guess that the duffel meant that he was planning on running soon anyway. Bye, I said, wiggling my fingers at him as we left the apartment. Sure, I was antagonizing him, but it was fun watching his face turn red as he couldn't do a thing about it. It was kinda nice to see that, but again, if only to watch his shocked look as I took his son. Okay, so maybe I have hated him for a long time, but that doesn't mean that this was just for me. Hitoshi gets a place where he's not gonna be beaten up, and I get sweet, sweet revenge. It's a win-win here. I saw Eraserhead as we walked by a building. He was sitting on the roof looking at where we had just left. He had his phone in his hand and was talking smoothly. I could hear that he was giving a location and last name. He was listening to the police on the other side tell him about who Shinso was. I would have stayed to watch the show, but I have places to be and things to do. I left showing Hitoshi how to get to our home. Thank you, Hitoshi said when we're halfway home. I was carrying the duffel that was still too light for my taste. Sadly, my duffel is heavier than his. I don't even know how that's possible. Oh yeah, I had money that I stole from Targets. Don't thank me. I don't live in the best place, and I now have you wrapped up in some stuff that's not great, I said, wanting to stop and search the bag. What could he have in it that made it so light? If he had anything in it at all. I'm gonna need to go and get more stuff from the dump and the Goodwill. There was still so much that I needed to do around the house now that Hitoshi was joining me. I wonder if I can find another sleeping bag. It was really lucky when I found mine, but still. Maybe I can ask Eraser. No. I'm just going to pretend that I didn't just think that. Wrapped up in that hero? What was that about? He asked a little reluctantly. I could lie and keep him out of this, or I could try and bring him to my side. I still don't know what to do about this. I mean, it's not like he was all that needed after father gets his father's quirk. That didn't mean that it was smart to bring him into this without thinking. I'm playing a dangerous game that could get me or the heroes killed. I'll tell you about it one day. For now, just trust me. For now, if something happens and I say get down. For the love of everything that you hold dear, get down, I said, not stopping though I heard my voice harden a bit. I had time to decide what I'm gonna do with his trust. I can't tell him anything even if I was bringing him to our side, not yet anyway. I just have to keep going even if that means I work alone. At the very least he's stuck with me until the heroes can take. For that to happen he has to trust them and they have to trust him. I wonder if he will get to that point. If you say so, he said, following me closely. Why did I offer to help him? I could have just left him for Eraserhead. This is gonna bite me later, I just know it. I can't think of how they would react if I had brought him home with me a few years ago. They would probably take him to use it in the Nomu project. That's why I never took anyone home to help them join us. It's far too dangerous for normal people to be around me. I would just leave them if they were hiding unless I was told no witnesses. Then the youngest ones would be moved across the world while anyone over 15 would have to go. It wasn't something that I liked to do, but there wasn't anything for it. For now, I would do it while I can get away with it. So what do you want for dinner? I asked, opening the door for Hitoshi. He walked in looking more shocked at the place than when he first saw it. He looked a little annoyed with it or scared at what he got into. Though now that he was inside it was a different expression altogether. He looked surprised at the house that I made. True that only some things that I made, but that doesn't matter all that much. Is this really the place? He asked, ignoring my dinner question. Honestly, people these days. He was looking around the place with large eyes. It wasn't all that fancy. It was just something that I threw together in a rush. Father would be disappointed in me for putting this together and not being better. I might even get lessons on how to build a base in a few days better than this. I looked around feeling insecure about what I have made. I should have thought this through more and made it better. Yup, now dinner. What do you want to eat? I asked again. I was hungry and that meant that he was probably hungry too. I couldn't let him starve day one, could I? Eraserhead would be annoyed if I did. I wonder what he would say about my home? Would he be as surprised as Hitoshi is? Or would he just as disappointed as a father would be? Whatever is fine with me, he said, walking around a bit. I set his duffel next to mine. He walked out to my garden and I saw him looking at the tank. I was going to have to buy a bigger tank to handle 2 people. I would buy that later tomorrow. I would have to look at Hero Book and Hero List to see if there's any for sale. Then I will have to buy more water too. Oh well, it should be a fun project to do with him. Besides, helping maintain this place will help him if I have to leave. He can stay so that he doesn't have to start over. Well, start unpacking, I'll be back with some food, I called, walking out of the house. Today was quite busy even, but I like it when it's like that. It made forgetting that my father was waiting around every corner for me to fail easier. Maybe it wasn't him but Tamura or Kurojiri that was waiting in excitement to see how badly I will fail. I needed to get him something when I saw a grocery store. Maybe I should make him something instead of buying it? Would that make things better? I don't know how to take care of a person without them telling me how. Maybe I should call Kurojiri and ask him which is best. Though I doubt that he would answer. Hey, problem child number 1, Eraserhead called from behind me. Oh no, don't tell me he now knows where I live. I wasn't ready to show the heroes yet. I had to live there for a year at least. That way I knew the ins and outs of the place. I turned around and tried to relax. This was going to make or break me. Hey, Eraserhead, I said, cursing myself for not calling him a problem or something. He will know that something is up with me. I was usually much more confrontational with him than this. This was all happening too soon. What are you making that worried face for? He asked, standing still. Should I ask him? I mean, he has been feeding me recently. It's not like he wants to poison me, he had many chances to do so but hasn't. I highly doubt that he wants to kill Hitoshi either. I need to get Hitoshi dinner, I said in more of a face than asking him. If he gave advice then that would be nice, but if he didn't that would be okay too. It was up to him if he wanted to say something. Need help deciding what to eat? He asked, ping an eyebrow at me. Ping, yes, I think it's funny, I should have known that he was going to make me ask. Too bad for him that I was ready for it. More like wondering if I should cook something or pick up from the first fast food place I see. I bit back, showing that I don't need him. I was just giving an update on what was happening. He was now giving me a shocked look. "You can cook?" he asked, and it was my turn to look skeptical. Why wouldn't I know how to cook? I mean, come on, how did he think I was living until now? Rolling my eyes at him, yeah, who doesn't at my age? I saw the moment he looked away slightly. My eyes opened wider in realization. "Oh my God, you can't cook?" I yelled with a grin so wide that my face hurt. I couldn't believe that he didn't know how to. Okay, make something for him. He might not have had a home-cooked meal in a long time. "Just keep the leftovers for me tomorrow," he said, walking away from me. I guess I'm cooking then. However, that means that I will have to go and do some jobs. I can't go tomorrow because of that class. This was all falling apart. I guess worst case scenario, I could dip into my emergency cash. So I saved any cash from my targets that I could. That doesn't mean that I have a lot of money. Oh well, at least Hitoshi might relax a bit. "Hey, you still didn't tell me if you could cook or not," I yelled after him. He walked towards a store and I ran after him. Once there, I told him what to grab and told him what I was making. I'm sure to anyone it looked sweet, and my only regret is that Hitoshi and the blonde man weren't there. It was sweet. At the store, I bought ingredients for spaghetti and meatballs. The sauce would have mushrooms, zucchini, onions, and wherever bits of meat I didn't use for the meatballs. It was a simple dinner, but it was one of my favorite things to make. Tamura doesn't like spaghetti or anything that was so European. He prefers to have traditional Japanese food. However, my father prefers European food. Perhaps it's because he used to live there. It was a little expensive only because of the meat that goes into the dish. But watching Eraserhead take notes, oh, what I was doing was something. I even saw some other people taking notes too. It was funny that no one knew how to make this. It was easy and made a really good dish. I should at some point teach Hitoshi how to make pasta. I learned a lot from memorizing cookbooks and cooking for everyone. It was part of my job to keep them all fed. After I paid for half because Eraserhead said that I couldn't pay for all of it, I left and went home. I got home to see that Hitoshi had gone through and made himself at home. It looked like he took a shower and changed out of that school uniform. I would lend him my sleeping bag for a while until I can find another one. "I'm back with food. If you think you can wait a bit," I said, setting up the pots and pans that I thoroughly washed and decontaminated. I didn't pick them up from the dump though. I'm not that crazy, I got them from Goodwill. That doesn't mean that they are clean though. Okay, I might be a small bit of a clean freak. I just don't see a reason to get rid of pots and pans unless you're moving abroad, and even then, why? Just sell them like a normal human being. "So what are we eating?" he asked, walking up behind me and looking at the ingredients. He was lucky that I didn't attack him for walking behind me. It was something that even Eraserhead learned not to do. I don't like it, and I was currently in a long rant to Hitoshi about it. Getting behind someone was both good and bad depending on the experiences they have. Hitoshi has held up his hands in surrender with a small smile. I glared one last time at him before smiling. "I'm making spaghetti and meatballs, wanna help?" I asked, turning back to the ingredients. I had a smile on my face. This reminded me too much of that time, but I'm not thinking about that now. Too many bad memories and not nearly enough time to go over it before dinner. "Yeah," Hitoshi said, helping me by chopping up the ingredients. I kept it soft so that Hitoshi didn't think that he was doing anything wrong as he cut the vegetables. It was a lot faster than it would have been if I was doing it all by myself. In the end, it looked quite delicious if I do say so myself. Apparently I wasn't the only one that thought so, as Hitoshi ate every last bit in a matter of moments. I was almost shocked that he didn't just scoop up the plate and swallow it. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that's what he did. "I'm glad you liked it," I said after finishing my half of the meal. I watched him get up and get another plate full. Then do it again a few minutes later. It turns out that there would not be any leftovers. I would have to make it up to Eraserhead later. I wonder what his favorite dish is. Oh well, I'm sure that I will make it up to him eventually. "Well, help me clean up, then we can set you up to go to sleep," I said, grabbing the dishes from the table. Together they washed the dishes and then sat down. From there I partly shoved him into taking my sleeping bag. He wasn't happy at first, but after knowing that I was gonna be gone for part of the night, he agreed. He had asked some questions about where I was going and how long I was gonna be gone for. I told him it was a secret and he would know once he woke up tomorrow. He let it go after that, and I promised to be back before he woke up. Too much to do and not enough time to do them. I ran around the streets helping where I could. It was strange, I had now changed my whole life. I ran over to collect money from the man that was holding the SLV. He had made about 1/6 of what was needed. I then visited the old man that had gotten hurt and paid the bill for the next 2 months. He was asleep and I didn't want to wake him, but his wife was awake and thanked me. I waved her off, saying that I was repaying a favor to him. I ran to the dump with the bag on my back bouncing around. On the bright side, the bag was empty right now, so it didn't bother me too much. Getting to the dump, I started looking for a good thing. It took a little while to find what I was looking for. I was surprised that I even found it. I sometimes remember that we destroyed the beach by turning it into a dump. Eraserhead and I talked about it, and he found a book at the library that showed what it looked like before it was covered in trash. Maybe I'll make Hitoshi come clean it up while I'm at dance class. Then I can join him with Eraserhead. It would get cleaned up and I could find things better. Too many good things that I can hardly see any downside. In the meantime, I was going to start saving money again. Anything I earn at the pawn shop can go to feeding us and getting stuff for Hitoshi. By the time I finished at the dump, I had quite the haul. It would take time to fix up the pieces for selling. I would probably have to just SCK it up and get a new one. I was a little worried that he wouldn't like what I found. It was old and I remember seeing it before. It was an old music box that was too worn to sell again. It also didn't play music anymore, but I could fix that. I just didn't want to bother with it before. I walked into the apartment to see Hitoshi fully awake. "Hitoshi?" I asked, looking at him. Was he okay? Did something happen while I was gone? However, Hitoshi turned to look at me before relaxing. He must have been scared after I left. I felt bad for leaving him like this. I didn't want to scare the kid. Maybe I should have left him with Eraserhead. At least then I could tell that he was being taken care of. "You know you can call me Hitoshi," he said, rolling over so that he could hide his face. He wasn't looking at me, but I could hear his heart beating. When was the last time that I waited for someone to come home? I was helping the doctor when I was 4 years old. My father would tell me it was time for bed and I had to go. I wasn't allowed up after that. I would just have to wait wide awake until someone came to get me. I walked over and ran my hand through his hair. It was strange and I wasn't sure if it was helping. I had only seen it a few times when the doctor's family tried to calm the youngest down. It seemed to work, so I'm copying it. "It's okay, Hitoshi. Try to get some sleep at least," I said, and kept doing it. I was about to stop because it wasn't working when I heard his heart slow and his breathing grew heavy. Did he just fall asleep? I could never do that with someone over me. Well, that was okay, he was safe. I got up and took my haul to the deck. It didn't have a door to keep the sound out, but that was okay. It would help keep the heat in. Turning to get started on fixing up the things I got from the junk. I started with the music box. I had to break it open to get to the music thing. There I dumped the rest of it into disinfectant. I would be scrubbing it to death later. I worked on the metal music maker. Once it played without issue, I put it aside and worked on other things. I was busy all night as I got things ready to make the apartment more suitable for 2 people to live in. As I was scrubbing the music box clean, my thoughts ran to what to do with Hitoshi. Maybe if Hitoshi joined me, then the father would let him stay by my side. Tamura got to have followers. Maybe if I asked for just this one I could have him. Maybe I could talk to Tamura about keeping him around and acting as a helping hand. Then again, I was just a weapon that wasn't supposed to bring in new handlers home. That wasn't going to work out very well. It was just the tedious motion of scrubbing the box that made my mind wander to all the questions that I still had. I still didn't understand the heroes. I was talking more and smiling more with Eraserhead. I don't understand what was going on. It didn't take long before the sun was peeking over the horizon. The box was clean for the most part, and I don't think I'm going to get much else out of it. Putting the box back together was the last thing to do before waking Hitoshi up. I was about halfway through with. After sitting in the dump, it looked pretty good. I was happy with it and the ceramic base. I carefully put it together with the sealer. Stretching, I walked over to Hitoshi. I started to shake him awake while I said, Hitoshi, it's time to get up. I could see him stir a bit before he opened his eyes. I got up and walked over to my clothes, grabbing a shirt and briefs to change into. I would have to do laundry either tomorrow or the day after. I heard Hitoshi getting up behind me. I didn't give him too much attention right now. Everyone had their way of getting up in the morning. Yawning a bit, I looked to see if Hitoshi was ready. He looked about dead on his feet as I felt. "Here, the gift I told you about," said, handing the music box over. He looked surprised as he took it. He looked at me and I pointed at the handle to wind it up. He did, and the song was something that I knew. I didn't know what the name was because it was just a simple lullaby. It wasn't anything special or in-depth. It was the first song that came to mind when thinking of music boxes. Ordinary and useless, just perfect to throw away. After the song was over, I was ready to go. "Come on, we'll stop by a coffee shop on our way the meeting point," I said as we left the apartment. It was far too early for Hitoshi, that was obvious. He was looking like Eraserhead with the bags under his eyes. It wasn't long before both Hitoshi and I finished our coffees. I still hand on in my hand for Grace. After all, I haven't told her about any of this. The whole thing about adopting someone my age was already strange enough. I didn't need her yelling at him too much. I would have to show him where the middle school area was. He would have to teach himself for a while. When we arrived, Eraserhead was waiting inside with work as usual. I gave Grace her coffee and introduced her to Hitoshi. I didn't give him the last name because it wasn't necessary. I didn't have a last name and father never told me his name, so it can't be all that important. From there I grabbed the middle school books and handed them over. I didn't think about notebooks or something for him to write on. Eraserhead had thought ahead for me though. He had 3 notebooks with Hitoshi's name on them. There were also colored pens. "Hey, so about your leftovers?" "Hitoshi ate it all," I said as we walked over. Eraserhead wasn't annoyed, but his face is very misleading. Especially if you don't know how to read it yet. "Sorry, I didn't mean to," Hitoshi said, and Eraserhead just shrugged it off. He talked to Hitoshi about school and anything that he needed help with. It was weird seeing him act like a teacher. "Oh hey, by the way, I'll be dropping the 2 of you at the dumping beach. Start cleaning, will you? I'll join after my dance class," I said, smiling as both of them groaned. They didn't want to do it, but it would be a perfect time for them to get used to each other. That way I can hand him over if I need to. As much as I love Hitoshi, I don't think he can live by himself anytime soon. I wasn't going to take him if I could stand it. From there it was quiet, with Hitoshi asking questions now and then and Eraserhead helping. It didn't take long before the blonde man showed up. I checked the time to see that it was only he was never here this early. "Present Mike?" Hitoshi yelled, only to get shushed by Grace. I laughed a little as he apologized. "What's the present, Mike?" I asked, tilting my head to the side. Hitoshi looked shocked along with the blonde man. Eraserhead looked like he expected this. "That would be this man. He's a hero called Present Mike," Eraserhead said, pointing at the blonde man. "I guess that explains why I don't know him." "Oh, will he help clean up the beach?" I asked, ignoring him. I never talked to the man. Then again, he never talked to me. This was the closest that we have ever been to. I refused to count the times that he was announcing the spars with Eraserhead. "It's nice to meet you too," he said, but it was still loud. I kinda wanted to move away. "And to answer your question, of course, I'll help clean up the beach," I nodded and looked at Eraserhead. He just shrugged and turned back to his work. I watched Present Mike sit down and start helping Hitoshi. I wasn't if I trusted him yet. He was loud and I could hear his whole being like he was screaming at me. I don't really like that, but Hitoshi looked to be having fun. I knew that Eraserhead and the blonder Present Mike were fond of each other. I watched how they looked like a small family and wanted to leave. I shouldn't bother them. However, Eraserhead looked at me and stared. I couldn't leave with him watching, so I turned back to my book. After that, we left for the beach. I showed the way since I was the one that knew the way. The look on their faces was priceless. I wished that I had a camera to take a picture of it. Thankfully, Present Mike decided to take off of use and the beach behind it. I ran to class promising to bring drinks when I came back. I told Ms. Dunn that I was going to have to quit in 2 weeks because I was going to school. She was understanding as long as I showed up every month to catch up and dance with her students. I was excited to agree with that. It would make the transition easier for me. some kind of resemblance to my life before this. Cleaning the beach took more effort than I had thought. I kept going to dance classes and it was going great. Hitoshi and Eraserhead were forced to spend more time with each other. It wasn't as awkward as when we first started cleaning up. They could talk to each other without me. I was happy about that. I was exhausted most days because of the amount of work that I was doing. There was no time to complete everything, but that didn't mean that I wouldn't try my best. I was obsessed with doing what I could to keep my projects on the right paths. On the bright side, Hitoshi was getting stronger. He was also sleeping better at home now too. I hoped that I didn't have to leave too soon. Then again, father said that I would apply for high school, meaning I had a few years to help Hitoshi leave his shell. I knew that Eraserhead and Present Mike was helping him come out of his shell. If anything, they were making it easier for him. They taught us sign because Present Mike was hard of hearing. His quirk had quite the backlash. Then again, he seemed happy and I couldn't see it as a disadvantage. He was still strong and funny. He lived in light and I could tell that both Eraserhead and Hitoshi were jealous about it. They must have quite the respect for him. While I respect him, I'm not sure if I would say that he was my flavor. The beach cleanup was fun even if it was tiring. We laughed as he couldn't lift an old rope that was too heavy, then Present Mike walked over and lifted it with one hand. The look on his face was ridiculous. It took the 2 weeks that we had to just get it somewhat cleaned. I had plenty to sell and that made me happy. I had even sold something to the pawn show and got a nice payment in return. At this point I was on a first-name basis with the pawn shop. I got enough money to buy a large tank for our water. I was so excited about it. It was awkward carrying home, but it was more than worth it. Hitoshi tried to talk me into getting a fish for the tank. I had to explain that this is our water and we didn't want fish waste in our food. It took a bit more of telling him about the system that we had to realize why we couldn't have fish. I thought about how I could get that dream for him, but I wouldn't contaminate the water. It was the only water that we had. Sure, it wasn't a lot and a more experienced plumber would be able to do something. I was just not experienced enough to do that. With the extra water, it made our lives much easier. Hitoshi took hot showers for the most time. I didn't mind because it didn't matter to me. That being said, it would take a minute until the water was cold again. Before the extra water, we would have to pick and choose who got to shower. If we both showered, then we couldn't cook anything for that day. That being said, even though we have enough water, I would catch Hitoshi looking at the water. I knew that he was pretending that there was a fish inside the water. I felt bad about that, but there was nothing I could do about that. Now it was time for the schooling to begin. We walked to the library with coffees in our hands. We had one for Eraserhead and one for Grace. We started getting Eraserhead coffee after he looked like he was going to die of exhaustion. After that, it became a habit. Though over the 2 weeks they learned that I had a strength quirk. It was after I lifted a fridge that they found out. I have had the quirk for a long time, so I hardly remembered it. It was always activated, so I had to learn to be careful. It only took a few weeks before I was able to adjust the strength that I use without thinking. When we arrived at the library, there was a car waiting for us. Eraserhead and Nizu were standing next to it. It was just a plain black nondescriptive car. How many crimes have these two committed in this car? Probably none, because they were no fun. If it was just Eraserhead waiting, I would be more excited, but Nizu there, I could feel my skin crawl. I huffed, knowing that this was going to be a pain. Eraserhead I sort of trusted to not do anything stupid, but that doesn't expand to Nizu. The mouse didn't have a smidge of my trust. Then again, Nizu just has that kind of personality. He is a curious creature, and that was bad news for me. I couldn't let him get too close without blowing my cover. All his questions at trying to figure out what I was. It was like he looked at everyone like they were a puzzle that just needed to be put together. I wasn't handing him the pieces to uncover what the picture was. If he saw the picture, then it could mean that they would hurt Hitoshi. It would break my heart if they did, and that's exactly why they would do it. No, Eraserhead would never let them touch Hitoshi. He would probably even fight for me, while Nizu could fight and have a chance at winning. If he did win, then I would be in trouble. Go to them, I will be right back, I said, using the coffee to gesture to the two heroes. Hitoshi walked over to them and waited, most likely to start having an awkward conversation. He always had trouble talking when there was a new person around. With Nizu around, it would be hard for him to talk with Eraserhead. Hitoshi was standing closer to Eraserhead than Nizu. It was one of the good things about getting him near new people. He would learn to speak without issue. I would give it to Nizu. This plan of his was something special. He was going to try and make us feel safer and trust them more by expanding the people that we know. With so many people that were heroes on our side, it would make us feel like we could branch out a bit. What if we had a question that we didn't know how to bring it up with Eraserhead? Then there was someone else that we could bring it up with. Truly a smart plan. The only problem was that my father and the doctor also played with this plan. At the end of it, they would have the people that you trust most break you. It was cruel and always left the people involved broken and unresponsive. They were alive, but they were never going to be the same again. I walked up the stairs and into the library. I walked into the library and talked with Grace. She was happy for me and even congratulating me on finally getting into a school. She said that I could always come back to the library if they treated me poorly. She even went as far as to say that they can kiss her, but if they want to fight her about it. I laughed at her as she pulled me into a hug. It was a strange feeling, the bubble in my chest. I wished her luck in finding a coffee runner as good as I was. I was walking out the door when I heard a "come back to see me soon" echoed behind me. This was a weird thing to be so emotional about. It wasn't like I was leaving forever, but it felt like it. Shall we go? I asked, walking over to the heroes. Hitoshi looked like he wanted to say something about Grace. He decided to not say anything but nodded a yes to my question. He was still too scared to speak with Grace after only seeing her talk now and then. After that, I walked back to the car. They had already taken a seat inside the car. I felt the need to run away from this. This was all too close for comfort. I didn't want to deal with it. I wanted to go clean up the beach. No, I wanted to go home to father. That's what I was supposed to say. I wasn't supposed to yearn for anything. And yet the past few weeks were probably the best, if not a bit busy. I didn't let my want get in the way of opening the door and sitting next to Hitoshi. From there I watched the world pass through the windows. Something was wrong with me. I was breaking from whatever these heroes were doing to me. Hitoshi grabbed my arm to get my attention. I turned and smiled at him. The last thing I wanted was for him to get scared. The first day was testing and nothing but testing. I was expecting that, but by the look on Hitoshi's face, I should have told him. How else were they going to get an understanding of how our quirks and brains worked? It didn't take me long to finish the first couple of tests. They must have been for elementary school levels. Hitoshi looked more confident than he had earlier, which only proved my point of these tests being for elementary school students. Then tests got harder as we went through them. I think that we got halfway through middle school. I could only tell because that's when Hitoshi started taking longer to complete the tests. You both did wonderful for the first round of testing. We are going to take a gym break before going to the second part of the tests. Then it's lunch and the last test, Nizu said, looking a bit happier than he had before. He must be happy that I passed those tests. After all, I haven't ever had any real schooling. Father didn't care about teaching me much, but I did need to know how to read and write for my missions. The doctor was the one that decided that I would learn more than the basics. He said that he didn't want to work with an imbecile. Get dressed in these clothes. I will take you to the changing rooms, then to the gym that you will be training in, Eraserhead said. He had introduced himself as Aizawa when we arrived in our classroom. It was weird knowing his name now. I had been calling him Eraserhead for about a month now, and he had never corrected me. It would take too long to get used to calling him Aizawa and not Eraserhead. He and Nizu would be in charge of our teaching. Yes, sir, Hitoshi said, having gotten used to calling him Mr. Aizawa. It was strange that he made the jump so easily. Did he already know Eraserhead's name? If so, why had they not told me? We had been at the school for only 2 hours. I was going to be left behind at this rate. This was a good sign for the heroes that Hitoshi was so comfortable with them. That being said, that was both good and bad for me. On the one hand, they will let their guard down a bit. It will be hard on me because then he is less likely to come to our side. That also means that the longer that I can keep Hitoshi innocent to my mission, the easier it will be for me. He will be helping them drop their guard around me like they do with him. I don't want to use him if I can help it. Getting dressed around Hitoshi was always hard. I would have to dodge him as many times as I could. Now we are in a locker room and are supposed to get dressed next to each other. I ended up walking to the next row of lockers to change. Sure, it was only 2 lockers separating us, but that was much better than him seeing my body. Scars are a point of weakness. They showed where you were. Broken and stitched back together. Where someone can hurt you again. They were ugly and like large targets on my skin. I got dressed fast. I didn't spend more time than I needed to. I hated the scars as much as anyone else. You took too long getting changed, Eraserhead said, looking a bit annoyed at us. He didn't say that we had a time limit to getting dressed. I shrugged but didn't do anything more. Problem Child 1, you have both a healing quirk and a strength quirk, so you will be building muscle, Eraserhead said with a smirk that I would be worried about, but it was whatever. I wonder if I should tell him that I have more than just those 2. He then turned to Hitoshi. Problem Child 2, you will also be building strength and you will have to learn different methods of fighting against quirked people. Wait, why? I asked it, finally clicking that this was a strange gym class. Sure, I hear about gym class from a few sources, but I didn't have it. Fighting people didn't seem like a skill that gym should teach you, and if it did, then why were so many pathetically weak? So that he can fight villains as a hero, Eraserhead said, and I was even more confused but didn't question it anymore. I didn't want to seem like the idiot. I just didn't think to ask Hitoshi about what he wanted to be when he grew up. As I started the building muscle exercises, I got lost in my thoughts. Well, sorta lost in my thoughts. I was looking around the area looking for hiding places and openings to escape. I was searching for cameras and testing the boundaries of the walks before Eraserhead looked at me. If something happened and I needed out, I needed to know them. After working out for a bit, we were shown where to shower. It was a room connected to the locker room. Walking back to the classroom afterward wasn't hard. The tests were harder but still easy for me to complete. Hitoshi was looking more than a little confused towards the end of the test. He was on the other side of the room, making it impossible for us to copy. Not that he would, but that didn't mean that I didn't want to help. I couldn't help but feel a bit of pity for him. You both did well. Hitoshi, you are exactly where you are supposed to be. Catching up and being ready for the entrance exam will be easy for you. Izuki, you have passed all tests this round again, Nizu said as we were getting ready to go eat lunch. His smile this time was a bit strange. I hope that it isn't strange that I knew all the answers to the questions. He looked at us again with a sincere smile. Now it's time for lunch, he spoke. It was only noon. How could anyone eat at a time like this? That being said, the lunchroom will have other students in there at this moment in time. Tell us what you want to eat and we will get it from there for you, Eraserhead said, looking at the 2 of us. I looked at Hitoshi to decide for us. After all, it's not like I cared what we ate. He probably didn't care either. That being said, what do I even ask for? Katsudon please, he said, and I nodded my head in agreement. The teachers said that they understood and walked out of the room, leaving Hitoshi and me alone. I stood and walked over to him. I took the desk next to him and laid my head on the table. So, what do you think of this place? I asked, knowing that Nizu wouldn't leave us unattended for long. We were hardly ever alone here. It was only day 1 and I knew that it was going to grate on my nerves. Eraserhead was outside the locker room waiting for us at the gym class. It wasn't a big deal to me other than the constant watching making my skin itch. After all, they now have me where they want me. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't try to get every ounce of information from me that they could. About the school or being a hero? He asked, looking at me. Seems that I will have to use my story sooner than I would have liked, but that's fine. I still wanted to know about his thoughts on the school. Both? I said, not pushing. I was curious about both answers. Well, the school is nice and I think that I could grow to fit in here. I never thought I would have the chance to be a hero. Everyone says my quirk is villains. And they're right, it's my father's and he's a villain, he said, looking at the table. He didn't want to meet my eyes, which was fine, I guess. I knew that this was all a lot for him. I overturned his whole life. I walked over and ripped the ground and cut the sky to arrange it how I wanted to. He's adapted well, but that didn't mean much of anything when he didn't have a choice. I said, leaning back a little bit. Then Nizu and Eraserhead walked through the door. They were holding out for lunch and I changed subjects. I was treating them coldly, but not nearly as bad as I once had been. The 4 of us ate together and talked about the tests we have already taken. We were told to not feel bad if we couldn't answer the questions on the test. They were meant to be hard. I wasn't too worried about it. After all, learning about math and biology while also learning how to dissect a person was more than they would do here. I learned a lot from the doctor, but that didn't mean that I would get a passing grade. Nizu had a trick under his sleeve and I knew that it was going to be underhanded. He wanted to make me tell them everything without knowing. He wanted to make me tell them about everything. Something was off about this whole situation. Nizu wasn't going to let any chance go. Meanwhile, the teacher were watching Izuku look over the text carefully before starting. There was no way that he could know that more than half the questions were college level. Hitoshi was given some work and not the test. There was something wrong about Izuku and how he handled himself. Aizawa saw a few things that both Izuku and Hitoshi did that weren't normal. He had the paperwork to adopt Hitoshi already. He had Izuku's ready for weeks too. The moment that he can get them to trust him more, he was going to make them eat and sleep. No more about selling things to pawn shops or anything else. Just safe and sound where he could keep his eyes on them. Izuku was a puzzle that kept showing completely different puzzle pieces. He had never gone to school but got perfect grades on all the tests before this. Nizu wanted to throw him for a loop. He wanted to see just how smart that brain of his was. What they had not taken into account of Izuku sensing the test being rigged. How could he have known both Nizu and Aizawa kept a cool face when handing the tests out? Aizawa would tell Nizu that any time that the mouse asked him. Aizawa spent a month with these kids. He knew that Izuku was always on edge and didn't let it down. He knew that this game was going to be played between the two brains here. Izuku's versus Nizu, and if Nizu kept underestimating the kid, then he would keep losing. He heard from Hitoshi during their cleanup when along with that Izuku said it was a dangerous game he was playing. There were lives on the line and the only person that knew how dangerous this game was Izuku. All they could do was hope that the heroes won. I was looking over the questions and something was still screaming at me that something was wrong. I had read the questions twice and found nothing about my past or any red flags. Maybe it was the content of the questions, so I began answering them only to find out that the answers gave him a message. What were they playing at? I won't answer anymore. I put the paper on the other table in front of me. Crossing my arms above my chest, I looked them in the eye. I was annoyed at them for trying to break the false trust they thought I had in them. Maybe I would stay at Grace's tomorrow instead of coming to school. That might teach them a lesson in doing this again. Eraserhead walked over and asked if I was done. I didn't give him an answer, just glared. That seemed to make him sigh a bit before picking up my test and handing it back to Nizu. He went over the answers that I did do, before giving me a grade at the top. I most likely failed the test, which hurt a bit. Failing a test on knowledge burned at my pride a bit. I would not be willing to forgive them just yet. It might take a week before we are back to being where we were before the test. At least Grace will be fun to visit while I'm there. It seems that we messed up more than I had thought. I wasn't expecting him to get so angry with us. Well, not that angry at me, that is. His senses told him something was wrong and he trusted them. Which is good in any other situation. I would have given him full marks for that any other day. I didn't expect him to backtrack too quickly. All the progress that we had made in getting him to trust us was nothing again. He was more than willing to throw everything away without a thought. Nizu just ruined weeks of hard work and digging through the trash. He wouldn't say more than 3 words to us at the start of all of this. Until this test, he was at least talking to us. Even if all he said was usually more of comments than questions. He had only ever asked one question to me. Now though, he hasn't said anything and he's activated his quirk. His eyes change when using his quirk. It not healing and not strength but something else. He never told us what it was that made his eyes glow. I would have gotten mad about the quirk use in class, but that would have the opposite effect right now. Nizu messed up this time trying to trick the boy. He only needs to answer 2 questions before realizing what the questions were doing. I should have stopped Nizu, so I'm partly to blame. I wonder what he will do now. Will Hitoshi and he withdraw from these classes? Would he let it slide this time? Why did this kid have to be so hard to understand? Even after weeks of trying to get him to open up, all I could get from him was jokes and half-hearted conversations. It's not fair that he is such a problem child. Wait, I can fix things with them. I would wait until it was time to go. Hitoshi, Midoriya, you're coming over to my house. I was promised leftovers that I never saw, I said, getting a look from both Izuku and Nizu. Nizu was a bit shocked and asked if he could come. Izuku's was the one that worried me. It looked like he was giving me a warning. If he was an animal, he would be baring his teeth. If I hadn't been a hero for so many years, I would have backed down. It was a promise from him that he would make good on. Oh, sorry about that, Hitoshi said, realizing what I meant. He must not have been told in favor of getting him to eat more. I wasn't really angry, but that didn't mean that I didn't want to see what the kid could make. I was surprised to hear that he cooked. Forget the lesson that he gave about what he was cooking. It made me hungry for spaghetti all week after hearing about it. It's fine. I'm not angry, but how about you come over and we'll make something together? I can make sure you got more than one meal today, and I get to see if Problem Child can cook. 2 birds with 1 stone. I said, knowing that he wasn't going to back down, but that look didn't ease up a bit. If I could just fix the damage a bit, then it would be worth it. Sure, I was egging on Izuku, but he wouldn't likely take the bait otherwise. Izuku looked at Hitoshi for his answer to the request. Okay, that sounds good, Hitoshi said, either ignoring the tension or not noticing it. Honestly, it was probably the former. The kid just used to me. Izuku and I fought more often than I would like to admit. It wasn't normal fighting where we yell at each other, because that would take too much energy that neither of us had. No, our fights were mostly jabs at each other and silent treatment. Well, let's go to the grocery store. That way, if there's anything that you need for ingredients, it will be there, I said, still feeling uncomfortable about Izuku not saying anything yet. This was more than his usual silent treatment. It was like we were transferred back to the interrogation room. Just quiet and watching us, seeing every move that we made. It didn't change to the store or when we were walking through getting items. Compared to last time where Izuku told me what he was making and how to make it taste the best. He was just walking quietly and grabbing things from the shelves. He would whisper to Hitoshi. Then one of them would separate and disappear into the other alias. They would return with more things. He was grabbing quite a few spicy ingredients, but nothing that gave away what he was making. I guess that was the way he was going to get back at me. In the end, it was a bit expensive, but I wasn't allowed to look at the ingredients. He said, don't look once we were at the checkout. I did as I was told. I didn't invite Nizu, which might have gotten me a little point, but who knows how far that will take me. Maybe it wouldn't be an absolute torture for me. As soon as we got to my house, Izuku walked to the kitchen, still not saying anything. He kicked Hitoshi out of the kitchen, making me wonder if he was going to kill me with food. I knew that he wasn't going to kill me. At least not while Hitoshi was still around. That wouldn't do for Izuku. He kept Hitoshi in his mind at all times. Hitoshi walked over to where I saw standing in the doorway. What happened? He asked, looking at me. I knew that he would be mad about it after I told him, but he had a right to know why we would be dead later. At least why I was dead later, that is. Nizu made his last test different. He made it so that there was a hidden question within the answers of the others. Let's say that Midoriya wasn't happy about that trick. His test was basically useless, I said, looking into the kitchen where the other boy was. I was right in how Hitoshi would react. He wasn't happy with me and even scolded me a bit. He said tomorrow when he saw Nizu he was going to scold him too. I almost felt bad about that, but Nizu was the reason that we are in this mess. I suppose that getting a scolding was the least of Nizu's worries. What's the likelihood that we are going to die tonight? I asked. Hitoshi looked at me and rolled his eyes a bit. He was smirking but didn't say anything for a long moment. I guess that he was just thinking as we watched Izuku put something away in the fridge. He was cleaning up and making room in the kitchen. Invite present Mike over. It doesn't seem like it, but Izuku finds him conferring, he said with a shrug before walking to my couch. There he played with my cats. Though he said before adding under his breath, just not like you could hate what he makes even if you tried, just loud enough for me to hear. That was an interesting statement to make. I took out my phone and texted Hizashi to come over for dinner. I told him who was cooking. If I remember correctly, he didn't have hero work today. We watched and waited for Izuku to finish the dish he was making. Hizashi arrived and sat down with us and watched. Izuku was spinning around the kitchen faster than I thought. Soon enough he walked out with appealing dishes in his hands. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that he wasn't as mad as we thought. The thing was, there was one major difference between mine and the other 3 dishes that he set out at the table. Mine was redder, meaning he used that sriracha that we bought earlier. It was almost a shame at how appealing it looked and smelled. We began to eat in silence with everyone's eyes on me. I made eye contact with Izuku and he looked like he was daring me to bow out. I took a breath and bit down on my fork. I didn't even get to taste it as everything was set on fire. I had to keep eating though because if I stopped then the boy might not count that as good enough. I was about halfway through the dish when the heat stopped bothering me as much. I'm sure that I was crying out of pain. I was sure that I burned off my taste buds. He's fine. He just decided to gain back my trust by taking the punishment I gave. He will need some painkillers and a quick heal. Izuku told us not that I could see him anymore. I heard him get up from the table and open the fridge. Hizashi gave a quick okay and said something about getting a recovery girl. My mouth was still on fire to care that they were coming over. I felt my hand lift and get placed on a glass. I started to drink. The cold liquid felt like water after a year of nothing to drink. It was something and put out the fire. I guess you are in the clear for now. I'm not happy with you but I forgive you, he said reaching over and taking my plate. He placed another dish in front of me. It looked like yogurt that had mashed strawberries and blueberries in it. He began eating it the rest of my dish but wasn't having any problems that I was. I wasn't that weak against spicy food. Hitoshi stuck with his own meal. However, I could see him smiling a bit at me being forgiven. The recovery girl was at my apartment in a matter of moments. At least it seemed like that. Hizashi laughed at me before taking a bite of the super spice dish when Izuku offered it. Soon I had to erase his quirk to stop him from screaming. The recovery girl had another person to heal after that. Okay, sorry for making fun of you, he said, mouth still burning. Izuku smirked at that like that's what he wanted. I didn't give in, but if I had, I wonder what would have happened? Okay, you're better, but stick to colder foods for now, nothing too cold as to not shock your taste buds. As for you, young man, please no more of these dishes, recovery girl said looking at Izuku. Izuku didn't seem to care that much at being scolded. I won't if they don't try and tick me, he said taking the last bite of the devil dish. How was he ate that I won't ever know. The recovery girl gave a heavy sigh of someone who was beaten. Izuku got up and offered her a dish that was normal, even promising that it was to the recipe. She took the offer and sat down to eat. After I was done eating the yogurt, he got up and walked to the kitchen. When he walked back, he had an iced coffee in these hands that he had got at the store. He gave me the cold drink he got from the store. Did he suspect that I would stick it out? Or was he just doing that as a precaution? Why can't he be a normal kid and yell that he hated us or locked himself in his room? This kid gonna be the death of me, I just know it. It was only after Izuku got dessert that I realized that Hitoshi knew more about Izuku than I thought. They didn't know each other for a long time but were rarely apart. Izuku had 5 dishes at the table. The dish was fried ice cream. How he got that done in my kitchen was a surprise. I didn't even know that I had ice cream. Did he buy it at the store? I didn't see him do it. The dish. Rasta pasta. Cook pasta according to package instructions to al dente. Drain and set aside. Season chicken BRSTs all over with 1 tablespoon JRK seasoning and salt. In a large skillet over medium heat, heat 1 tablespoon oil. Cook chicken until golden and no longer pink, 8 minutes per side. Remove from pan and set aside to rest. Add remaining oil and cook peppers until mostly tender, 4 to 5 minutes. Add green onions and garlic and cook until fragrant, 1 minute. Season with remaining JRK seasoning. Add chicken stock and heavy cream and let simmer until thickened, 5 minutes. Slice chicken. Add Parmesan and stir until melted, then add pasta and chicken and toss until completely combined. Garnish with green onions and more Parmesan and serve. When Hitoshi and I returned home, we split up, do different things. It wasn't that we didn't like each other, but spending so much time together was awful. Hitoshi got to work on getting ready for bed, by getting his pajamas on and getting the sleeping bag ready. He liked to make sure that everything was in place. Sometimes he would take a nap before starting anything else. Then he started on the homework that Eraserhead gave us. He was such a diligent student that I was almost surprised. I would have been surprised if he didn't show off how hard he worked when given a task. I had finished mine as soon as I got it. I knew that he wasn't going to ask me for help and try to work through it by himself. He would say something about having to learn to do it by himself and trying to not rely on me too much. I understood and tried to keep my distance when he was doing things without me. I wasn't needed, and the sooner he got used to not having me around the better. If I was gone, he would have to do more than he was ready for. I have been teaching him how to care for the plants and the water system that we have. I know that he still thinks about having a fish or two in the water. I wonder if he would do that if I was gone? If he did, water for food would become more interesting in a job for him. Speaking of, I should try to find time to teach him to cook more. There was so much to teach to ensure his survival that I don't think that I have the time. I was lucky in knowing that Eraserhead would help pick up the slack if I have to leave before I get the chance to teach them to him. Homework was one thing that I didn't have to worry about with him. I, on the other hand, might have not realized that it was homework and tried to turn it in at the end of the class. That was a lot of fun to talk about. Eraserhead said that while it's good that I finished it so soon, it was supposed to go home with us as homework. He accepted it from me nonetheless, but it was still strange. I didn't even realize that homework was a thing that happened to people. I mean, sure, people were doing it in the library, but I had thought it was just working they didn't finish in the time they had to. I mean, there was no such thing as homework with the doctor. That is, unless you want to consider the missions as homework. I don't think that homework was supposed to deal with how to kill a man and make it look like a car crash, though. While I checked up on the things that I got from the dump a few nights ago, it was mostly some containers and a few knives. They weren't in the best condition still, but that was okay. The knives would take the most time just in sharpening them, but I didn't mind the hard work. It was the perfect time to think about other things. The disinfectant needed changing, but otherwise, it was doing great. It would only be another day before I could clean and sharpen the tools that I did find. Sending them to the pawn shop would be sad, but there was nothing I could do about that. I had gotten on the bike that powered the generator. While I was mostly stuck in my head, I began to pedal. It was going to be winter in a few months, and while I can survive without heat, I doubt that Hitoshi can. I was going to have to find a way around this. Sure, I wanted the generator to be solar-powered, but that was expensive. I didn't have the parts or knowledge to get it done. There was no way to keep it energized while having a heater. Not to mention that space heaters are expensive. I suppose that getting another generator would be the best option, but that didn't mean much if there was a heater running for most of the day. It was also just as expensive as just getting a heater. There were too many things to think about for the upcoming winter. Sure, by then, the greenhouse will be generating some heat. There is no way that it will be enough. We still had some holes in the walls that only had a few sheets between us and the outside. If I could, I would buy a bunch of wood to cover the holes along with some fleece blankets. That would keep the heat all winter. If we are talking about wants, though, I would also want a water tank so that we could put some fish into our makeshift water filter. Sure, I didn't see the appeal, but that didn't mean that I didn't want to give Hitoshi something. I wanted to help him and make his life easier. I didn't want him to have to learn things like I did. I didn't want to hurt him. I just wanted him to live, and I wanted to just not exist. I wanted to live somewhere and have no one and nothing bothers me. I wanted to collect books and lock myself away for the rest of eternity. Hitoshi was a good kid, and he looked like he wanted to trust the heroes. I was ignoring the looks of admiration that was on his face. Just because I was watching Nizu didn't mean that I could just let the rest of the world fall from my vision. I would have to leave him behind when father calls me back. He would become a good hero in this world. He loves so much and sees the world in the dark that I live in. He would be able to figure out the steps needed to keep people like me from being free. Until then, I will have to make him unable to harm me, at least at first. If I could do that, then father will leave him alone for a time. Hitoshi would be considered useful and wouldn't be harmed. Speaking of father, I wonder just how many people he thinks I can turn to our side. I'm not good at this talking to people thing. I often was the one to break the ones that didn't follow his words. I only have Hitoshi because I took him from his house. I can't get people on my side so easy. I don't even understand why the heroes are bothering me. I haven't done anything to get their attention except help a woman and an old man. While I admit that doing such things was probably the problem, but I didn't see how it could have ended like this. I have to get back to my plan. I can't let the heroes take over my mind. I have to stay loyal to father. I cannot let myself fall to their plans. I can't do it. Hey, Hitoshi said, making me jump a bit. I turned and looked at him. He was looking at me weirdly. It's gonna be okay, he said, moving closer slowly. I wonder if I look scary to him. Why would he tell me that it was going to be okay? Was I talking out loud? No, I had long since lost that habit. I was breathing hard because of the pedaling that I was doing. Getting a bigger generator would be for the best. Then I could go for longer without frying it. Do you like heroes? I asked, looking at him. I was watching every little movement he made. I would make my choice now. I couldn't go back on it. No matter what he said, I would stand behind it. He would either join me or he will leave me one day. Either way, I wouldn't force him to watch me. No, I would be the one watching over him from the shadows. I would keep him safe as long as I could. There was nothing else I could do about this. Yeah, don't you? He said, confused. His body language told me that he was telling the truth. Hitoshi would be left with the heroes when father comes to pick me up. I got up and patted his shoulder. I couldn't answer his question, even if I knew the answer to it. I didn't hate them, but this emotion that I had was unusual and unfamiliar to me. I was used to feeling nothing or being scared. Father and the doctor were scary, and I didn't have to think about that. Tamura and Kurojiri were just that. There was nothing towards them. If Tamura wanted to take over the world, then he can have it. I would stay out of his way as much as possible. I walked over to the bed and moved the sleeping bag to one side of the bed. After making room, I told Hitoshi, I'm going to get another sleeping bag. Go ahead and get some sleep before leaving. I didn't let him get a word in as I left. There was nothing more either of us could say. For a moment I thought about running away and leaving him there. It would be safer for him if I did, and he would have a hero to protect him. The walk would do me some good. I let my thoughts run again. I walked for hours until my feet hurt. It didn't take long to find a store with a sleeping bag I could buy. I was mostly stalling before going back. I ran through the thoughts in my head. What would be the best course of action? If Hitoshi didn't tell them about where he was and kept living there, he would die. At the same time, I don't think that he would wait for me. What would even get him to wait for me? I was nothing compared to what he will be. On the way back I thought about what was waiting for me. Father, Tamura, Kurojiri, and of course the doctor. The doctor let me help him conduct tests and experiments. Kurojiri with his awkward dinners where we sat together. Tamura with his stupid training where he never held back. Father with his high expectations of me and Tamura. We had to become the next all for one. Tamura would be the brains and I would be the gun. Once I was no longer of any use, I would be decommissioned. What could the heroes give me that they couldn't? I don't need anything. I had a place to sleep, to eat, and back up. What more could I need? I knew the rules and I knew what the punishments were. With the heroes, I know nothing of what they want. I can do this, I said, feeling strange. What was this feeling called? Why was it here? I didn't need it. Maybe I was too energetic. I had tried to get rid of that though. I had walked for as long as I could think. I passed the house with Hitoshi, the bar, and the place where overhaul was several times already. I will never go on another undercover mission again if I don't absolutely have to. I'm too easily swayed to the hero's side. I turned and walked to the nearest payphone and called a number that I knew by heart. Payphones were rare, which made my life a little hard in finding one. On the other hand, because they were rare, people always used them when they saw them. Something about using something from the past that made it so cool. Prank calls were also used through them if kids found one. This, however, wasn't a prank call, and I knew where all the payphones in the city were. It was the only number that I knew, like it was sketched across my ever bones. It rang for a few moments before an automated voice answered. I went through the menu. It never connected right away. That would be far too suspicious of the call. It was always a long and tedious task, proving that whatever I was calling about was important. It felt like hours before a familiar voice answered, though I know that it was only 20 minutes. Hello, Father said from the other side of the receiver. I could hear the annoyance that filled his growl. Hearing his voice made the feeling worse. I wanted to bow in hanging up. I remembered all the lessons that I have learned over the years. I'm not good at this. I don't understand, I gasped out after a moment. I knew that Father knew who I was. If he didn't, no one would have answered. It would have gone to voicemail. This was something that I needed, or I would break and the heroes would win for a moment. I would be dispatched and Overhaul would get to take his prize sooner than expected. Aizawa, you don't have to understand them. I don't even understand them. Just focus and find followers. That's all you have to do. Leave everything else to Tamura, he said, making me feel better, though I could still hear the growl in his voice. I have let him know that I was weak to what they were doing. I don't have to understand them. Okay, thank you, I said before hanging up. Father didn't like it when I called while on a mission. I would be punished for that after this mission was over. However, I feel better now that I knew what I had to do. Just be innocent and find people to be tools for Tamura. This wasn't an undercover mission, this was recompense. I could do that no problem. Father always knew what to say to fix any errors in my system. It made sense after all, he was the one to code me. The walk back to the apartment was nice and easy. I was close anyway, so it wasn't too far of a walk. I made it back just after midnight. I left 3 hours ago to just walk around. When I walked in, I saw that Hitoshi was already asleep in the sleeping bag. He must have passed out. I will have to make him follow me. Once this was over, I would have to drag him with me. His quirk was too good to lose. At the same time, it hurt thinking about that. I was a tool that was going to do what it was told. I couldn't have emotions now. It was dangerous and it would only cause problems. I didn't have wants anything. I didn't want Hitoshi to be safe or happy. I just had to keep telling myself that. Sorry, Hitoshi, I whispered to him. He would do one of two things. He would either break or join Tamura. I just had to open the path. Thankfully, the heroes are already messing up. They betrayed me once and Hitoshi knows about it. He will be more careful around them. Now I just had to ruin the heroes for him. I can do that, and if he still didn't join us, well, Tamura will handle that problem for me. I wouldn't have to be there. My eyes are burning and my vision is blurring. What was happening to me? Was I breaking? Hitoshi stayed where he was and whispered back, "It's okay, Izuku, I wonder what he thinks I apologize about." Whatever it was, he was wrong. Hitoshi, if you want to run, go sooner rather than later. Of course, I couldn't tell you to your face. I got my sleeping bag ready and curled up to sleep. There was no need for me to trust the heroes or be friendly to them. I just needed their school to create villains. I just have to break the hirelings and make them join our side. The next morning I felt better than I had in a while. I know that I must have been tired because Hitoshi got up before I noticed. The moment that I opened my eyes, I ripped the covers away. It took only a few moments after to realize that I had woken up to Hitoshi in the shower. I collapsed back onto the bed. I didn't know what to expect when I woke up, but I was ready for a fight. I should try and focus more. I have been relaxing too much and letting both Eraserhead and Hitoshi walk around me without realizing their presence. That was going to end up backfiring on me once my father calls me back. Oh well, I can't think about that now. Getting up, I changed clothing and decided to go get us coffee. Neither of us liked to eat breakfast first thing in the morning. I left the apartment and walked to the nearby coffee shop. It was a 24-hour one that always made my day. They had been a lifesaver because they also happened to sell bags of ice. The number of times that I needed water and they had it was astounding. I mean, I totally didn't find a place that was close to them because I knew the workers were nice. That's had nothing at all to do with why I chose to live nearby. Am I convincing enough? No, well, yo ho ho and a bottle of go F yourself. I'm sorry, I came up with that and I had to share it. However, when I walked into the lovely shop, I saw a few things. One, the 3 people that were customers were on the ground with their hands above their head. 2, there was a man in front of me at the cash register with a mask and a bag. And 3, they looked just as shocked to see me as I was to see them. I would have loved to say that anything else was happening. I knew that I was a walking disaster, but to run into so many things that heroes had to deal with was strange. Come on, what were the heroes even doing? Why was I always in the right place at the right time? This was getting old fast, and the heroes were lucky that I was on the other team. If I was with them, I would be lecturing each and every one of the fuckers. How could they let people fall into this kind of thinking all the time? Weren't they supposed to help people? They were supposed to use any extra money that didn't go to feeding, housing, and entertainment to help the government. Simple, they were supposed to donate money to organizations to help people like the morons in front of me keep jobs or have time to find another one, so they didn't resort to this shit. You have got to be kidding me. I just wanted some coffee, I said, rubbing my face with my hands. It was too early for this. I haven't even gotten to do anything yet. You better get on the floor, kid. My quirk is stab, he said. That was going to scare me. What person gave the okay on that quirk name? Stab really? Oh, what does your quirk do? It stabs people, no duh. This is too FNG much for my brain. You do not mess with a villain when he hasn't gotten coffee yet. Especially me, you F-tards. Yeah, I don't care, either you let me get my coffee or I'll kick your butt, I said, looking as unimpressed as I could. It was harder said than done when I was annoyed and said, but hey, I was trying. The key word being trying, because I was failing. That's when he used his quirk to shoot his fingers at me. They had turned into long, sharp metal things. It was an okay quirk if not inconvenient. To use it properly, you would have to get up close and personal. It didn't take much to ditch it and punch him in the stomach. Stab was still a really stupid name for it though. It just sounds like a kid trying to name the big villain in a story but can't think of any names. What was today your first day at this? I asked as he fell over. I didn't even hit him that hard. Why was he already on the floor? This was sadder than it was anything else at this point. I mean, come on. One punch and they're down for the count? They are just here because of heroes not doing what they were supposed to. Hey Lacey, would you mind making a tall black coffee with a pinch of cinnamon and a mochaccino medium please? I said as I waited for the man to stand up. He decided to try and pull a surprise attack on me. I mean, kudos for doing it while I was ordering. Did he really think that I wasn't watching him though? Who in their mind would look away from their opponent? Now, why would you put your face in a perfect spot for me to kick without lifting my leg more than would be needed to go upstairs? I asked as I kicked in the face. Honestly, this is just sad. He wouldn't last a moment out in the real world as a villain. I feel like I'm kicking a baby or something here and it's really making me sad. That seemed to be the last thing I need to do as his body slumped against the floor. He didn't even have any backup for FS sake. What was I going to do? Give him a 101 of being a villain? No, because that would get me caught, but DMN did I want to. I waited for my order to be done. After she placed it onto the counter I paid. She tried to stop me but I just shrugged. I know that the register was locked up so I told her to keep the change and left. Sure, giving all the change wasn't a great idea but it was less than $1 and I didn't need to be here when a hero got off their butt. Eraserhead wouldn't let something like that go. He was already close to our home and I know that he had been trying to get me to spill on where we live. As I was walking away I heard the cops arrive. It didn't have to do with me so I kept walking. Okay, maybe I speed up a bit but I didn't run. That would look like I was doing something bad. Shin, I got you coffee, I said as I walked into the apartment. There Hitoshi was dressed and looking worried. It looked like he had thrown on his clothing if the backward shirt had anything to do with it. I thought you left, he said, relaxing a bit, before he realized his shirt and started to fix it. His hair was still damp and was going to make a mess. I did, to get coffee, I said with a smile on my face as I handed him his black coffee. I grabbed the towel that was on the floor and motioned for him to sit. So what if he was taller than me? I just wanted to dry his hair. I wasn't going to leave just yet, but I would need to move us in a few years to be closer to UA. Even then I would be taking him with me. Thank you, he said, taking it and taking a long drink from it. He then sat down and let me dry his hair. It wasn't something that I did often but it didn't matter. Kurogiri or I had to do it for Tamura. He would either disintegrate the towel or hurt himself. How he always managed to get hurt was surprising to me. Tamura had the grace of a dead antelope. As I finished I hung the towel to dry. Ready to go? I asked, knowing that he would walk with me as I left. He was right next to me in a few moments. It was strange, the more that Hitoshi was with me the more things that I realized Tamura would do. Maybe it was just because it was in a different context. When I first showed up Tamura didn't let me touch him. It was a surprise when he told me to dry his hair for the first time. He looked like a wet cat. At the time it felt like a test that I had to complete. Now I'm not too sure what it was. He stole a few glances at me as we walked to the meeting point before asking, "Why did you say sorry last night?" I should have known that he would ask about that. However, I just smiled softly at him and kept walking. Now wasn't the time to say anything just yet. He seemed to get that I wasn't talking, but that made him more nervous. I already had a plan as to what I was going to do to Nizu until he apologized. It was going to be the most fun thing that I have ever done. By the end of the day, Hitoshi will think that I meant the sorry about today. As we arrived at the meeting point I walked over to the two heroes waiting for us. Oh, I couldn't wait for today to begin and for Nizu to apologize. I saw Aizawa's face seem to recognize my smile as evil. He gulped as I got closer. I wonder if his taste buds burned? Oh well, Nizu was going to get 10 times worse. Don't worry, you're off the hook, I said as I patted him on the shoulder. Then turned my attention to Nizu. You, on the other hand. Well, you and I are going to have so much fun today. Nizu smiled at me, not knowing what he had gotten himself into. Aizawa, on the other hand, only stepped back. Hitoshi didn't get much closer either. I would never hurt Hitoshi, but that didn't save Nizu. Neither Eraserhead nor Hitoshi couldn't save Nizu from this unless he wanted to ruin all the hard work he did yesterday. No, today would be that best day, and if he didn't concede, then tomorrow will be a good day too. Well, shall we? He said, not realizing just how much havoc I was about to cause at his school. Let's see how vigilant his precious students are. Once we arrived at the school, it didn't take long to lose the two heroes. Let's see how easy it is to take a few kids away from their classes. It didn't take long to convince the class 1B, 2A, and 3B to join my cause. Sure, their teachers were a little annoyed as I walked into their classes. I wasn't supposed to be here after all. I stole the kids from the classes and told them the plan. It was a simple game to play, really. All they had to do was hide from the teachers and try to capture as many as they could. As they would be heroes in the next few years, they could think of this as a hero game. It was simply the teachers were the villains. After the classes took off running to hide and start the game, it was time to make chaos. I walked down to the support classes and told them that they could show off and test their products on the teachers and hero students during this game. I told them all about how the teachers wanted new ways to train the students in the hero sources and needed to know that they weren't going to die from anything they did. All they had to do was test the product on a teacher first before any students. They didn't need to be told twice. They ran to gather their things and formed groups to test everything they had. At this point, I could hear the heroes getting into trouble. Now to the classes that will cause the most mayhem to the general classes. I told them they could get revenge on being placed in general on the teachers and hero students. That they could even get the hero teachers to notice their abilities and maybe get them to transfer them. The students took off running. Now all I had to do was hack the cameras and redirect them for me to watch while leaving the teachers unable to use them. And make a spreadsheet to keep track of the points. Once that was done, I could run around doing what I did best. Being the best assassin that ever FNG lived. No, I wasn't going to kill Nizu. No, I was going to make his life hell for a while. I ran around keeping an eye on Nizu the whole time. I had made sure that different cameras would short-circuit from his side to keep my location hidden. I searched the teachers' lounge and their desks. I went through their things and found the information that I wanted. After that, I captured some heroes and laughed at them. I helped kids from every class so that reports of my whereabouts were coming in from everywhere. I found Nizu's office and took all the screws out of the furniture. I took all the tea bags with me and made my way to the support department. There I helped them make new things fast. I cut open the bags and dumped the tea into the trash. I walked around finding things to put into the tea bags. By the end, I was happy with what I had made. I returned the new and improved tea to Nizu's office. I found a spot to rest and wait to be caught. Not that this game way over by a long shot. It wasn't long before I was notified that someone was trying to hack the cameras. Nizu worked fast but not fast enough. I watched as he was redirected to an online chess game. The chess game didn't help you get back to the cameras though. It was a useless pop-up. If he tried to close it, then 29 other pop-ups would appear. However, it gave me time to finish putting up another firewall and fixing the areas that Nizu was getting in from. All the while he was thinking that I wanted to play a little game of chess game with him. Like I was gonna let them ruin my game. At the end of the day, I was impressed with the students. Using the intercom, I called to call players. Hello everyone, now in first place for this game is none other than Masashi Fukui from class 3C. They won by capturing the most heroes. Now you can all return home for today. Let's play again sometime, I said as the teachers and Nizu opened the door to the classroom I was waiting in. He looked angry and impressed at the chaos I created. I smiled. If he thought that this was over, he was wrong. Nizu, how nice of you to join me. Ready to play? I said, turning the chessboard to face him. Let's see how good of a player he really is. They watched me closely, clearly not trusting me. Good, this was going to make things easier for me in the long run. The only teachers that knew who I was were Aizawa and Yamada, the others were staring down a kid. Now Nizu, what are you going to choose to tell everyone who I am and let what happened here go unpunished or give up on me? What are you going to do? I believe that this is check, I said, leaning forward a bit, making eye contact with Nizu. The mouse's face broke into a larger smile to match mine. I didn't make a mistake in calling check and not checkmate. This game, no matter what he chose, was not over until I decided it was. I'll explain this in the teacher meeting, he said, walking over to the board. He was entering the game a bit late. I had already made moves based on what the students were doing for me. Nizu's movies were based on what the teachers move were. He sat down and looked at the board over. Before moving his pieces to block my check, I moved mine to make it look like I was changing the way I was playing. Thing is that this wasn't where the second half of the game was going to be played. By the time he put my queen in check, I was still smiling. I had lost this part on purpose. By the look on his face, he knew that I was not done with him yet. While playing chess with Nizu, I grew bored. I was just moving enough to keep us in the game. It was like saving the game and knowing that someone was going to mess with it while you were gone. It wasn't where the real game was, and he would have to wait to finish the real game. The teachers were still watching what was happening. I saw Yamada looking between me and the game. He looked confused for a little while before something connected in his head. Nizu had most likely figured it out, but I was keeping him from winning and he was unwilling to lose. So at the moment, we were in a stalemate. I was keeping him from winning and he was not going to lose. I wonder what he would do if he knew I was a villain. I was mostly waiting for Hitoshi to show up. I would let him win then, so that Hitoshi and Eraserhead would be there to watch Nizu make a fool of himself. It was the end of the day and I was ready for the next part of this game. I wanted Eraserhead here for the end of the show. The thing is that he wasn't going to just leave Hitoshi alone if there wasn't a good reason. There was no way they were going to just let me walk off the school camps, and it didn't take long for Hitoshi to show up. The moment the door opened to show both Eraserhead and Hitoshi, I knew the game was over for now. I looked away from the chessboard to look at them. I stretched a bit before I stood up. Hitoshi, how did you like the game today? I asked as I moved closer. The other teachers looked annoyed at me. But that was to be expected. This was getting back at them for tricking you yesterday? Hitoshi asked, making those teachers confused. Not many knew about our classes or the fact that Nizu had let us into the school. His input was going to make it more difficult for Nizu to play this off, and just 2 kids he wanted to teach. The smile was still plastered on my face as I waited for the teachers to connect some dots. It was okay if they didn't. Nizu was the one that knew who I was. If he hadn't been there that day, I would have been let go without any heroes on my trail. Yeah, but I haven't forgiven Nizu just yet, I said, throwing a glance at Aizawa. I was winning so far and Nizu was already going to have to tell the others about me and Hitoshi. Something that he didn't want to do before he had proof of who I was. I had him in check, but I haven't won just yet. Perhaps I would make him feel more jealous about the trust that Eraserhead seemed to have. Well, I'll save that for later when it was time to leave. So shall we go to your office to scold me? I asked, turning to look down at Nizu. It was something that would make him angry with me. That's what I wanted, was for him to focus on me and not realize that I had more to come. He was so used to being respected by others because of his brain, and now some kid was looking down at him. It must bring up bad memories for him, and I might be playing into that. Yes, let's go talk about what you did today and how it is not appropriate, Nizu said, smiling. There was a chance that this was going to go wrong. Oh, boy, was I right on target with that one. I don't think that I've seen that smile fall and be replaced so fast. Not even when I called his number that they used for his cage. Oh, how about we talk about how you failed to catch a 12-year-old kid from causing chaos in your school? Perhaps UA isn't as protected as everyone thought it was, I sneered at him. I heard Yamada gasp. He was a loud man and dramatic to make things worse. If there was anyone that would gasp like an 1800s lady, it was him. If I looked over, I knew that he would have a hand on his face and the other over his heart. We will speak in my office, young man, Nizu said, sounding angry. Didn't he know that kids are cruel and they don't care who they PSS off? Because if he wanted to keep pushing me, then I will shove him over. I play dirty Nizu, so you better pick your fights better than this. For now, I wouldn't answer him. He wasn't worth the response, and that was the best answer I could give that would hurt the most. Looking to the others, I saw Hitoshi looking like he wanted to get rid of me. I guess that he didn't like the game. That was too bad for him though. I couldn't hold my plans just because he would be angry. No matter how much it stung to see the disappointment in his eyes. I don't think that he would do anything to stop me, but that didn't matter. The walk to Nizu's office was quiet and there was only the sound of footsteps. I knew that the teachers were following us and I didn't care. I was a problem child that they had never heard or seen before. It was funny to see them stand outside the door as only Yamada and Eraserhead were allowed in. Izuku, what were you thinking? Eraserhead asked as I walked over to a chair and sat down. I had left it alone knowing that I would be here. I suppose that I should make an effort to call him Aizawa now that I know his name. Well, Aizawa, I thought that Nizu needed a lesson as to why he should back the hell off my butt, I said, leaning to my right. There I rested my head on my right knuckles. I was still smirking and waiting. Nizu walked over to his tea and started to make a pot. Aizu, please just stop for right now, Hitoshi asked as he walked to sit down. I would have told him to wait if it wouldn't give away the chairs. He also was taking their side over mine. Father won't like it if Hitoshi took the hero's side over ours. If it didn't show growth that I wanted, I would have been mad? I don't know. I was kinda happy and proud that he was standing up to me. Lucky for us, Nizu sat down first. The chair only holding long enough for him to climb up. He squeaked as it collapsed. Watching him as he spun around to glare at me. I knew that taunting him was a bad idea, but nothing about this was a smart plan. Well, if I couldn't be reckless now, then when could I? All the ideas that I had thought about over the years would be tested on these heroes. Of course, I won't kill them. I didn't like killing people all that much. That was more of Tamura's likes than mine. Izuku, what else did you change? Aizawa asked, and I turned my glare to him. He was actually glaring at me. Why was I in trouble when the mouse started this? I was only finishing this game he wants to play and get him to back off. What if I don't want to tell you? I asked, and I heard Hitoshi sigh. Oh, I'm the bad guy here? Really, when their people got in the way of my life? When I was minding my own FNG business and they came in and stomped all over it? I'm the villain because I won't let them tear me apart and put me together for them to use. Enough, Yamada said lower than I had heard him ever talk. He was pinching his nose. I'm sure everyone was looking at him in shock. Izuku, this has gotten out of hand. The things you did earlier was fine, but the chairs could hurt someone. Nizu, you need to apologize for trying to mess with his good intentions or not. Aizawa, I know that you get worried when kids could get hurt, but you need to calm the heck down, he said, pointing at each of us as he spoke. Hitoshi was the only one that wasn't getting a talking to. Then again, I guess that he was the only one that hadn't done anything. After a while of no one saying anything, Yamada walked over to me. He knelt to sit on the floor. Izuku, I will help you bug Nizu more if you don't think that his apology was enough, but you need to tell us what else you did today, okay? He asked, but kept himself lower than mine. He was trying to make me feel like I was the one bigger than him. I dumped the tea and put dirt in it, I said while shifting to lean on my left side. I didn't want to play if Yamada was gonna blow a lid every time. On the other hand, him being on my side would make things easier later on. Maybe I could get him to let me off if he saw me out late. Thank you. Nizu, now you have to apologize to Izuku, Yamada said, turning to the mouse. I guess that I know who the really scary person here was. I understood why though. Father and Tamura were always angry, so everyone knew what to expect. Kurogiri, on the other hand, was almost always neutral, and it got scary when he was angry. Yamada, who was always happy and laughing, was terrifying when angry. Maybe it was because he was so understanding about everything that him losing it was strange. I'm sorry, Izuku, that you felt attacked by my methods. I will back off from now on and teach you to the best of my ability, Nizu said, and I heard the backhanded apology that he gave. I wanted to call him on it, but I didn't want to play anymore today. Eraserhead, Yamada, I'm making food tonight, you're paying for groceries, I said, grabbing them and walking out. Hitoshi has followed us as fast as he could. I had slowed down after we got a few doors down though. Without them, Nizu would have to explain by himself, which would make things harder for him. While Recovery Girl was there, she only hands one thing to base her opinion of me. Getting called to heal Aizawa from a burning mouth. And that doesn't help Nizu's cause for me being a safe, not insane person. I might have just blown my ability to be here for the next century. Wait, why do we have to buy the groceries? Yamada asked as we walked down the hall. He was keeping up with me and walking in time. I wondered why he was trying to make me feel like we were on the same side all the time. Oh well, it wasn't that bad of a thing to have at the moment. Do you think that I have money to waste? I had to splurge yesterday and buy another sleeping bag, I said, not making eye contact with Hitoshi and rolling my eyes at Yamada. He most definitely felt like it was his fault. To be fair, it was about 30% his fault. I didn't blame him, but that didn't mean that I couldn't go without sleeping much longer. Especially when I had a plan to put in the work the next morning. Only if it's not spicy, Aizawa mumbled. He must still be hating his mouth a bit for yesterday. I turned to look at him from the corner of my eye. He didn't look angry anymore, but more disappointed like Hitoshi did earlier. I guess that Eraserhead will always be Eraserhead. At the store, we got a chicken, a couple of potatoes, white onions, broccoli, and a rustic loaf of bread. The dinner was going to be grand and amazing. I was kinda excited to try making it. It was a European recipe that I had found a few weeks ago. I had yet to talk Tamura into allowing me to make it for us. Chop the potatoes and onions and put them in the roasting pan with chicken. Put butter, rosemary, salt, pepper, and garlic on the chicken. Bake uncovered 1 hour and 15 minutes in the preheated oven to a minimum internal temperature of 180 degrees Fahrenheit, 82 degrees Celsius. Steam the broccoli and add cheese on top. An easy dish that made everyone happy. It left an easy place for Hitoshi and me to talk. He didn't say anything while cutting the potatoes and onions. However, once we had put the chicken into the oven, he asked me about how much the sleeping bag was. I guess that he was thinking about that this whole time. I was more worried that he was still mad about the whole school thing. It wasn't too bad. I did have to go to a specialty store for it, but that's nothing for you to worry about, I said, walking over to the bread that we bought and started cutting slices out of it. I shouldn't have said anything, to begin with. I was only trying to keep Yamada on my side as much as I could. But we don't have a lot of money, do we? He asked, staying behind me watching the broccoli steam. I wonder if Aizawa had asked him about how well off we are. It wasn't any of his business if he did ask. Then again, they could just be eavesdropping on us. Then it wouldn't matter, I guess. No, we don't, but that doesn't mean that you need to worry about it. Worst case scenario, I drop out for a bit and make a little money. I will let you know if I need to do that, I said, hoping that he would drop this. It's not like I can lie about the amount of money that I have. By myself, I had enough to get by for a few years. However, with Hitoshi, who needs to eat every day, that does make things harder. We most likely had a year or two at most. If I can get Aizawa and Yamada to pay for groceries every other day, then that would make that PRD longer. The plants needed time to grow and get stronger before we could eat off them all the time. I did have some things in saving, but that would only be used if we needed medical attention. Otherwise, if something happens, I won't be able to pay for it. Father wouldn't be able to help us because that would be too suspicious. Not that he would help us. Hitoshi is a nobody that he didn't care about, and I could heal from anything that was thrown at me. That is as long as it didn't destroy my heart or brain. If you need help, little listeners, we don't mind helping out. That's kinda what heroes do, you know, Yamada said, leaning over the counter. He had gotten dressed in more comfortable clothing. His hair was still up in that ridiculous hairstyle. I liked it better when it was down. It made him look younger than when it was standing up. It looked like an old man trying too hard to be cool, like the kids these days. That's what you're doing now, I said, looking at him. It would win me points. If they think they are helping us. Plus, they will be less likely to say no later on. What was I doing here? I should leave Hitoshi here and continue on my own. I could make do with what I have for years. I say that, but I won't leave him. Oh, well, okay, he said, not understanding what I meant. Aizawa walked over to the counter where Yamada was leaning. He sat down and stared at us for a while. You can make dinner tomorrow night, or we could go to the cat cafe that I promised to take you to, he said, making eye contact with me. That was a while ago when he talked about that cafe. Sure, it was only a few weeks ago, but that didn't mean that it didn't feel like it was forever ago. I had thought that he forgot about it. I looked over to see Hitoshi's eyes full of hope. He must like cats. I guess I don't have a choice but to go along with them to the cafe. Sure, I said. It would give me time to figure out another way to finish the game I was playing with Nizu. Now that my plan was ruined. I had more up my sleeve than they thought though. I just had to figure out what I was gonna do. Well, more like think over the details and see if there isn't anything I can do to mess with him. I just needed the time and date that I would finish my plan to get revenge on him. I know that father would like more information on how Nizu runs his school. That information would have to wait until I have more traction on the school's teachers. So far they know that I'm getting back at Nizu for something. They might even know what happened yesterday at this point, but that doesn't mean that they won't be watching me. Nizu already knows that we didn't finish the real game. Yamada has some sway but not enough to stop us from going head-to-head again. We are just going to be more subtle about it than we were. He most likely told them about that, so they will be watching me. It's cute how they think that father didn't teach me well enough. They might confuse me with their actions, but that won't change me. Even if they get to me and create an error in my system, then father will fix it. I am a weapon that cannot be corrupted by them. He won't stand for it, and if they mess too much with my programming, he will just get rid of the problem. The next 2 months passed quickly and I never made a move. Sure, I was rude to Nizu, but the other teachers had some respect from me. The teachers were getting bored about 2 weeks into waiting for me to do something. Thing was that I had figured out the perfect time to get that revenge. The best part is that with the sports festival coming up, they were watching me less. I was going to make it a debacle that no one was ready for. Planning for that was taking ages. I was still getting things in the clear for it. I was getting the trust of some teachers. I could walk around without getting questioned or followed now, so there was that. Walking around the first few weeks wasn't too bad if I wanted to get away, but I had to keep holding back. I didn't want to give them more of a reason to follow me or up security. Not that they trusted me completely yet to leave me without some kind of surveillance. They had recruited Hitoshi to their side not too long after meeting him. He would most likely be adopted by one of them soon. After all, Hitoshi was a good kid with a cool quirk and a dark past. I wouldn't have to worry about him with the teachers, which freed me up quite a bit. It made it easier when they wanted to pamper him. He got a few things for our home and it was becoming more of a place for him. I was surprised when he was given both a bookcase and several books from my BGMI. It was easy for me to bring it home, but that didn't mean that I didn't want to do the work. Looking over Hitoshi's books, I found that they had to do with quirks and support gear. I backed off after looking at the titles. They were Hitoshi's books after all, and that meant I needed to keep my hands to myself. I liked it though when he came home with new books. I had told him to study them in his free time so that they didn't go to waste. He was trying his best to read them whenever I came home. It was good to know that he was taking my words to good use. I guess that means that the heroes didn't completely take him from me. I would smile and get busy doing any of the other 100 things I had to do. I tried to not look at the books. I didn't want to be tempted to read anything that wasn't me. Though there were times that I wanted to open the books and read them. I kept myself at bay though. I should just buy a few books for myself, so the itch to read Hitoshi wasn't so bad. Back to the big plan that I was working on. The sports festival that would be happening in the next few weeks, and I had an idea. It was a terrible, horrible idea. Aizawa showed us the Grinch movie, something about knowing movie references being good for us. Yamada made it a thing to have a movie night every week to catch us up in films. I didn't mind it too much until they decided to show a movie adaptation of a book I have read. Let's say that I almost destroyed the video. We watched it without Yamada because he was busy that day. A few days later, Yamada found out and made so many references and jokes about the movie I was sick of it. I will not take the blame for the reference to any film that I make. I might have chased him around the school for a while when he said that the move was better than the book. I'm getting very distracted here. Anyway, my idea was before the sports festival I would set up a mafia think with the classes outside the hero course. I have already been talking to Masashi Fukui about her quirk. I have been helping her train her body to fight during the test. I might have also been introducing her to the support department. The BU Hideshius department was getting along with the support this year. They were planning to sell a bunch of items this year. All thanks to that bit of chaos, the lunchroom has become more mixed with classes. Maybe they should be thanking me for what I did instead of being mad. Masashi has an amazing quirk, but you have to be creative with it to be of any use. Her quirk was suggestion. While it was strong, she couldn't make anyone do something they normally wouldn't do. She could make them walk to a certain point but not bark like a dog or anything. Well, unless they were into that kind of thing. That made things interesting for me to figure out how to use this properly. She has to be in earshot and know what someone would normally do. For example, she can't just tell a villain to surrender unless he has in the past, but she can tell him to walk to a certain area. The trigger here is that she has to be in contact with the person. Hold on, now you might be wondering why I keep calling her a her with a male name. Well, that's the best part. She is trans, which is partly why she wants to be a hero. She wants to show people that being trans isn't a bad thing, and she also wants to save people. She is very kind, but all the bullying that she has been through has made her a bit harsh in her way of talking. She knows that you have to act and not let people walk all over you. During the last game, she beat up the hero students and won first place by tying up more than half the teachers. She was perfect for any profession. Hero or villain, she would kick butt. I have been giving her pointers on technique and even introduced her to Ms. Dunn, who has been whooping her butt into shape. She was angry with me for the first couple of days after getting the new schedule from Ms. Dunn about what she was allowed to eat and what exercises where. However, after a few weeks, she was happier with me. Mrs. Dunn was happy with the number of students that were joining because of me. I was sending anyone with some potential that needed to loosen up. Those that needed to get stronger were sent to the gym. I saw some improvement with them every time that we showed up. We were going at least once a month, if not more, if we had the time. Aizawa and Hitoshi would join me when we went. Sometimes Yamada would show up and make jokes while we worked out. He didn't stay long though. He was still a hero and had to patrol around for villains. It's such a shame that Yamada isn't on our side. This year's festival was going to be so much fun to watch the hero class be beaten by everyone else. The classes were working together perfectly. They had helped each other bit by bit and have even started becoming friends with the other classes. In the future, that will create the largest information web that I have created. In the next couple of years, I will have more people on that list that will be ridiculous. For now, though, I'm Yuhidashig those connections to get the other classes up to the taste of taking out the hero classes. It's harder said than done for some of the students. They trust me because no one got in trouble for the last stunt I pulled. Though I know that what I'm doing will end up hurting us as well. Father wouldn't be happy that I'm making a bigger information network for the heroes to use too. When they all graduate, then it will be hard to know who is working with us and who isn't. The teachers thought that was my plan to get back at Nizu was over by now. They think this based on the fact that I got back at Aizawa while off campus. That and because Nizu and I were still fighting but quieter than before. They were wrong, but that didn't matter. No, my plan was different, but the sports festival was just the camouflage over the real plan. I was going to ruin a bit of the test for the next year. I was going to make points disappear and appear in weird places. Of course, it will only act up with the people that have passed the classes. It will cause problems beyond the last time. Izuku, could you please tell me what the angle for this line is? Aizawa asked while pointing at a line. It was pinched and looking like a door and the wall when a cat walked through. It's a cute like Hitoshi, I said, laughing as Hitoshi started to deny that. He tried to ask Aizawa to tell me to stop with my compliments. I was laughing a bit at that, and I could see Aizawa's face break a bit into a smirk. You are correct, Aizawa said, making Hitoshi shudder more and try to fight it. Hitoshi's bullies had changed to become the teachers of UA. While bullying might be too mean of a term to explain what this was. We were just calling him a cute all the time. It was funny to see his face go red in embarrassment. This all started when we noticed that if you compliment him that he has a hard time controlling his quirk. That wasn't a good thing to have happened while you were working. So every chance that we got, we called him cute names and told him how cute he was. At first, Aizawa and I were the only ones to do that, but after finding out that I wouldn't take offense to it, others joined in. I don't know why I was the one they were trying to tiptoe around. Face it, Hitoshi, you are too cute, I said, laughing at him a bit. He turned the most betrayed eyes on me that he could make. He was almost like a kicked puppy. However, those were fake and I knew it. He had gotten used to the compliments the second week we were doing them. Now he just humors us and pretends to hate it. I've told him that it only makes me want to laugh at the teachers not noticing the acting. Then again, Yamada and Aizawa seemed to notice that it didn't bother him anymore. I guess that had to do with them knowing us for longer. Ugh, he said and hid his face in his hands. I laughed at him and watched Aizawa smile a bit. He was getting more comfortable with us being here. To be fair, it had more to do with not having to sneak around so the other teachers didn't know about us. Most of the teachers had been getting used to us by now though. They weren't as on guard around me anymore, but they didn't make jokes or talk too much around me. They dropped their guard completely with Hitoshi though. I guess I just reek of villain and untrustworthiness. Back to work class, Aizawa said, turning back to board while I looked back out the window. I wanted to be playing with Tamura right now. He was a lot more fun than the heroes. He didn't trust me enough to let the game go on for too long before I made a move. It was what was fun about Tamura. Then again, reading at the library was just as fun. I could read whatever book I wanted and relax. Then the dancing where got to learn about high-profile people all the time. I traded in a life for this one. I wonder if it was all worth it. Izuki, you have to pay attention to class or you will fail your test, Aizawa said as an empty threat, and we all knew it. I wouldn't be willing to take another test for them anytime soon, and they knew that too. I frequently ditched Nizu's class and hung out in one of the other teachers' classes. The students ignored me and the teachers couldn't do anything to me anyway. It was funny to see just how mad and sad Nizu could get at my absence in his class. I did show up every now and then without problems. Only to get his hopes up then like the next 2 or so classes. It was a boring game that I was playing. I'm gonna go, I muttered to the window before standing. I needed to do something fun. I cannot handle this day-to-day life. It was all too mundane. My skin itches at how every day was the same. There was nothing different at all. I left the classroom, which was unusual for me. I don't typically leave after class starts. I wandered the halls for a while before deciding. I would leave Hitoshi with Aizawa, then leave for a bit of an adventure for a few days, then come back for the sports festival. What should I make for dinner to make sure that they won't notice that I'm gone? Do you think running away will work? A voice came from behind me. Turning slowly, I saw a recovery girl standing behind me. Did she hear me, or was it something that I was doing that gave me away? Should I silence her? Running away? I asked with a smile on my face. I wanted to pretend to be confused by what she meant about that. I wasn't running away from anything. I was just going to get some other things done and have a bit of excitement. I had been good for 3 months. What did they want from me? Boy, I have been a hero for a long time, and I have also been to several seminars that had mental health as a focus. Drop the act, I know that you don't trust us, she said, looking more bored than I was about this conversation. I guess that if I want to make her think that I trust her, I should ask her what I should do. It's not like I would need help, but making them think that I trusted them was a top priority. Okay, then what do you suggest then? I asked, turning to her. She took a deep breath and motioned for me to follow her. I walked after her because that's all I could do. If she knew too much, then I would be in trouble, but she hadn't said anything about it as of yet. I needed to tread carefully here or everything I worked for would be ruined. We walked to her nurse room. She sat down in the big chair and waited for me to sit down. I must have given something away because she then said, "You are more comfortable in a doctor's area than elsewhere." My eyes flicked to hers. What does she know? Is this where my mission ends? You look like an animal ready to attack, she commented, either knowing that I couldn't say anything or wanting to prompt me to say something. I stayed quiet and didn't change how I looked. If she wanted to goad me into anything, I would have to come up with something to get her off my back. I won't ask you anything more than you are willing to tell me. If I ask a question and you don't answer, then I will leave it alone, she said, as if that would make me feel better. So she didn't know anything but wanted to ask me invasive questions. Depending on my answers, I could make her one of the people on my side or the hero's side. Why do you want to leave? She asked after a few moments of not getting an answer from me. She was brave, I will admit that. It's boring here, I said carefully. The best way to go about this is to answer as Nizu found me. I will time my questions and answer accordingly. That's to be expected from you. This is the first time that you have ever been in school before, she said, nodding. I guess that I passed that part of the question. Then she looked me in the eyes. But what is fun for you? Was it the chaos that you created a few months ago? Or was it helping that man from almost dying or saving the woman from being raped? My mouth opened but no answer came. I didn't have an answer, not one I could give her. I closed my mouth and thought about being with the doctor where he would teach me, but he was mean if I got a question wrong or was too slow to answer. Tomura would only let me play little games like I have been because it made me think. It made me better at holding my own against people like Nizu. Father took me to many places where we would play with people in many ways. Were they all that fun? I mean, being busy meant that I got a reward of not getting put in the room. If I wasn't busy then I would get in trouble. Being busy was fun, right? That's what I'm supposed to say here, right? Izuku, it's okay to not know. How about instead of running away you play as many games with Nizu and the other teachers here, she said, not moving. She spoke again and I didn't answer the question. I wasn't fast enough to answer her. I wasn't good enough at her game. The doctor would be mad at me. I have to fix this, but how? Izuku. I heard her voice say, but I didn't see her anymore. I need to fix the error and I had to go to the room. This was a problem. I can't breathe. It's dark. I'm in the room. I was bad. I have an error and need to be fixed. It getting darker. I hate the room. I'm scared. Aizawa. You are a weapon. My weapon? Yo, this is a new chapter, but be warned that it deals with something bad. Hitoshi is overly dependent on Izuku. This is not a good chapter but a worrisome one. It's the very thing that Izuku has been working to have not happen. POV Hitoshi, the day of the disappearance. It was a normal morning for us. Izuku was looking at the plants when I woke up. I got up and started my usual routine. I couldn't help but check in with Izuku. Sometimes he would just go missing for a few hours. The first time it scared me. When he wasn't gone, he spent most of his time working out or looking over the things on the patio. He usually spent more time on the plants when thinking about the water intake of the plants. Depending on what it was, he would have to get more water from the store. It was usually difficult for him with the amount of money. Though Izuku would tell me that it wasn't a problem. He would spend hours trying to fix things around the house to make things easier for me. I hopped into the shower as I thought about all the work that Izuku had to do. I had already talked with Aizawa and Yamada about the amount of work that he did. It worried them as well that he was always so busy. They had asked me to keep them up to date if anything changed. I did once we started school, and the things that Izuku did seemed to double. He was always working like he was afraid to stop. As if something bad would happen if he stopped working for a moment. Reading was somehow a loophole that he told no one. It was work, but it was relaxing for him. Now though, he was so busy that it was scary and he didn't have anything to read or enjoy. He made a deal with a store to work weekends. He would be gone by the time I woke up, but there would be food in the fridge. He wouldn't come back until it was dark out. We got some money that way, but then he would spend it on things for me. Like a desk and a lamp that I could use. He got another generator that was bigger and not hands-made. He would work out during the week to keep the generators up and running. He never looks bothered by working so hard. He never seems much of anything. Even the chaos that he made a few months ago, he looked bored. I think that he doesn't realize just how much his face expresses. That is, until Nizu is around, then it either becomes blank or full of hate and annoyance. There was only one time that Izuku looks happy. Izuku loves books more than most people. He loves books more than anything that we could find yet. Aizawa and I knew that well. He would spend hours reading without seeing anything other than the book in his hands. Yamada had joined us a few times and Izuku wouldn't notice until after he finished whatever chapter he was reading. Which leads us to now. I have been trying to get Izuku to read the books we were given. The teachers heard about his love for books and started trying to give him books. However, the idiot didn't realize that the books were for him because they handed them to me. After I told them that it made things more difficult. They had been watching him while trying to figure out how to give him the books. Izuku in return thinks they don't trust him. Izuku, do you want to read the gardening book Snip Sense got us? I asked as he turned to look at me. I held the gardening book in my hands. It was a good book. It was just filled with information about how to garden. While I would help from time to time with the garden, that didn't mean that I knew what it was talking about. Hitoshi, they gave you the books, not me. I shouldn't touch your gifts, he said, like he did every time I offered him one. He didn't think that he could read them because they weren't his. Who gave him that idea? It was wrong on all levels. I couldn't understand what would make him think that way. I didn't get him to understand with talking the teachers would just have to give him the books on their own. I couldn't help them with this. It wasn't that they didn't trust him. They just had a hard time getting to know him. It was hard to approach Izuku's fist. If he didn't talk to you, then you waited. No one but Aizawa, Yamada, Nizu, and I would talk to his fist. Sometimes there were a few teachers that looked jealous of that. Even then it took a week before I realized that Izuku wasn't all that scary. He just didn't express things well. He would stare you down until you talked and would sometimes answer you without giving a definitive answer. That's if you got the guts to talk to him first. Otherwise, he was quiet and thinking. This made it hard for people to talk around him. Aizawa was the one to bring up that he thought Izuku had been abused. He said that it made sense with how jumpy he was. If you tried to touch him before he was ready, you would be flipped. If you moved, he would watch you. If you spoke, his eyes would be looking at your body as if he was going to attack. But if he talked to you, it was straight to the point and full of confidence. He never touched anyone without plenty of warning. He would hold his hand out for a few seconds before touching you. I had thought he did that to me as to not scare me when I first stayed with him. It was after I saw him doing that to everyone that I felt better. I wasn't being treated like glass, he was just careful. I got dressed and grabbed my bag. I looked to see Izuku was testing the water to test for acidity and anything else that could be lethal to us. He would do that once a week minimum, if not 3 times a week. He was careful about what I needed to eat and what would make me sick. Strange considering that he didn't care about his own health. Yamada had even taken to giving me classes on how to take care of a person. It was private classes while Aizawa or Nizu distracted Izuku. It was this way so that they could try and keep Izuku alive. Though Izuku would always tell me that his quirk would keep him alive. We left the house and started our walk. We got coffee on the way to school thanks to the ladies at the coffee shop. Izuku apparently did something for them. They wouldn't let him pay for our coffee. It was sketchy at first, but there was a lot that Izuku could do that others couldn't. There was the dance classes he got students into and the gym. People meet Izuku and then he changes something about the world you live in. Whether that's just how you see the world, or how hard you work to make a change. After arriving at the meeting place, we got to go to UA. It was like a dream come true. I was so excited to be here, and seeing the heroes was amazing. Nizu was a bit scary, but he wasn't so bad. Izuku and Nizu had problems that no one could understand. I say that, but Recovery Girl had explained it to us already. She said that it had to do with how smart they were. Neither wanted to lose and both weren't used to losing. That caused a problem between the two. Izuku wanted to win and get Nizu to back off, while Nizu wanted to save Izuku. Even if she said that, it didn't make it any easier for us to understand why this was happening. Today was especially boring for Izuku. He kept looking out the window. Aizawa had tried to get his attention 6 times now and still nothing. He answered the questions like he had learned this all before. He did, but no one knew where or how he did. He made jokes every time he was brought back from his thoughts. He pretended things were normal and nothing was different, but that wasn't true. It was almost time for Nizu's class, that was Yamada's. On cue, Izuku stood muting about how this was boring and left. It was strange that he left like that. Don't worry, I already messaged Recovery Girl. She has some experience with mental health. There's also Hound Dog, but he's at a conference for the week. Aizawa said after Izuku left the room. I don't know if I felt better about Izuku talking with Recovery Girl or Hound Dog. Either way, I couldn't think that Izuku would want to talk with either. I would have to just wait and see what happens. Nizu walked in and said he was going to teach this class today. Aizawa stayed to keep an eye on him. Aizawa didn't mind Nizu teaching or helping. The only time that I saw Nizu acting strange and trying to show off his brains was when Izuku was around. I guess wild animals don't like it when others touch their turf. I would say that they aren't animals, but neither thought of themselves as anything else. Well, Nizu, though, he was an animal because he was. I didn't know what Izuku thought of himself, but whatever it wasn't human. It was only 20 minutes into the lesson when the chaos started. Recovery Girl slammed open the door to the classroom. Both Nizu and Aizawa shocked as she ran in. Aizawa never left Nizu alone with Izuku or me. Something about not wanting to PSS Izuku off. I knew that Izuku was protective of me, but that was hardly a reason to be scared. Izuku would never hurt me and he wouldn't hurt anyone if he had the choice. Izuku is gone, she said, huffed out, her voice strained as she spoke. She had run all the way here from wherever she had been. My heart dropped and I wanted to faint. Izuku was gone? What? He told me that he would tell me if he had to go somewhere. He said he wasn't going to leave. I wasn't going to be abandoned here without him. What made him leave? What? I asked, though my voice barely reached a hearing level. I could hardly breathe without knowing that he was going to come back home. He never left me here at the school alone. Not when he leaves campus. I saw the signs of someone wanting to run away, so I took him aside and talked to him a bit. She started, still breathing hard, as I got up. He didn't like using his quirk, but he would. If they were trying to keep Izuku away from him, there wouldn't be a choice. He didn't care if they were locked up or stored away, never to be seen again, as long as Izuku was there with him. Izuku was the one that saved him. The one that protected him. Izuku did everything to keep me safe, and he wouldn't just leave me here. Where was he? Why did they take him away from me? Was I bad and now couldn't see Izuku anymore? I would be good from now on. I would never question the teachers or go against them if they gave him back. I would be the best student that they ever had. I would do all the work as fast as Izuku. I would study all the books and know them by heart. I asked if he had fun. His face became blank and he tried to answer me, but he didn't have one, she said, looking between Nizu and Aizawa. Aizawa looked confused for a moment. Why wasn't she looking at me? What was wrong with how I looked? Was she scared of me? Did she not want to talk to me because of my quirk? Izuku was never afraid of me. He never cared about quirks unless he was making a plan. He never asked me what my quirk was. He didn't tell me that I was a villain or that I couldn't be a hero. He just accepted me like I was anyone else. These heroes would change now that he was gone. They would turn their backs because the person they wanted wasn't here anymore. I was going to be invisible to them. So he didn't answer? Nizu asked. That had never happened before. Even no answer was his answer to questions. Though the way that recovery girl was talking, it seemed that Izuku didn't make that his answer to this question. No, something was wrong with that. Did she not wait for the answer? Did she just talk over him? Or make him feel like he wasn't needed here? Because he was needed, I need him here with me. I couldn't do this alone. No, he opened his mouth a few times but nothing happened. I told him that he could play as many games with the teachers as he wanted, but I don't think he heard me. She said, looking worried. She was usually so good at keeping Izuku calm. After all this time, she was the one that made him run? She couldn't be trusted if she made him run away. She had to be a villain pretending to be a hero. She had to be lying to me about what happened. Calm down, Grace told us that Izuku gets panic attacks and runs. He usually hides and appears later after calming down. I'll go look for him. He couldn't have gone far, Aizawa said, running to the door. I felt better, but it didn't help want to flee from here. I wanted to run to Izuku's side again. It was scary and lonely without him around. He was always so strong and brave that I just had to let him lead and nothing would go wrong. Aizawa opened the door and was about to go through when the recovery girl spoke again. You won't find him. He opened my window and used his strength quirk to run. He was at the gate in 2 steps, recovery girl said, catching Aizawa's arm. He was gone and he wasn't coming right back. I needed to find him, and fast. If something happened to him while he was gone, I would never forgive myself. I was going to lose everything if I couldn't find him. You didn't want me, they wanted Izuku. They didn't care about some middle school kid if Izuku wasn't by my side. I couldn't keep the house going if I was alone. I couldn't live if I was alone. I was going to be alone again, just like at his house. I'll have to go back. I can't go back, I can't. Hitoshi will find him, Aizawa said, gripping my shoulders as he pulled me into a hug. Izuku did that when he saw I was getting overwhelmed. Was he stealing Izuku's technique to make me feel better or to confuse me? Was I going to be abandoned? Hitoshi, it's going to be okay. We'll find Izuku and bring him back safe. We will always look for the 2 of you, he said, rubbing my back, but it didn't help all that much. I wanted Izuku, not Aizawa, no matter how much of a hero he was. He wasn't my hero. He wasn't the one that changed my world and made it feel less scary and lonely. The world swirled into color. My back and head hurt as I woke up on the floor. There were only a few places that I would be after missing a question. I had a good idea where I was. I know that I'm in a warehouse, most likely on the other side of the city. I ran away because I was compromised. I don't remember what happened after it got dark. I never remember what happens after things go dark. Sitting up, I felt a sharp pain in my side. I would have cried out if I didn't have more control over myself. Looking down, I saw that I was bleeding. I felt warm liquid around my back. It felt better than the cold biting me. I didn't have time to worry about that right now anyway. Oh great, I said, standing up. It took longer than I would have liked. I had to stop and breathe for a moment before trying again. Taking out the cold object would only make it harder for me to move. It was better to leave it for a while and take it out later. I had to walk back to UA now and continue my mission. I would have to figure out what fun is and when I had it last. I started on my back to the school. It would take a day at most to get back while I have this wound. I wonder if Hitoshi is doing okay. I did kinda leave without telling him much. I didn't leave because I wanted, but I doubt that would help all that much. I would have told him, but maybe this would be better for him. I'm always around, and when father comes to get me, I might not get a chance to tell him ahead of time. I wish I could stretch, but that would only aggravate the wound even more. Well, as long as I keep pressure on the wound, then things should be alright. It's not like I was going to die or anything. I was right about one thing. I was on the other side of the city, and based off the time of day, I've been gone for at least a day. I hope that Aizawa took care of Hitoshi for me. I guess that Yamada would have been okay too, but I wanted Aizawa to. I knew that they would both keep him safe and happy, but that didn't mean that I wanted just anyone taking care of my friend. I didn't know that I thought of him like that. I just said it and now I know. I wonder if I should even go back, I muttered. I had long lost my jacket in my runaway. Not that I really care all that much about this. It made sense, father trained me well. Run and get rid of everything that can link you to your mission. It was a really fun thing to learn. Learning that lesson, I lost a lot of things. I had even at one point dyed my hair a different color. I bleached it and colored it, but it didn't matter because the bleach was left over. I would have known better. What is fun for you? That stupid question that got me. I didn't expect her to ask that of me. I thought she would accuse me of something. I thought I was going to be locked up, not whatever that was. How could I forget the thing that set this all off? If I return, I have to have an answer, or I didn't fix the error. The answer had to be vague if it involved father or Tamura. My Nomu. I had fun with my Nomu. Then again, I guess that I didn't. It was mostly training it to follow my orders without any commands from me. It took months for me to train it properly. However, my Nomu was the best trained out of all of them. Even Tamura's was more out of control than my Nomu. He used them the most out of all of us. The Nomu mostly sat around because I was an assassin. Large and loud movements were the last thing I wanted to do. Then again, if I was vague, then I could use that as my answer. A friend that had my back for years, I whispered as I walked to the exit of the warehouse. I had an answer, but not anything for the following questions she would ask. If she asked any questions, it would look suspicious if I didn't answer any of them. Well, I had time before I got to the school. I'll think of the answers on the way. Then I could choose the best one for the mission that would lead them to trust me more. After this, I would need extra help. It was a hot day if you had to walk anywhere. I was bleeding all over the place. I remember this song that one of the assistants would sing at the end of the day. It was simple and only had one verse in it. It was just, "Who's covered in blood? I'm covered in blood," sung over and over. This moment was the best to remember it. Since I'm covered in blood right now. I found a jacket on the way, which was great. It made it easier to hide the blood so that the heroes wouldn't be called on me. Walking around with a bloody shirt draws too much attention. A teen walking around with a jacket in the morning was not unusual. A teen in this area are not going to school was even more likely in this area. The pain in my side was getting out of hand though. I will admit that it hurt a lot. I could heal from anything, but that didn't mean that I couldn't feel pain. I had only been walking for a little while. The pain will go away in a moment. It would be okay. It's not like I haven't been in a worse condition for a mission. There was that time when I was learning how long I could go without sleep before it really affected me. I had been stabbed in the shoulder and the doctor had to reconnect the muscle structure. I had a pinched nerve for a week after that because of how he stitched me back up. Now that hurt far more than this. It took me 6 hours to get to the gates of the school. Thankfully UA runs late for the teachers. Something about needing more time to help students reach their true potential. It was fine the gate would tell Nizu that I was here. Though I hated waiting on that mouse, I wasn't in a position to complain about it. I walked through the halls and ended up at the door to our classroom. I opened it and saw that there was no one there. I leaned against the door frame before walking to my seat. I wanted to sit down for a little while. It was strange to be sitting here with no one else. I wouldn't mind staying right here if it was this peaceful. My eyes were heavy and I wanted to sleep. When the door slid open to show Aizawa and Hitoshi, I smiled at them as they stared back at me. It felt good to be back. "Hey," I said, moving to stand. It was still hard to get up and I didn't want to freak them out. I didn't know how long I was gone or what had happened after I left. The moment I was standing, Hitoshi stormed up to me. "Where were you?" Hitoshi asked, rather said. Before adding, "It's been 3 days. I didn't smile, knowing that would only make things worse. I would have hugged him, but this wasn't the time or place. Plus my injury was going to make it uncomfortable. "I don't know," I said, telling him the truth. "I'm glad to be back. I owe you so much food." At that, Hitoshi lifted his arms and hugged me. It was faster than I would have liked. He held on tight for a little while until I lifted my arms to rub his back. Funny, he got taller in the last 3 days. I smiled at Aizawa, who was waiting at the door. "Aizawa?" I asked, and he looked a bit set off. I wonder if he wanted to yell at me about this. I know that Grace would have been mad, and he reminds me so much of her sometimes. That's why I liked him so much. Grace and Aizawa were like brother and sister. You disappear, then show up 3 days later? What if something had happened to you? What if you died? He yelled at me. Well, yelled was a strong word. He wasn't really yelling at me. He must have been waiting for that. Hitoshi didn't seem to care all that much about what he was saying. I could feel warm liquid on my shoulder where Hitoshi's face was hiding. They must have been worried about me. That's so strange to see and feel. Tamura and father wouldn't care if I died. As long as I was still their weapon, then it didn't matter what I did. You going to yell at me more or hug me? Because I don't mind just hugging the cutie Hitoshi, I said, making his face crack into a smile. I lifted my right hand to let him into the hug. The injury on my right side didn't like me lifting my arm. Pain shot through my side, but that wasn't new. Aizawa was walking closer until he saw me wince. He stopped and stared at my face for a moment, his face falling into a frown. Hitoshi thought that the wince was me moving away. I'm not done hugging you yet, run away, Hitoshi said, hugging me tighter. His arm hit my wound as he moved it to hug tighter. The pain made me give a soft yelp. Hitoshi pulled away as fast as he could. I looked between the two. I knew that I was in trouble now. How could I not be when they were looking at me like that? You did get hurt, where? Aizawa asked, already looking at the jacket. I shook my head at them. I didn't want to take their attention away from me being back. It didn't matter that I was hurt. I would heal and nothing bad would happen. Don't ruin my welcome home, I said before leaning on Hitoshi. He didn't mean to, but my wound has now opened up because of this. I don't want him to feel bad about that though. The longer that I hid it, the better. Taking it out before wasn't a good idea. I just didn't realize that I was going to get hugged to death when I got here. I'll go get recovery girls, Hitoshi started, but I held on to his arm. Even with blood loss, I still have my quirks. I wasn't weak in any state. The doctor made sure of that. No, I'll go to hurt, he demanded, but didn't move her arm. I knew what the wound was. It wasn't uncommon for me to wake up with a wound, especially after an error has taken place. I knew that it was going to be fine. I was going to bleed when it was time to take the cold metal out, but I didn't want to do that now. Okay, we'll go together, Aizawa said, and I sighed. As I was being walked to the nurse's room, Hitoshi held my left side. Aizawa was walking on my right. I'm not sure what they thought they were doing here. I don't want to make them leave, and I have an answer for her. It would be okay, this will be fine. After we got to her door and opened it, I was annoyed. Nizu was waiting there with Recovery Girl. I looked at Recovery Girl and started unzipping my jacket while I told her my answer. I had a friend. They were fun. I smiled and let the jacket fall to the ground. My side was covered in blood. Don't use your quirk, I walked here, I said, ignoring the gasp from behind me. Hitoshi grabbed onto my left arm again. I guess that I really scared him by disappearing. I should be more careful about that. Okay, lay down, I'll stick you up, she said, moving the others out of the room. I tried to get up on the bed. Hitoshi was not leaving easily. I had to tell him to leave to get him out the door. I should figure out how to change that clinginess that he has now. Maybe it will go away after I'm here for a little while. After everyone was out of the office, I waited for her to get the tools she needed. It didn't take long as I waited on the bed. Once she was in front of me, I leaned in until I was almost leaning on her and whispered, "You'll have to remove the tool used to do this." She looked me in my eyes and carefully moved my shirt to show a piece of metal that was barely sticking out of my side. It was the pointed part of a fence. I must have landed wrong and kept moving. That would explain a bit why the wound felt like it was dragged across my body. "Lay down," she said, and moved to get stronger drags and suit up from massive blood loss. I did as she told me to and waited for her to get to work. She was about to get a syringe to either put me out or lessen the pain. I'm not sure which it was, but I didn't care. "It won't work. I have a high tolerance to medication. If you put me out, then my brain will take over and I'll run again," I said, looking at the syringe. Laying down hurt more than sitting up. I wanted to get up and move around. I felt bad for making Hitoshi worried and wanted to get back to him. "Well, better something than nothing," she said, and continued with her work. I did tell her that it wouldn't work. Not only was I consensus, I was fully aware of the pain. She was taking too long to pull the metal out. She moved carefully and inched her way around to see how far it went and what it looked like. If I was anyone else, that would have been a good thing. It could cause more pain if removed wrong, but I could heal no matter what. So I reached over, grabbed onto the end of the metal and pulled. I heard her gasp and felt her hand trying to stop me. It didn't work and the metal was soon out of my side. "Okay, your turn. Stitch me up and fast." "I have dinner to make," I said, smiling at her. It wasn't her fault, I was just annoyed at how this was being handled. The doctor is faster than her, but that was to be expected. He was a doctor, and he took apart bodies for a living. He knows the human body inside and out. He was supposed to be fast at this. Then again, he also knew what my body could handle and didn't care if he killed someone. It makes work easier if you don't have to worry about messing up. She took longer to finish the stitching up. She was being overly careful about it. I didn't make things easy for her by just ripping out the metal. They weren't going to let me leave without her okay. I told her several times that it would be easier to just do it myself next time. Once she was done, I stood up and threw on my shirt. I wasn't all that happy with how my body looked. Sure, I was strong, but that had more to do with my quirk than anything else. "Izuki, you shouldn't move around like that," she said, pulling at where the shirt covered the new stitched up the wound. She was probably looking for any tears or broken stitches. "I just wanted to leave already." "It's fine. It'll be healed in an hour or so," I said, all too happy to leave. This was why I wanted to leave so badly. Heroes are overbearing and smoothing. They never leave well enough alone, they are always on your case. If it is not about your health, then it's about your safety. Aizawa was a breath of fresh air. He cared, but he let things drop. "An hour? You should stay here until..." "You lost a lot of blood," she said as I opened the door to show the 3 teachers and Hitoshi standing there. Yamada and Aizawa looked a bit close. I wonder what happened there, or if it was always there, I just didn't see it. Romantic relationships aren't my thing. I tend to not realize that something was going on all that much. It took me 3 weeks to find out about the woman Tamura was dating. She and I met a few times, but I didn't think he was all that interested in anyone. When they broke up, it was Steve that showed up. Good old Steve. He was a moron that thought Tamura was a god among men. I was kinda happy to clean up his body. Lessened, do not cheat on Tamura. That was a rough day. "Are you okay?" Hitoshi asked, turning worried eyes to me. I smiled at him and nodded. It wasn't my mischievous smile, but softer than an angry smile. "I'm fine. What do you want for dinner?" I asked, ignoring that recovery girl was trying to gently pull me back into the nurse room. Anytime she grabbed my arm or hand, I would pull it out of her grasp. Hitoshi was pulling me closer to him anyway. "No, you are not. You have lost a lot of blood and had a 3-inch long piece of metal stuck in your side for who knows how many hours." Recovery girl practically yelled as I kept Hitoshi walking towards the exit. I didn't want to hear her yelling at me. It wasn't all that important. I have told them about having a healing quirk anyway, so it did not matter. Yeah, and I said that it would take an hour to heal. I said, more trying to console Hitoshi than help her feel better. I wanted to leave and get dinner started. Recovery girl comes with us. I'm taking them to the cat cafe where they can eat and rest. If something happens, you'll be there to help, Aizawa said, making me stop and turn around. I was about to ask him what he thought he was doing when both Hitoshi and Nizu said that it was a great idea. They have all betrayed me in this. I was glaring at him a bit. I was tired, but that didn't matter, I could still cook. After a little while, I let it go. Food was food, so it didn't matter. Sighing, I just waited for Aizawa to take the lead. He was the only person that knew where the cafe was. It didn't take him long to get us to the cafe. There were about a dozen cats around. All of them were up for adoption, but they had free roamed around the building. Minus the kitchen, that is a health and safety hazard after all. Hitoshi was having a lot of fun with the different cats. Yamada was laughing and taking pictures of Aizawa. Both Recovery Girl and Nizu were watching me closely. Nizu because he was watching for something that would explain why I was like this. You know what, I hope that he finds it because I didn't know what was wrong with me. I turned and looked at the number of cats around the place. It was a nice cafe all in all. A white cat that hisses and scratches everyone warmed up to me. He reminded me of Tamura. I wonder what he would think of this place. He would have to wear his gloves, but I think that he could stand that. Well, I won't get a chance to show him this place for a long time. Even then, I wonder if she would be too recognizable to even be out in public. Izuku, would you mind telling me where you were? Nizu asked, jarring me out of my thoughts. I turned back to look at him. I was always tired after an error has taken place. I looked at him knowing that I was now the center of attention. There was no point in lying to them. Even if I tried, it's not like I could really. Annoyed, I answered, I don't know. I woke up on the other side of the city. In situations like this, it was better to answer honestly. You don't remember? Hitoshi asked, hugging the tuxedo cat closer. The cat didn't look annoyed about that, so I ignored it too. If the cat wasn't unhappy, then there was nothing to worry about. The white cat in my lap seemed just annoyed with the sudden questioning. I'm naming this cat Tamura, there are just too many inconsistencies between them. I wonder what he would do if I touched his paws. Yeah, no idea where or what I was doing, I said, petting Tamura cat so that he didn't get angry and start hissing at everyone. He liked his neck scratched, and that was just funny to me. I'm sure that I snorted when she purred at the neck scratches. I wonder if this was Tamura that was hit with a quirk to make him a cat. I didn't know you liked cats so much, Aizawa said, changing the topic much to the annoyance of the others. They had wanted to ask me more about where I had gone. However, with Aizawa's save, it would be rude to change the subject back. I owe him a bit for helping Hitoshi out while I was gone. I'm sure that it was crazy without me around. Then again, maybe that was just me thinking highly of myself. I smiled at him. Just this one. He reminds me of. I guess he would be my brother, I said, looking down at him, not really noticing the looks that were passed around the table. It was more information than they had ever gotten from me before. It was getting harder to stay awake. I had walked all the way to school. Then I ate enough to fill me up. That was the perfect recipe for a good nap time. I didn't need to stay awake for much else. That and the cat in my lap was making me feel more at ease. I wanted to leave and go take a 20-hour nap with the cat Tamura. What's your brother like? Just how much is the cat like him? Hitoshi asked. I would have been shocked, but I never told him much about myself. I didn't answer any questions about me unless I had to. I yawned and shook my head a bit to try and stay awake. I looked at Hitoshi, tilting my head to the left and smiling. I calmly stated, my brother hates people, especially heroes. That was all they were going to get from me today. I had already given them enough information. They looked down at the cat who hissed at them. Nizu watched the cat and I could see the gears turning in his head. You're tired, Aizawa said, standing up. Let's get you home. Hitoshi followed suit and stood. He looked like a duckling. I wonder if that's how he looked like to them a few days ago. If so, then I wasn't helping much, and it's a good thing I left. Though it was funny to see, I was happy for the two of them. I was too tired to do much but follow the duckling and its mother. I put Tamura cat on a cat tree and walked after them. Yamada seemed to tell how tired I was and walked slightly being me. They walked in front of me, leading the way home. I hope you don't mind, I have been sleeping at Mr. Aizawa's, Hitoshi said, making me smile at him. I reached my hand up to pat his head. I didn't have to worry about you much longer, Hitoshi. You will make a great hero and I will still have to face my father. Good, that's where I wanted you to be, I said. The smile was still on my face. Hitoshi looked surprised then happy with a goofy smile. You wanted him to live with me? Aizawa asked, looking at me. I nodded my head then turned to leave. Waving, I muttered something about talking about this tomorrow at school. The two didn't have much of a choice in the matter after I left. I face-planted onto the bed, passing out soon after I hit the bed. Tomorrow was going to be a rough day. I would need to sleep for the next 3 days to regain my strength. However, I am not sure that I have that time with the sports festival coming up. I will have to deal with that later after I sleep. Aizawa's POV. Izuku showed up out of nowhere just like he did that first day. If I didn't know better, I would think that his quirk was teleportation based on how fast he moved from one place to another. It was good to see him sitting there in the classroom though. He looked beyond tired. He was sitting in his seat like we were the ones that left. I wasn't sure what I wanted to say at that moment. Was this how Hisashi felt when I went on that undercover mission without telling him? If it was, I should apologize again to him. Hitoshi, on the other hand, ran over to him with more energy than he had in the last 3 days. I let the just be for a moment before scolding him. He winced when I walked closer. Did something happen, or was he not expecting me to hug him? Did he run into his father while out there alone? If so, how did he get away again? I don't think that Hitoshi noticed as he hugged tighter, causing Izuku to cry out. It was weak and soft-sounding, like he was holding back as to not freak out Hitoshi. We both made him go to the nurse, though Hitoshi wasn't in the best place to trust her anymore. I let the others join us at the cat cafe. I knew that Izuku wasn't as thrilled about that. I bet that he would have liked if it was just the 4 of us compared to everyone being there. He looked a little bothered, but otherwise, there was nothing off about him. When we arrived, he ordered what Hitoshi did and didn't complain about anything. When the crown a-hole walked over and crawled into his lap, Hitoshi and I were surprised at how friendly he was being. He was an evil cat that had given more than a few people scars over the years. When Nizu reached over to pet him, the cat attacked him and scratched him up. However, when Izuku started petting him, the crown a-hole didn't scratch him or hiss. Izuku seemed to relax around the cat, which was interesting. Once he told us about the cat being like his brother, it made more sense. I wonder if his brother is more in terms of made family or blood. If it was blood, does that mean that there is another woman that was torn to shreds somewhere? How has no one found her? If there was, then we have missed a woman that was likely tortured. What if Izuku was the older of the two? Was there a chance that the woman was alive? Could we save her? If we couldn't, then where was her body? Could we bring her family closure? I shook the thought from my head. I didn't want to vomit before dinner. What's your brother like? Hitoshi has asked. He was great for having around for this kind of thing. If this was a real interrogation, then we could use that to get answers from him. I know that he would never use his quirk on Izuku. No, Hitoshi already told us about his quirk and how Izuku probably knew, but Hitoshi didn't tell him. The good thing about Hitoshi and Izuku is that unlike us, if he asks something, Izuku is likely to answer and not make it snarky or unhelpful. He will give the best answer while still keeping us in the dark. It was like they had their own language. Izuku took a while to answer though. It was a tell at how tired he is. My brother hates people, especially heroes, Izuku said, smiling softly at the cat. Did he do that on purpose? Was that a lie? Why did he hate heroes? I don't understand what's going on. The look on Nizu's face told that he was surprised too. Is this why Izuku doesn't trust us? What has this child been through? He was tired and looked like he was about to pass out. That a-hole cat won't let us near him if he does. The reason he is a crown a-hole is that the other cats will help if he decides that Izuku stays here. On the way home, Hitoshi finally told Izuku about him staying at my house. Izuku smiled and told us where he wanted the boy to be. He was giving me Hitoshi? He turned around and walked towards a dark alley where he disappeared. I looked around the area, but there was nothing to suggest that he was there. Did we lose Izuku again? How could I have been so careless? It's okay, he will be at school tomorrow, Hitoshi said, looking a little disappointed. I would have to trust him in this or he will grow further from us than he was. Izuku was a strange child that desperately needed our help along with this brother of his. We would have to try and get information about this later. I woke up a little late that morning. I would be late, there was nothing I could do about that. Well, that's not true, I could use my quirk to get to the school in time. That would be considered illegal quirk use though. I wasn't really interested in getting arrested for such a stupid reason. There was also the fact that I had used so much energy the last 4 days that my need for sleep and rest wouldn't allow me to unless I was in danger. It would be depleting the energy that keeps my heart beating and my lungs pounding in my chest. The doctor called that level of quirk use absolute because of what it does. I'm the only one to have such a skill. Father thinks that it's part of my mother's quirk. It's like the rampage mode of video games. I fixate on a goal and like a bull, I won't bow down. It was awful when I fought father about it. We both ended up hurt and suffering, but that didn't matter much right now. I started the walk to the school going about my normal stuff. I stopped and got coffee. The baristas looked happy to see me. Today there was a male barista, which was a good sign. I liked to talk to the ladies that were usually there when I walked in. As it turned out, it was the next shift, and that's why there were other people. The morning was taken by the more experienced baristas. The guy was a new guy they were training. There were a few other guys, but they had late-night shifts as a protective measure. After the last robbery, they decide to recruit some muscle to the mix. Their store had these guys and a few girls that could kick some butt. They would have one on at every shift to keep everyone safe. Once they started doing this, and in the span of 3 days they had caught a few people. There was one every shift that would harass the girls that were working. The guys that were working there would get a few people laughing at them and calling them FGS for working in such a girly place. While I admit that the Sunny Cafe was very feminine, that didn't mean that they were gay. I have seen everyone working their butts off. I wish that I had known about all this a few weeks ago. I would have been their security for them. Of course, that would be in charge of coffee. After the gossip, I left to continue my walk to school. Now I was even later than I was before. Hitoshi was going to kill me when I got there. That's about the time that I noticed that I had gotten Hitoshi his cup too. I gave it to some kid that looked to be having a rough day already. I guess that he was skipping class or something for being out this late already. He just nodded and smiled into the cup. He looked to be about my age, not that it mattered all that much. He did have red eyes though, and that was interesting. It wasn't a common color of eyes. With the black hair, he looked like the old depictions of demons or witches. If he were transported back in the day, he might have been burned at the stake or have his head chopped off. I stayed with him for a bit, thinking that he might want to walk about what's got him so down, but he didn't. I watched him drink the coffee for a bit before telling him how Hitoshi drank it. If he liked it, he might as well know how to get more. I left soon after because he didn't want to talk. I reached the gates a few minutes after noon struck the clock. Not like that was going to stop me. I walked through and ignored the system alerting Nizu. After all, I was supposed to be here. I reached the classroom a whole 10 minutes late for the next class. Not bad if I do say so myself, and I do. When I opened the door, Aizawa looked mad at me, but there was something that told me that he was happy I made it. After that, the class continued as normal until our lunch. It was a whole half an hour later than everyone else's. However, unlike a normal day, both Hitoshi and Eraserhead walked over to me. Hitoshi looked a little shook and worried about me. They pulled up a chair and sat down looking like they were going to do something not all that illegal. They shared a look before Aizawa leaned in about to say something. Izuku, why did you want Mr. Aizawa to take me in? Hitoshi asked, jumping the gun on this. Aizawa looked a little bit annoyed at him, but otherwise was fine. He had this worried look on his face that I felt bad for putting there. At least I didn't have to kill him right now, because that would hurt. Hitoshi, out of all the teachers here, he is the best for you. I wouldn't leave you with just anyone. He is good for both for your development and for the emotional support that you need, I said, hoping that the I can't be that was left out, but I'm sure that they heard it anyway. They looked mildly surprised at that sudden explanation. Then they looked at each other for a moment again. Hitoshi looked like he had ADD on a sour lemon. He wasn't all that happy with my answer. This time Aizawa gave Hitoshi a look that said, my turn, and he turned to me. I was expecting Hitoshi to start yelling at me. Instead, he looked away and held back from saying anything. You could stay with me as well, you know. If you wanted to stay with us, I'm sure that I wouldn't mind bringing home an a-hole king with you, Aizawa, smirking like that made any sense. I looked at him for a moment, then remembered the cafe. You're offering me a cat? I asked, looking more confused about this situation. Why does he care where or what I'm doing? Is this some kind of trap that they have set up? I would have laughed if this wasn't so confusing. I just had an error, but I still can't wrap my head around this. I would have to go back and get reprogrammed to deal with all of this. We thought that he looked happy in your arms. Even the owner of the cafe thought it was strange, Hitoshi said, looking a little nervous. The problem was that I don't know how long I will be here. I could be taken back tomorrow or in 6 years. The real Tamura doesn't like pets because he's allergic, and father would get rid of any weakness that gets in the way. Even if I could convince them to let me have one cat, are notorious for being assholes. If he did anything to piss them off, I wouldn't have a cat. I would be lucky if they killed him in an instant, but they could use him to hurt me more. Izuku? Aizawa asked, looking worried. I wonder if my face is showing emotion. If it is, then I wonder what it looks like. What emotion am I feeling about this? What is my face doing? Is it showing the pain of losing another person? Or is it anger? Anger at what? Myself of everything else? There was just too much to consider, and I didn't have the control that I needed to deal with this. Can I really do this? If father finds out, what will he say? Will I be punished for this? No, I said, looking away from them. I couldn't risk it. I wanted to, but this wouldn't work. I couldn't take the cat then abandon it later. That wasn't right, just like it wasn't right for me to take Hitoshi. I should have let Aizawa handle it. I didn't have to intervene, but I did, and now I have backed myself into a corner. If I go with them, I would be turning my back on my father. I couldn't do that, or he would come for everything. I couldn't lose everything again. I needed to get back to the way things were going before I left. This time Hitoshi would stay with Aizawa and won't need my help. I would keep my nose down and wait. That was all I was supposed to do, but how can I? They are making me want to help them and change sides. I can't do that, or we will all pay the price for that. Think, on one hand I would be with father. It was the only life that I have ever known. I was a tool to be used. I know my place and I'm good at it. I would be able to just waste away without a second thought. There were punishments for when I step out of line, but that's everywhere. I know that there nowhere I could good that would be completely free of him or his people. I would be found and brought back. The ground where I was would be burned and salted all over again. Time would repeat itself from that time. If I stayed with them, though, would I be free? Or would I live my life in fear that my father would return? Father would use them against me. He would kill them the instant that I even showed that I was thinking like this. Aizawa told me that I would get a cat though, and I wanted that so badly. I wanted to stay and laugh as we did during those 3 weeks. I wanted to clean the beach with them and cook together. I wanted to watch Yamada being dramatic with Aizawa. I wanted Hitoshi to follow his dream. The only problem was that I wanted to be there with them. Father would never stand for it. He would give me the order and I would have to kill them. Why? Hitoshi asked, jumping up. I moved my head and leaned further away from him. I couldn't look at him now. This would only end badly if I did move in with them. I can't take an animal that I will have to leave. I can't get used to their strange ways if I'm only going to kill them. I can't let them show me too much more of this world that I wanted to be a part of. Hitoshi was safe and that was all that I wanted. I couldn't be a part of that life. I am a tool, I have to do what I was made to do. My father's words are law. I don't need a reminder of what happens when you don't listen to what he says. I don't want to remember what happens if I stand against him. Aizawa grabbed Hitoshi and pulled him away from me a bit. Hitoshi decided that was enough and stormed out of the room. I know that he was mad at me for saying no, but there was nothing else I could do. I couldn't make a decision that would kill them. Not after I took him in and brought him here. After Hitoshi left, Aizawa stayed quiet for a little while before breaking the silences. Izuku, I'm not going to ask you why you said no, but this offer is always open. The cat will be waiting for you. I know, I said before realizing that he meant the cat. Tamura would be waiting for me. If I messed this up, then I would be meeting his hands again, or worse. I curled tighter away from him. I would have curled into a ball if I could. Maybe I shouldn't have returned after the error. I had to finish the mission. Father would be mad at me if he knew just how broken I have become. Hitoshi and Nizu returned with food, but I didn't eat any of it. It seemed that the others let it go. I couldn't eat even if I wanted to now. I could still feel the bile wanting to rise at the thought of punishments that could have happened if I had chosen to go with them and move in. It was quiet in the room and I didn't want to make eye contact with them. I wonder if Recovery Girl told them about my scars. I wouldn't be surprised if she did. She likes to meddle in things like that. If she hasn't told them yet, she will. She only got to see it because they wouldn't let it go that I was gonna be fine. I did everything in my power to not show the others. My torso is covered in more scars than the skin at this point. Some of them were from fighting, most of them were from training or punishments. They showed just how shameful of a weapon that I was. I couldn't even carry out easy missions like this. I was a failure that didn't deserve to be constructed. If my mother could see me now, I wonder if she would be happy? I wasn't helping her memory at all. I had never even thought about her until now. It was all I could do, just not dream about how things would be if she was alive. Would she have fought tooth and nail for me? Or would she train me for freedom from father? My scars across my body did nothing but show how weak I was. These heroes too have only taught me how weak I was. I wonder if Hitoshi saw them? I don't think he did, but then again I'm not too sure. The day continued with Hitoshi mostly ignoring me. He never looked at me and I did the same. How could I raise my eyes to meet his? I know that it was only time before he did this, but it still hurt. I felt better than it was now and not later after all of this. Not after I had to betray him. This was too hard. Couldn't I just leave and take 3 years off? I could do whatever I wanted and think about what side I was on. Father would be mad, but I'm sure that I would choose his side at the end of the day. He held too much for me not to. Freedom for 3 years before making a grand return to his side. Wait, that doesn't sound too bad. I could be free for 3 years before returning to father's plan. I could give Hitoshi 3 years of safety and freedom. Aizawa would protect him and give him what he needed to be safe and happy. I could run and never be found for 3 years. It would be hard work, but I like to keep busy. I could do that. I've lived off nothing for far longer than they would have expected. I would have to make a plan and get a bit stronger before going through with it. Thankfully, the sports festival was in 3 weeks. It would be perfect with my other plan. On the day of the sports festive, I was packed and ready to leave. I had gotten up 3 hours earlier than any other day. I left Hitoshi's things alone. I knew that Aizawa would be coming by after he got the letters. I was going to leave them. How could he not after I wrote that he should pick up Hitoshi's things from here? By packed, I meant that I had 6 outfits in a flimsy bag along with all the money I could carry. It was going to be a fun time, probably. I would spend most of my time on the run. I left the bag near the door for me to grab after this. I would have to be quick about this. I held the letters in my hands for Hitoshi and Aizawa. I walked to the post office and asked for next day DLVOI. That would give me enough time to enjoy tonight. After that, I headed to school. Today's activities were gonna be fun. I was going to make sure that all the kids were worn out beyond measure. I was running around all morning getting the last-minute things done. The teachers knew something was off, but I was hoping that they would be too busy to look twice at me. I had to stop and help some of the support students fix anything that needed it. Thankfully, they were good at their job. I ran by the business students and carried anything that needed to be moved and fast. By the time the sports fest started, I was sweating. It was a hot day and I was running around. I snuck around and found a place to watch the show weeks before, so I was ready. I had everything I needed so that I could watch the first half. I didn't care about who won or lost. I was only going to bother with the parts that I was going to have a part with. There wasn't a point of messing with everything. I watched as the students walked into the arena. I was a little proud of the people I had helped walking with their heads held high. I had something to do with that, and it was strange. I didn't know what it was like to train someone. Even if I wasn't the one to rally train them, I sent them to the right places. Oh, how little everyone knew. The first test was a parkour obstacle race. I smiled waiting for the starting bell to ding. Once President Mike said go, I watched the hero class run forward. However, the others waited a moment like I had told them to. I pressed a button that made the ground shake. Some of the heroes fell over before looking around. The people in the stands were shocked. Taking over the speakers was easy for me. I said, "Oh, did the screen say parkour race?" Because I read the parkour obstacle race. I said with the same enthusiasm as present Mike. My throat hurt after yelling like him. It was harder to talk like him than I thought. The other students took off running to catch up. I wonder how many people realized that I wasn't Yamada's son. Even if they did, I bet they just thought that I had a voice quirk or something. They were wrong, but that didn't matter all that much right now. Once they got to the place, the hero class, as they started working together. See, the funny thing is that we weren't told that we couldn't work together. It only took a few days to get groups of 5 together. After that, it was all about training and building trust between them. I had one person from every team join dance classes while another would go to the gym. The other 3 had other jobs but just as much work. One supported where they need to build their team's items. One was a study where they need to stalk and learn all they can about the hero core students. The last one was the leader that had to join in with the other projects. That way the leader could tell how hard everyone was working and how to help if something goes wrong. Nisa looked a little too happy about my meddling. Too bad for him, this is only the beginning. I had rigged the next contest to be an intense scavenger hunt. Oh, and the victims, the people on the lists are a bit hard to get to. If the students were not careful, they would be left out. Being a hero meant working hard and taking time for the people you are protecting. It was everything that my father didn't teach me. While some others didn't know that they were going to be hunted soon by more than enough students. Waiting at each level of the stage, I set out lots of distractions. For example, a group of 2 to 3-year-old dance students and their teacher in the middle of a class that won't let you pass until you complete the dance with the kids. The parents were there taking pictures of their kids. If you try to leave, the kids will start crying. Big ugly scream crying. It was funny to see a boy jumped out of his skin when the mom yelled at him for making her kid cry. He had to dance 3 times with the kids. Or the Libran that won't let you pass until you tell her your favorite book and why you like it. It seems easy, right? Well, it has to be more than a few words, and it has to be compelling enough for her to want to read it. If it wasn't, then she would ask questions about it until she knows why you didn't tell her more. It caused a line to form while waiting to talk to her. Some kids thought they could sneak through without her seeing. They had to actually write an essay about 2 books. She handed them paper and pens. They sat next to her and had to write while she kept asking questions. After the first few kids that got an essay, no one tried to sneak past her. I think that I saw Aizawa smirking at the kids that were writing essays. I'm guessing that they would be turning those into grace. Or maybe a lost middle schooler that's lost and cannot for the life of him realize where to go. This kid hardly knows left from right, or robot villains that decide to attack them while they are running/yoga/dancing, or yoga babes doing yoga. You'd be surprised at the number of people that stopped to stare at Mike. To be fair, that man is flexible. I was more surprised at the people that passed by. Especially when he would smile and ask them to join him. I laughed when Midnight showed up from nowhere and said that she would join him. Once she joined, it was even harder for people to walk past them. I'm not all that attracted to people, but that didn't mean that I couldn't see how hot they were. By the time the race was over, the students looked thoroughly drained. That's when the real fun started though. See, the next game, at a scavenger hunt, but only some people get points. You have to get to the item/person before the others. If multiple people touch the item/person, then they both would get a point. That's all there is to this game. Oh, except only the top 20 get to pass to the next stage. I changed the screen to start the game. Even I didn't know who it would choose first out of the 300 options. You might have realized that there are not enough points to go around. That was the point. It would be a free-for-all. There was going to be a battle for the points. Yoga Mike appeared with his picture. It might seem like he was an innocent person, but Mike and Ms. Dunn have skills that won't let them be caught easily. They had asked to be a part of the fun, so I made them have their own areas to shine in. Everyone looked to Mike, who was already running at full speed away. It didn't take long to watch the students run after a man that was doing tricks and having fun while they were chasing with all their might. I think I saw Yamada holding Midnight from running around after the man. I think that she and Mike were going to hang out after this was done. I would have called him Deed, but no one would have gotten that reference. However, I didn't know that the man could perform acrobatics. He was good at yoga and knocking a guy out, but that was something new. After a while, a girl had tripped and fallen, pretending to be hurt pretty badly. Mike found a way back to her. He got caught after he got close enough for her to reach him. 1 point Hana Suzaka appeared on the screen. So far she was going to the next stage. Before it changed, flipping through the remaining names, present Mike was the next target. He stared at the screen for a moment before yelling a bit. He used his quirk to buy time for him to run. He ran like his life depended on it. He would sometimes yelp at them if they got too close. He was eventually captured, but it was funny. The names continued like so: Midnight, Cementos, Ectoplasm, Ms. Dunn, who by the way was the longest to be running. One of the new students caught her, Ms. Joke, who was in the stands. I have never seen so many kids trying to act out the Zombie Z movie, Eraserhead, the second longest, Snipe, and Nizu. There were many others, but the writer doesn't want to write 30 names or figure out who all was there and why. After that, I left Nizu to continue the next test. I did a really good job. They all looked exhausted. You really are a problem child, Aizawa said from behind me. I knew that he would find me eventually. I turned to look at him. I wasn't expecting him to look so crammed in the vents though. He looked like a smashed hamster that was too fat to fit up the tunnel to its bed. I couldn't hold back and laugh at him before handing him some Pocky. I figured that he would try to find me after I started meddling. That's why his name was on the board. He broke free of the small place into the much larger area I was in. Nizu must have been using these places to get around the school. He sat down next to me and seemed to fall asleep. Why did he think sleeping next to me was a good idea? I could kill him right now and no one could be able to figure out if I did it. Even if they did, I would be long gone by then. I turned back to the screen, but I was no longer watching it. I was too busy monitoring Aizawa's breath and heart rate. I don't know what I was scared of here. I wasn't going to die easily or get beaten. I also didn't really want to hurt him. The moment he actually falls asleep or moves, I'll know. He never did though, just stayed there with his eyes closed. Was this a test that I had to pass? No, the heroes didn't like doing that kind of thing. Even if they did, I had long since taught them to not try it with me. Before we knew it was the end of the day and Hitoshi, Aizawa, present Mike, and I were walking to Aizawa's house to eat dinner. It was peaceful and pretty. It was a bit fun to actually be there with the three of them having fun. Yamada complained about having to run from the kids. Aizawa talked about how the kids needed to improve and how. Hitoshi and I talked about what we wanted to eat. We ended up ordering pizza because it was the easiest thing to do. From there we ate and watched a movie. It felt like that bit in every family movie where they were getting along and happy. I, however, did stand up once it became 10 p.m. and said my goodbyes. I couldn't stay, that was for sure. No, this life was Hitoshi's and I didn't have a place. Even if I did, I couldn't even take it. I knew that Hitoshi was following me as I left the house. I had heard something about walking me to the next corner. I think that he was going to walk me home. I was going to tell him to go back and stay warm and happy. I didn't though, because I knew something was wrong. I would have smiled and pretended nothing was wrong. If a very familiar heartbeat that made my skin crawl. It didn't stop me as I turned the corner, but I was more than ready for it. I couldn't warn Hitoshi without him getting in trouble. Izuku, I think you are in need of some help. Eating with heroes? Really? Hitoshi was close enough to hear, but I wouldn't let him get closer to us. I didn't let him walk next to me and was rushing to get to the corner. I didn't want him to get hurt. Father, I didn't know I would be seeing you tonight, I said calmly, keeping my voice steady. I was hoping that Hitoshi would stay back a bit. I was right, he did stop in his tracks. I guess that they told him about my father. I was glad that they did. However, him knowing to stay back didn't mean that I was out of trouble yet. He growled at me to get in the car. I walked forward, ignoring Hitoshi's attempt to stop me from going anywhere. I ushered father into the car quickly in hopes that he didn't see him. I didn't want them to know that he was there. As the driver got into the car, I saw Hitoshi lean out and look at the car. I closed my eyes as we drove off. I didn't want him to see me anymore. I hope you know that saving that boy will cost you, father said, and I nodded, knowing full well that my 3 years of freedom is now going to go into retraining. Oh well, today was fun enough for a lifetime. Even if I got the room as punishment, that was okay. I had lived in a world that I wasn't ever going to have for a bit. I just couldn't bring myself to regret keeping Hitoshi out of this. Izuku was gone, and this time he wasn't going to just show back up. Aizawa was going to break from the stress. He swore that when he found Izuku he was never going to let the kid out of his sight. He was going to follow him everywhere. Hell, he would get him a collar with a bell on it if that's what it took to know where he was. He was losing his mind trying to find him. The number of all-nighters that he was pulling was driving him insane. Nizu even took over teaching some of Hitoshi's courses just to get him to sleep, while Aizawa would then have to be targeted by midnight to keep him from running out. To look again. Yamada was staying at his house more often than not to keep Hitoshi from losing more than he had. Though if you asked him it was to keep both from losing their collective sheet. He was always Aizawa's support system and that was never going to change. It had been that way since their second year in UA. It took skill to keep up with a man that would forget to sleep or eat when people were in danger. It just happened that he was now also Hitoshi's too. Between getting them to eat and sleep plus the job, he was being run ragged. He was going to die if he didn't get some help with these two. They had gotten Hitoshi to see a therapist once a week. They had him start going after the first time that Izuku disappeared. It had more to do with the fact that he just broke. He didn't talk, eat, or sleep. He just sat there with tears running down his face. It was less than a good sign. Not that it helped all that much at first. It was only after Izuku returned that he started to make progress. It wasn't a lot, but it was enough to help. Because of the nature of Izuku's disappearance, they had to go and search the house they had been living. Hitoshi didn't lead them straight to the house though. Instead, he leads them around the area talking to the people he saw. They all commented on where Izuku was. It was a bit surprising to see just how much Izuku changed the neighborhood. Some kids laughed with Hitoshi while giving the boy a hard time. Yamada and Aizawa thought about how he fit in so well here and how it was no wonder that he became so dependent on Izuku. He was abused and bullied, then saved and taken to a world so different. He was treated kindly and shown how to make long-lasting friends no matter their age. The kids asked when the big brother was going to play with them again. Some men laughed and told them about all the hard work Izuku has done for them while knowing the boy. They talked about how he could never just leave things alone. If he saw someone in need, he would step in like it was nothing. Izuku would never accept a thank you or any gifts of reward not from the people that it. Whether that hard work was actually helping in building some of the newer buildings or helping them around their yards. Then they met with the coffee shop that Hitoshi said he had to get coffee from. They talked for a while about Izuku and how he had stopped a robbery, so now both Hitoshi and Izuku get a free coffee. They said that they had to strong-arm Izuku into accepting that. He had fought to pay for his drink for weeks before giving in. He only gave in because Hitoshi would take the money back for him and put it in the savings. The way this neighborhood seemed to come alive when Izuku's name was uttered was like something out of a storybook. He was a hero to these people no matter how little it was that he did. He was helping them more than any other hero. Aizawa and Yamada were happy and sad to see it. On the one hand, they got to see how amazing Izuku was. He was taking care of so many people without thinking that it was important. He helped where he could and got Hitoshi to help him with some of the things. But it hurt to see that a child was doing more for them than they were. They were heroes, and yet a kid without a real home and on the run could help them more. Then they arrived at the apartment. It was a rather broken-looking building. Something that had yet to get fixed because of bigger and more important ones. Aizawa and Yamada were prepared to walk into hell. However, the door that Hitoshi walked to looked okay. It was burned a bit but still needed a key to open it. Once the door was open, they weren't expecting it to be so clean. The floor looked well kept and there weren't any dirt plies. The old wood floor looked to be in okay condition except for a few places. There was a light for the whole room. The kitchen was small but only lacking a little more counter space. The bed looked neat and was covered in blankets to keep them warm. The balcony had what looked like a double-door entrance. You can see an old bike from the door. When you walked closer, it opened to a garden that had a little fountain. It was green and lush there. The glass surrounding the garden looked like it was stained glass. It didn't have a message or picture, but it was perfect. There were different colors where it felt there needed to be. To say that their breath was taken away was an understatement. To think that a kid did this only made it more impressive. It's pretty, isn't it? Hitoshi said, looking at the garden. It was strange to see it without Izuku standing there looking them over. Izuku did all of this. Everything has a group here. The water is what lets us cook and take showers. The plants let us save money. Oh, and this bike creates power for the generator, he said, pointing at things. He knew how crazy it was that Izuku had built this by himself. He wanted to be of use. However, when he told Izuku that, the boy only smiled and told him, everything here has a purpose. The plants can't tell how important they are because they are just growing. The bike is just sitting there, does what it was made for. It's the same with humans. Everyone had a purpose, maybe yours I just growing and being yourself. Izuku is amazing, but so are you, Hitoshi, Yamada said, knowing that this would make anyone feel like an idiot. Hell, he felt like a moron for not being able to do anything like this. Izuku liked books, they just didn't know that he devoured the information. He wasn't a monster but a kid that was desperate to escape the world that he lived in. Looking around, they had some things to think about. Aizawa wanted to keep Izuku and Hitoshi as his sons. Yamada just wanted to be a part of that family. The problem was that both didn't know how to go about getting what they wanted. Not in the way that both so desperately wanted. Aizawa wanted, needed to find Izuku. Yamada had to make enough money to be helpful so that there was a chance that Aizawa would let him move in. Either way, Aizawa knew that he was going to have to move. A bigger place to let Izuku's mind wander. He would fill it so fully with books and cats that they would drown. This kid that helped everyone and never asked for anything. This stupid kid that stood between them and his father. That caused panic and chaos. That laughed as people struggled only to help them afterward. That saw what people could do and did something to help. That would stand up to a man that was twice his size but let himself be beaten up by children even younger. Izuku was a genuinely good person that had shackles. His father was the monster that cut his wings so that the bird would never leave the nest. After all that, everyone had a new resolve to find Izuku. How could they not? Aizawa was out at any opportunity that he had to search the streets. He took back alleys and any leads for strange activity. He was getting more arrested at this time than his whole career. He was tired, but he wasn't going to stop. He was right in not giving up after getting told about a strange warehouse that was 2 towns over. He was running there while Hitoshi was in therapy. Today was going to last a while because they wanted to try something new. Even if he wasn't back in time, Yamada had promised to take him to the cat cafe. It was 2 terrifying and stressful months when Aizawa found him. 2 cities over in an abandoned warehouse. He walked into the warehouse. There was nothing that looked out of place compared to the other places that he had been over. His eyes were heavy and felt like they were on fire. He was almost done for the night. He would keep going if he could, but his eyes wouldn't take much more of this. He needed to be able to see for when he found Izuku. If he was in danger, then he needed his eyes to fight. He turned the corner to where the center of the warehouse was. There his eyes became the last thing on his mind. He did it. He found Izuku after so long, but it wasn't a happy reunion. Izuku was lying with his back pressed to the opposite wall. He was bloody and his neck hung in a defeated way. It almost looked like he was dead. Aizawa felt his heart drop as he moved closer. He could only hold his breath and hope that it was just a coma at worst. Though that looked unlikely with the amount of blood around the boy. He would have to tell Hitoshi, but how could he have failed so badly? Aizawa? Came a whisper so weak he thought he had just imagined it. Until there he saw Izuku shift just so slightly. He took a full step forward. No, Izuku whispered just as weak as before. Aizawa didn't know what he meant but did as he was told. Something was wrong and he didn't want to make things worse. Izuku was found after 2 months of looking alone and bloody? That was just too convenient. He would have taken more time looking around if Izuku wasn't lying there with his eyes closed. Something was wrong and he needs to get him out of here and to a doctor. Izuku, I'm going to call for backup. I'll be back and I'll tell you what you missed while you were gone, okay? Aizawa said, hoping that he would be able to keep both of them calm. He just needed Nizu and the others to get here. Izuku would be safe and he would live, he just needed time. However, he didn't get an answer back before he got up and had to leave the boy. He would have called from next to Izuku, but there was no serious. He had to get him out of here as soon as he could. Nizu and the police were the first to arrive. Nizu walked with a speed that Aizawa didn't know he had to the room. Aizawa didn't get the chance to warn him because the cops had just arrived and he had to once again leave Izuku. That being said, Nizu didn't need much time to see why Izuku would tell them no. There are wires around the room. They are connected to Izuku's neck, wrists, and ankles. If we don't move carefully, we could no longer need an ambulance. After that, Izuku didn't talk, just rested with his eyes closed as they worked to cut all the wires. It took 4 hours and they finally had a path to Izuku, but he wasn't free. Why was it taking so long? The wires were intertwined so that if you changed the tension it could cause a reaction. Izuku's cheek had a long cut after the first wire sliced him. They had to maintain the pressure of every wire while at the same time trying to cut them. Once a recovery girl could get those, she was able to start helping Izuku live. She didn't say anything to us as she worked. She didn't use her quirk or give an anesthetic to knock him out. She just kept her hands busy as Nizu and the police were working to get him out of this trap. Izuku's father wanted to kill them and his son. How was there a man that was willing to go so far? This was something that none of the people there could understand. For those that knew Izuku, it only made it more confusing to them. The boy was amazing and a wonder to the world. How could someone want to kill, let alone hurt him? This was out of hand and no one knew just how crazy it was before they got here. Aizawa? Hitoshi? Was whispered, the sounds seeming to cut through the tension. Aizawa didn't know what to say at first, then he decided why the hell not talk. Yamada was better at it than him, but that didn't matter at the moment. Not when he was too shaken to help with anything. He's good. He took us to see the home you made. It was an impressive place. Aizawa said, wondering what he was supposed to talk about. He had told him almost everything that didn't have to do with him running around trying to find Izuku. Aizawa, keep talking, it doesn't matter what it's about, recovery girl said, glancing over her shoulder at him. Aizawa started talking about the students that he had taught through the years. He talked about when he and Yamada went to school. He realized how hard Yamada's job was considering how much he was talking. It was hard to keep going and he was running out of stories that wouldn't distract anyone. At the last one, Izuku laughed and it was heartbreaking. What was usually a bubbly laugh, it now sounded like he was dying. His laugh was rough and was more heavy breathing than a real laugh. There was nothing that they could do to help Izuku anymore. He was in a coma and there were too many injuries to heal all at once. Whoever made that death trap didn't care that Izuku was going to die. That being said, there was a new question on the table. Do we use a quirk to read Izuku's memories or respect his privacy? On one hand, we needed to find a way to find the person that did this and it would help us understand Izuku. The problem was that there is no way that he would ever forgive us for doing that. He would likely run away again, but if he never wakes up, then it would be the only time that we would be able to find the people responsible. The time was ticking and now Hitoshi and I had a large decision to make. Being the closest to a family that he had, I had told Hitoshi that I thought that we should do it. Sure, he will be angry and probably hate us for it later, but at least then the person that did this would never be free again. They would be put behind bars and Izuku will be safer than he had been before. Izuku, Hitoshi said softly. He had moved to be standing over him. There's a person that's going to read your mind. It's the only way to tell what happened to you. Please don't fight them, he said. His voice was shaking by the end of it. I'm sure that it was harder to give the okay into looking into someone else's mind. The potential for that person to hate you later is so great, even if it's for their good. Hitoshi, I whispered, but he just glared at me. I didn't let that stop me from grabbing him and pulling him into a hug. Izuku might be mad later, but the kid loved Hitoshi. He would get over it after a while. I could feel him shaking in my arms, but I took him from the room. On the way to the waiting room, I told the police that we were going to let the mind reader come in. After I took Hitoshi to the cafeteria where we got some coffee. In hopes of calming our nerves. I couldn't lose it now. Not when Hitoshi needed me to be strong. Hisashi, the man that he was, stayed to wait it out with the police. Even if we wanted to be there, we couldn't. It could cause a panic attack or worse. Izuku could hear us and decided that he wants to focus on us and not her. Not that it would change much. It would just take longer for her to read his mind. Hey, how are you two doing? Hisashi's voice said. I took a deep breath because he is not supposed to be here. I opened my eyes to see him taking a seat. I know what you're thinking. I can't be in the room either. I tried, but I have a personal connection to him. Thankfully Tensei never met him, so he's with them. If something happens, he will be here before you can even blink, he said. Not that I cared. He was supposed to be there to make sure that Izuku was safe. This is how we keep losing him. I don't think that I could handle him disappearing again. I would rather anything else. Hey, it's okay, you two. Tensei is super fast. No one is going to take Izuku away, he said, reaching out and rubbing our backs. I didn't notice that Hitoshi was reacting like me. I need to try to focus on him. I'm his guardian and that means something. Hitoshi, if something happens, will find him again and force him to stay home, I said, knowing that it wasn't necessary. Hitoshi and I would be running around the world turning over everything to find him again. Though he hasn't woken up yet, which gives all a bit of hope that he won't be moving around. We just had to make sure that no one comes to get him. If they try to take him, I won't be able to be a hero, I heard him mutter. I didn't call him on that. How could I? When I felt the same way. Hisashi didn't say anything about that either. I looked down at my phone to see that only 10 minutes had passed. It had felt like hours had passed. If only this was like all the times he had students with potential. Then time would be flying through this. Hitoshi, do you want to go and wait near the room? They said it would be fine as long as we weren't right outside the door. Hisashi asked and I felt like hitting him for not asking sooner. Hitoshi and I were already standing. I guess that Hisashi knew what we were going to say as he was also standing. The walk to the elevator was unusual, to say the least. Nothing was going on that would need everyone to come running. It was unusual because when heroes are in the hospital, people are usually running around. But that was because someone was hurt. It was refreshing to not see people running at full speed to keep everyone alive. By the time that we arrived back at the room, only 5 minutes had passed. We had taken our time while walking too. Taking a seat outside the room and across the hall was okay. I wish that we could have been in the room too. That wasn't going to happen though. It was 15 more minutes when we heard something inside the room. It sounded like someone falling to the floor. The door flung open and a woman was running out of the room. She was screaming that she was sorry and didn't mean it. Tensei was already wrapping his arms around her to stop her. There Izuku stood in the door. There was something wrong. His eyes glowed red as he watched her. He took a step forward and said, wanting to blackmail heroes is a terrible thing to do to people. Next time maybe do some research into whose head you're going into. He was shaky as he moved closer to us. Hitoshi and I lifted our arms to catch him as he tumbled forward. I'm sorry. Don't kill me, please. Don't kill me. I'm sorry. The woman was screaming and I wish that I could say that I was surprised. Recovery Girl said that there was a change, that Izuku had to do many things in life. He was too skittish and all the scars that scattered his body didn't leave much to the idea that he didn't. Izuku, Hitoshi said as we felt him pull away. He wasn't smiling at us anymore. Just sighed and turned away from us. Hitoshi held onto his arm as he moved but otherwise let him move. Give me a list of all the missing people and unsolved murders. I'll mark the ones that I have killed. In exchange, get these two to tell you about what they have been doing to the people that she interrogates, Izuku said, sounding tired and out of breath. The police officer with them in the room nodded and took the two away from here. Tensei helped them move her since she kept trying to run away. By the time that things had settled down and Izuku was back in bed, he hadn't said anything. Hitoshi didn't leave his side, not that I blamed him for that. She learns everything she can about unsolved murders, even going as far as to buy information from some cops. Then she chooses someone to pick on. Someone like me that's been sleeping but likely to wake up. They visit them and force them to think that they killed that person. After that, they blackmail them into sending their family into years of debt. It didn't work on me because I have a quirk that can reverse the effect of other quirks if they are used on me, he said, finally explaining something. I am said that out of all the questions that I have the answers that one. It only raises more questions about his quirk or quirks. While that will help explain some things, there are more questions than I have for you, I said, trying to keep calm. There was no way that I wasn't going to take this time to get any information that I could get. I don't know if I can answer you, he said, shifting in his bed to the side. He was making room for Hitoshi to sit down. I should have known that he wasn't going to want to answer me, but I need to know some things from him. He took a small breath and spoke so softly I almost missed it, but ask away, such a simple sentence. Where did you go? The room. What's the room? It's a completely dark room that you can't use your quirk in. It doesn't matter the type or how the quirk works. Was it your father that brought you there? To that my only answer was a soft smile on his face. Why didn't you run? We were right there and it was in sprinting distance from where you were. You would have died. You can't know that. We could have dashed. No, you couldn't. No one in this world can stop him and I can't go against him. He is the law and his word is enough to chain me. If he ordered you to, would you kill us? Yes, I don't think I could ask him something more than that. Izuku is strong and often will start fights with anyone he wants to. He never shows that he is scared, and yet when talking about that man, Izuku's eyes glazed over like he was remembering hundreds of things that have happened. Whatever that man has done is enough to make a child fear him and no one else. Izuku said there was nothing that he could do and he didn't want us to die. He doesn't think that we can win against that man and it shows. Now the question is what Nizu wants to do about this. Izuku is admitting to hurting people and that he was ordered to. How will we be able to keep our little psycho? When the police came back there were a lot of documents in their arms. Along with them was the detective. Tsukachi had wanted to come and talk to Izuku once he woke up anyway, and now Izuku is claiming to have killed people. Setting the documents down, he opened the first folder to show a list of names and faces. I recognized some of them as missing people. It didn't take long for Izuku to point to a little girl on the first page. She had been missing for 7 years. I snapped her neck. If I didn't, we would have both died of starvation, Izuku said before turning the page. The next person was much older. Izuku didn't offer any explanation for that one. So, of course, Tsukachi asked him about it. Fighting ring was muttered as he moved on, pointing at another photo. By the time that it was over, Izuku had killed 15 people in the ring and 12 outside. He didn't offer an explanation for the people that we assume were tests from his father. However, if they died without need, Izuku offered up the information readily. The moment that Izuku passed 5 people, I was already on edge. Izuku had killed more people than I had thought that he would have been able to. He was only 12 years old. Number 12-year-old had really killed people for a living. I would be lying if I said that it didn't terrify me. How can this kid simply kill and move on? I know it's hard on most when people hear about someone being killed. Most murders are excited or disgusted with themselves when they kill people. Izuku seemed so different than we had ever seen him. It was like he wasn't him any longer. He was monotone and barely moved when pointing to the people he killed. The next folder was older people that had gone missing. There was nothing that said Izuku's father didn't keep them alive for years before having Izuku deal with them. Everyone on this page, Izuku said, they were in his way and that was unforgivable. I was sent to clean up. The way that he said it left nothing to the imagination that Izuku cared. He didn't. It was simple and almost nothing there to show any remorse. Why? I heard myself ask. I hadn't meant to let it slip past my lips. Izuku's eyes lifted to mine. They looked dead and void of anything that I once knew as his eyes. There was nothing there in them. When there was once a spark of defiance was dead. He wasn't Izuku anymore, and I'm sure that's my fault for pushing Hitoshi into getting that woman to read his mind. I am a tool. A weapon for his use. I have nothing and will be nothing until I am needed, Izuku said. Something told me that he believed that more than anything else in the world. That he was nothing without his father, and even then only when he was useful. I opened my mouth, but I could only remember earlier when he said he would kill us. Izuku wasn't lying to us, and he never did. He just never told us the whole truth. This man was a murderer. I stumbled across him killing someone, Izuku said, suddenly shocking us. Looking down at the page, I remembered his one. I was among the heroes to being called to the scene. He was dead, but there were several dead bodies in his house. The man loved to kill better-off men. He only got away with it for so long because he could hide the bodies in his house. The body that we found him next to we thought had just gotten a lucky hit before dying. Though the evidence doesn't point to that being the case. So it was Izuku that had been walking past the ally and saw him. The Izuku that I knew for the past several months. The Izuku that can't stand people getting hurt without a good reason. The same one that would haul the large items off the beach so that we didn't have to. The one that would stop a crime without thinking twice about it. How could there be so many different versions of him without it being a mental illness? Was he far enough to be considered schizophrenic? Or was he always just one but unable to show who he was all the time? Was this my fault or his father's? Who failed him here? In total 75 people found their end at Izuku's hand. It was more than I could even justify, but I know that more than half wasn't by choice. The way that Izuku talked about when he said anything that wasn't his choice. He looked like he died and something else took over. I should have noticed all the signs sooner. Not that there was much that I could do to help any more than I was. Tsukachi was gathering up his things. Izuku was looking over the last folder. It was of the body that we have found but didn't know what happened. This is what happens when I become attached and make weaknesses, Izuku said, holding up the picture of a cute family. They had been in a house fire, but when the autopsy said that the cause of death was blunt force trauma, things changed. The more they looked at the body, the more that it became obvious that whoever did that had something to prove. It was thought that the person had some business with them. To think that it was because they got too close to a child. Having a child that would have been about that child's age. It made more sense why Izuku reacted around Hitoshi the way that he did. He didn't want someone to come and take his family away as they had in the past. It was a normal night for the police in Mizudafu City. The underground heroes were working hard, and the Vigilante Black Sheep was still sending in villains. The police would have liked it better if the vigilante was not being a vigilante, but as things were, there was nothing they could do. It would be a miracle if they could get anything on who the Black Sheep was. It was as if he or she was a ghost or a folk tale. They couldn't even get a positive ID on how tall the vigilante was. Some people thought that they were anywhere between 4 feet 4 inches, 6 foot. They didn't even know why they called themselves the Black Sheep. The only hero that had seen them was Eraserhead, and even then he couldn't identify the person very well. Eraserhead said that he thought that the person sounded young. It was like everything about the person was a blur. It was suspected that it was the vigilante's Quirk. The heroes were arresting a man that the vigilante had taken care of. It was long since the police had given up on finding the person responsible. After literally hundreds dead-end leads. They even put our wanted poster in the underground to see if anyone would come forward with information. If there was even the smallest chance of catching a glimpse of the vigilante, then they would take it. It had been 2 years of hard work with nothing to show for it. That was until this night when they got the villain known as Sharktooth. The villain said that they couldn't remember who they had fought, just that it was a long fight. He also said that he could remember tasting blood in his mouth, leaving the police to believe that there was an injured person that may be bleeding out. Detective Tsukachi called Eraserhead, who had caught a glimpse of the vigilante. It was the closest they have gotten to finding them. There was a tension about if the vigilante was safe or dead from blood loss. Sharktooth had a quirk that allowed his mouth to become a shark's. That kind of bit would be fatal and extremely dangerous. The police stations around the city explode in trying to find the victim/vigilante. It was an hour before Eraserhead found a child sitting on a fire escape. "Hey, have you seen someone bleeding recently?" he asked, lowering himself next to the child. There he saw that the child was about 10 years old. "Haven't seen anyone but you, old man," the kid said, looking at him. Eraserhead nodded and turned to keep looking. He didn't have time to question the child more. He had to find and save someone from bleeding out somewhere in the city. It would be another 2 hours with no sign that the vigilante was alive or dead. When the police found a large amount of blood in an alley that the villains said they had fought in. After getting forensics to gather evidence, it was determined that unless the vigilante had a healing quirk, they had passed away. That made the job for the police harder. Was the vigilante dead? Had someone moved the body? If not, then where were they? There was too many questions that didn't have answers. After a week of searching and forensic, they found nothing. The forensic team commented that whatever the person's quirk was, it was messing with their equipment, making it unusable. All they could tell before the blood exploded was that the vigilante was male, and that the quirk was not a healing one. It reacted to any test tube that was held in either too much light or not enough light. If there wasn't enough, the quirk became violent and exploded. While if there was too much, then it would dry and burn faster than a normal person's blood. "A light quirk?" Eraserhead asked, looking at the detective, who nodded his head. "They have been using their quirk to stop people from properly seeing them. At least that's what we think. Have you come across anything like that before?" he asked the hero in front of him. "No, but I'll ask Nizu if he has heard anything about that," Eraserhead said, moving to leave. It was almost time for class to start and he had to talk to Nizu. This was going to be a long day, especially with the fact that his class was showing less and less potential. He would most likely be getting rid of some of the students today. He was already down to 12 students in his class. Nizu didn't seem to mind him expelling students or getting them transferred to other classes when the hero course didn't work out for them. Heroes had to work hard to be noticed, and if they weren't willing to work for it, then they shouldn't be there. At least that was his motto on the subject. My side burned with pain from where the villain bit me. He was a lot stronger than I had thought he would be. Thankfully, I had been wearing protection tonight. His tooth only got 2 inches into my skin, saving me from fatal wounds. I would be in a lot of trouble right now if not for my quirk quickly getting to work. It wasn't going to fully heal the wound, but it will stop the bleeding. I never had to worry about my quirk not saving me after father's training. It didn't take long for a hero to find me on the fire escape. My quirk was busy with my wound, so it wouldn't be able to disguise me from the hero. Thinking I was caught, I just stared at the hero. Then he asked if I had seen someone that was injured. After I answered negatively, he ran off. He said something about me going inside after I was done because it was dangerous. After a few more moments, I left to get home. I had an entrance exam in the morning after all. If I wanted to follow my dream, what better than to talk to the healing hero recovery girl? Being a doctor is an important thing for the victims of villain attacks. It's the doctors and nurses that save the victims' lives. The heroes just fight the villains. They get the glory when it was the police and doctors that worked around the clock to save people and make sure that there is no way the villain can escape and hurt people again. I walked into the rundown flat and face planted onto my bed. It was on the other side of the city from, well, everything. It was in the industrial side of the city, where all the big factories were, including the green energy factories. They many focused on reusing the older factories that are no longer needed. That way a building that once made a large footprint in the ecosystem become not only less harmful but helpful to the ecosystem. It didn't take long before I was asleep. I typically don't like sleeping in my after-dark uniform. However, there had been more than enough times that I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. The morning was going to come all too soon. There was no doubt that I was going to be exhausted during the test, but that was not something I was worried about. When the monster known as my alarm clock sounded off, I groaned with hate. I really just wanted to lay around and sleep more. However, along with my test, I had to fill in more of my notebook. I was already on book 30, having wrote about all the quirks I have seen. It made things easier when both my parents are top villains. Mom runs the gang 3 cities over, while father owns half the country. Them being big in the underground gave me a lot of quirks to study when I was younger. Yawning, I stood up and took off my uniform and took a shower. I watched as the fake hair dye rushed out of my hair. Just because my quirk helps hide me doesn't mean that I can always hide behind it. If something happened, I would need a backup plan. I have hundreds of fake hair dye. I would randomly chosen one every other night to dye my hair. After getting out, I got dressed in some regular jeans and a t-shirt. I started my jog to the UA campus. It was pretty far away, but the run in the morning will help me focus. I haven't gone to school in more than a few years. I was mostly homeschooled. After all, famous villains couldn't have such a weakness like a child. Especially one where people could pinpoint exact location for 6 hours a day. I learned a lot of extra stuff that children my age probably shouldn't know. Like how to hide a body, or the best way to run a drag cartel and scare people into not skimming off the top. I also learned what the inside of a human body looks like and the best way to dismember it. Again, villains as parents is not the best thing to come about. However, I have never been sexually assaulted or threatened in that way. Father and his goonies took care to make sure none of those villains were around me, and if one did see me and made an offhanded comment, they showed up on the news dead. I kinda looked up to those idiots. They were like brothers and sisters to me. Mom was more willing to teach me how to deal with them rather than protecting me from them. It really has a two-way street with having villains as parents. Last year they came up to me and said that after turning 14 I would be on my own. After my 14th birthday they gave me a 30-day notice and said that I had to move out. It was a bit jarring, but I was ready for it. They had been hinting about it. They said something about starting my villainy path. I had arrived at the gates of the school an hour after I left. which was a lot earlier than I had thought I would be. I thought that it would be an hour and 30 walk. I added the extra half an hour in case I got lost and to help me get situated for the test. I walked to the testing room. At least I thought was the testing room. It was the gym where a class was doing some sort of exercise. I turned to leave when I heard a shout. Something was flying towards me. I knew that my quirk would stop it, but at the moment I may have but too much into it and cut a metal boulder in half. After it hit the ground, I watched as the teacher ran up to me. I was more shocked at there being a metal boulder that flew at me. He was the painter hero Hugh. He could make anything he painted come to life for an hour. He and my mother hated each other a lot. At least that's what she said about him. He was also one of the first trans heroes to hit the scene. If my mother hadn't told me so many stories about him, I probably would have never noticed him. He is well known for not liking the media. "Are you all right there, kid?" he asked, looking me over. Shaking my shock off, I said, "Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry for interrupting your class. I just arrived early for the test is all." "You're testing to get into UA? Uh-huh. Trying out for the hero course?" one of the students asked, and I just smiled at them. I was gonna answer, but I didn't get the time to before the hero spoke. "You should be apologizing for almost hitting her," the hero said, smacking the student on the back of the head. Was violence a natural thing for teachers? Because if it was, then I guess my schooling wasn't as bad as I had thought. Yeah, the student said before bowing at me. "I am so sorry." I waved my hands in a dismissive way as I said, "It's okay, no harm, no foul." It wasn't that big of a deal to me. Sure, I could have been hurt, but my quirk was great about healing me. The only problem is that I would have to be in complete darkness. "You never said if you're trying to get into the hero course," the student asked before laughter came from behind him. "Of course she's trying to get into the hero course. With a quirk like hers, she'll get in no problem," another student said. He had spikes running down his back and reminded me of a porcupine. "Actually, I want to become a doctor. I'm hoping to mentor under Recovery Girl," I said, drawing the attention back to me. The chorus of yells that I should be a hero followed soon after. Thing is that I don't have a good memory about heroes, so I didn't want to be one. It wasn't that big of a deal. Miss, how about you at least try the hero test? I'm sure you can make an agreement with Principal Nizu about studying under Recovery Girl as being a part of the hero course for you," the hero said, but after seeing my face turn into disappointment, he added, "You have a good quirk, and having a hero license would allow you to get to places that other doctors can't." Like that was going to make it okay to say, "Okay, but you would be better doing this." It was still insulting. "That would be good, but I don't think that's what she wants to do," a voice said behind me. Turning, I saw the mouse himself, Nizu. My father always spoke very highly of Nizu and his quirk. I got notified about an intruder and saw everything, he added, having both arms behind his back. "You do have quite the quirk. Let's go and speak with Recovery Girl and see what she thinks about this. Does that sound alright with you?" Nizu asked, reaching out a hand. Did he want me to shake it? I didn't mind going and talking with Recovery Girl at all. I would like to meet her before asking to become her student. "Yes, I would love to speak to her," I said, pretending to not notice that the students had a strange looks on their faces. They were going to do something stupid. Nizu and the other hero noticed and handled it by leading me away while the hero yelled at them to do laps around the gym. The walk to the nurse's office didn't take very long. Along the way, Nizu made small talk asking about why I want to be a doctor and how the day was doing so far. During the silence, I got to enjoy the structure of the building. One of my mother right hands was in charge of the architecture of the base. I got to learn a lot from her about how difficult it was. It turns out that there is a lot more that goes into it than for walls, a floor, and a roof makes a room, as I had said. It sent her on a tangent about it. It was then something that I had to learn from then on. I reached up to knock on the door when Nizu threw the door open, saying, "Recovery Girl, I have a student here looking to be your apprentice. She needs to know what course she should take and what helping you would look like." Hello, I'm Izumi Midoriya," I said, sounding shocked and bowing. I wasn't ready for such an entry. "You can stand up, honey. What does being my apprentice sound like to you?" she asked. When looking up, I saw a little old granny sitting at a chair that was as high as it would go. I wondered for a moment how she got into it. Well, I want to be a doctor. I was hoping that you would let me help you around and maybe pass on some of your knowledge." I was just going to enter the general course, but everyone wants me to join the hero one. I have no interest in being a hero though, I said quickly. I only know of one other doctor and he is not one to take your time talking with. If you did, you could end up on his operating table. Well, going into the hero course would help with training, and having connections like that would be better in the long run. Just because you have a hero license doesn't mean that you have to give up being a doctor. It would just allow you to use your quirk and arrest people if something happened at your hospital, she said, making it sound better than I had wanted it to. I knew all that, but it sounded so much better from someone you respected a lot. She took a breath before continuing. I think that you should go for hero course, and if you get in we will work with your homeroom teacher and change hero classes to emergence personal classes. We'll still be in class, but you will treat it as if you were a doctor. Basically, you will be your class nurse. And if I don't get in, I asked, hating that this plan sounds good. I would be breaking the rules though, because I wouldn't rest the villain I already knew about. However, if someone started causing problems with my parents, I could tell them to leave with authority. If you don't get in, then we will work something else out. It's just easier to work with the hero course because we have in the past, she said, and I sighed in defeat. I don't really want to draw so much attention to myself, but there was nothing I could do. I would have to deal with the healings and hope that mom and father understood. I told them I wanted to be a doctor years ago. They were fine with it, if not a little sad about it. Fine, I'll try the hero test, I said, looking at Nizu, who had been smiling the whole time. He already knew that I would take the test. At least he wanted it to be my decision than someone telling me to. It still felt like blackmail to me though. I'll go and set things up for you. However, because the test started in 10 minutes, you won't have time to look through the pamphlet for the hero course, Nizu said, looking at what I assume was worried. I will be fine, I said, knowing that nothing they had could beat the real thing. I had been a vigilante for years, if you ask the heroes. If you asked my parents, I was clean-up crew and got their competition arrested. Perfect, I will walk you to the testing room, he said, jumping off the chair he sat on. He walked me to the room where a lot of students were waiting. Good luck, Ms. Midoriya, he said before leaving. I found my seat next to a man with purple hair that stood right up. He looked as tired as I felt. I sat down and waited for the test to start. It felt like forever before the teachers that watched over the test walked in and handed the test out. It looked to be Midnight, Present Mike, and a few others I couldn't recognize outside their hero uniform. The answers to the test were easy, and I didn't have any problems finishing with an hour left. There had been a few others that had finished faster than I had. I didn't have to worry about the teachers giving me a hard time. I waited with the people who wanted to be hero course students. It turned out to be a large number of students. When they went over the presentation about what the second half of the test would be. It's freaking robots, not just any robots but huge ones. The purple-haired kid next to me sighed, turning to see that he looked disappointed. I reached over and wrote on his paper, "What's wrong?" "P.S. I'm Izumi Midoriya." "What do you mean?" "Shinso Hitoshi." "You look disappointed, Izumi." "My quirk isn't made for robots, Shin." "Oh? Izumi." He wrote something down, but I was busy looking for something that would help him gain points. There had to be something. This test couldn't be so one-sided. They want to be heroes that save. My quirk is more response-based, Shin. Just get the saving points, Izumi. The what? Shin. You're trying to be heroes. They save people, so there must be points for saving people and helping people, I wrote before a blue-haired boy stood up and started asking questions about why one robot wasn't seen in the overview. I was a little thankful for him saying something. I was in the dark here. Okay, I'll try that. Not like I can pass any other way, Shin said. I moved my hand back away from his paper. There wasn't much else to say, really. This was technically the perfect test for me. In a fake city with a bunch of hiding shadows to use. I should be careful about the count though. I want to leave enough for the others. After the presentation, we were told to get up and find our testing area. I walked out to see Nizu waiting for me. Ms. Midoriya, I have your testing number here, he said, handing over a white piece of paper. If you need a spare change of clothing, we could lend you dash. No, it's fine, I can work in this, I said, walking back over to my new friend. That is how you make friends, right? Well, we didn't have the same number for the testing area. Maybe if I have excess points I can give them away. I walked over to where I was going to be testing. There was already a group of people there waiting for the door to open. when none other than the blue-haired boy that interrupted the presentation walked over to me. He looked a little mad at me for some reason. "Jeans are not okay clothing to be running around in," he said, and I felt the urge to flip him. I pushed it aside and smiled instead. "Yeah, hey, thanks for asking about that last robot," I said, smiling. He looked a little shocked about my answer but didn't say anything else. He didn't get a chance when Present Mike started talking. The moment he said go, I was off running to the open door. He said something about following my lead. After I was inside, I found the first shadow and used it to lift to the roof. There I found the first 3 robots down the street a bit. It didn't take long to dispatch them. The 3 won me 8 points. I could see how this gets tedious. At the end of the day, I had a good workout. It wasn't as intense as I would have thought. There were only a few more moments before the end of the test, when the ground started shaking. I looked back to see the 0-pointers. There was a girl a few feet in front of it. I took off running towards her. I saw the building next to her start to crack. I managed to get to her just in time for half the building to fall. We won't make it out of the way if I just run. I could use my quirk, but I'm already injured from yesterday. Roll, I yelled as I shoved her in front of me and started pushing her. I saw the blue-haired boy turn to run back for us. I shoved her just right and she fell and started rolling. Just in time for the building to hit me. I heard the yelp I made. Luckily for me, I only lost my legs a bit. It would be fine after resting in the dark for a while. The robots stopped and the girl turned to help me. The timer went off, signaling the test being over. "Well, that was fun," I said, using my quirk to move the derby off me. My left leg out be bruised up. "Are you okay?" Both the girl and blue-hair boy yelled, asking. Looking back to them, I smiled. Then I saw a figure approaching us. "Recovery girl." "I look forward to our classes," I said, very proud of myself. "I do as well." "Try not to be so reckless in the future," she said, giving my cheek a kiss. I didn't think that she would heal me. That made the pain in my side easier and the bruise on my leg disappeared. "Oh, thank you," I said, moving to stand up. I stretched a little bit while she looked over the others. I followed her closely. "I know I got in so I could follow and learn a bit early, right?" I got some time to work on my vigilante work for a couple of weeks while waiting for school to start. The video letters came out about a week later. I wasn't too worried about it, to be honest. I had gotten about 60 points and I didn't know what that the saver points got me until the letter came. I got 150 points all in all. I was an outlier in the test, having gotten every question on the test correct too. It turns out I got first place and Shinso got 10th. I wonder if that means we will be in the same class. I wish I could understand what the class assignments were. Looking at the scores again, I saw that Shin got 40 saver points and 5 robot points. I received a message from the police in a villain report. One of them had casually dropped it after arresting the villain I had taken down. It had only one sentence on it: "We are glad you're safe," along with things that the public would already know. That way, if someone other than me picked it up, they wouldn't be giving out information. It was kinda endearing that they were so worried about me being hurt. I had gone home straight after the test to have a long conversation with my parents about what had happened during the test. They weren't happy but understood that it was a means to an end. Father told me to be on guard because his group would be moving around during the school year. I wasn't sure what he meant about that, but I didn't bother asking. If he wanted to tell me, he would have. After that, I knew I would have to cut off communication between us. I gave Mom a hug goodbye. Because of Father's wounds, I gave a softer hug from an angle as to not aggravate his wounds. With 2 doctors by his side, he will get better, I know it. At the very least, I could give the doctor a few days off to rest his brain. It had been several weeks before the classes actually started. Something about testing the people getting in on recommendation. But today was the first day of class. I was excited about learning from Recovery Girl. The rest of the classes didn't matter nearly as much. I walked into my class to see the blue-hair boy yelling at a blonde Pomeranian. "Oh wait, that's a human," I think. "Oh, I thank you for saving me during the test," a girl with short brown hair said. I remembered her. "You had an amazing quirk and truly understood the subject of the test," the blue-haired boy said, having forgotten his fight with the Pomeranian. "Thank you, and I didn't do anything to gain your praise," I said, wanting to disappear into the background. I didn't want to be here at all. "You were amazing." By the way, I'm Uraraka Achiko, she said, smiling with a far too innocent smile. I am Ida Tenyan, Ida said, moving his hand to shake mine when movement by the door caught my attention. There was a man on the floor looking half asleep. Good job at checking your surroundings, kid. I'm Shoto Aizawa, your homeroom teacher, he said, standing up and leaving his sleeping bag. He reached into said sleeping bag and pulled out the UA gym uniforms. Now everyone put these on and meet me on the field, he said as he handed out the gym uniforms. We were then taken to the changing rooms. The first day was awkward, so we didn't say much as we all got dressed. There was a slight problem. I hadn't realized that gym was today, so I wore a regular bra. My chest has always been kinda big, but so is my mom's. The problem was that I couldn't get my jacket to zip up. When I tried to zip it up, it stitched the jacket and smushed my chest in a weird angle. It kinda hurt, so I left my jacket unzipped. I would talk to Eraserhead about it later. After the boys joined us at the field, Aizawa since told us about the quirk test he wanted us to do. He asked a person named Bakugu to go and demonstrate the test for him. It was actually impressive, but I have been using my quirk like that since forever. Neither of my parents told me not to use my quirk for gym. In fact, they had reinforced the idea to use my quirk in new and interesting ways. I saw a familiar purple head move to stand next to me. Hello, Shin. I didn't get the chance to say hello earlier, did I? I said, lifting my hand to shake his. He turned but seemed to use his body to block someone behind him. Yeah, nice to see you again. Midoriya, why didn't you zip up your jacket? He asked. I guess that it was above's because the other girls had their gym clothes all zipped up. Oh well, mine is too small. I figured it would be okay for this class. I was gonna get it fixed later, I said, smiling before I felt everyone's eyes snap to my chest. I pretended to not notice. It's not like I can do anything about it. I didn't know that your gym uniform was wrong. I'll send the correct measurement to after this class if you want to write them down for me, Aizawa said, looking mildly annoyed at this. I wonder if he is mad at me for having weird measurements. Thank you, that would be a great help, I said. Today started a bit rough, but it was getting better. At least it was until Aizawa said that the person that comes in last would be expelled. I had to calm Shinso down a bit and told him to just do his best to pass. That was all we could do. However, after we had really started the test, it was obvious that Shin would have problems. His quirk wouldn't be of any use here. He got a few points for the small raise for brainwashing his opponent into waiting for a moment. During the grip measurement, I got to meet another of my classmates. He had broken the grip reader like I did. I didn't realize how easy it was to break the things. We both got chewed out for breaking school property. His name was Mizo Shoji. He had a really interesting quirk. Hey Midoriya, one of the girls said, walking up to me. I turned to see what I could for her. She looked a little nervous for some reason. Your quirk is really versatile. What is it? My quirk is called Shadow Control, I said, looking at our class frog. She was cute and just a bit shorter than me. She had a good personality based on what I've heard her say so far. My quirk is called Dark Shadow? Are they related? Another student said, looking a bit confused. I smiled and shook my head. No, we aren't related. Besides, you can see that Dark Shadow is hiding from me. It's because if I use my quirk too close to you, he will lose any ability to fight against my orders, I said, pointing at the shadow that was in fact hiding. I had noticed and kept my distance from them. It was better if I didn't make someone else's quirk help me. Oh, I see, he said, looking a little bit worried about what I had said. I moved to explain that I wasn't going to use my quirk in that manner when Aizawa walked over to us. Midoriya, you don't even want to be a hero, right? He asked, making the class gasp in shock. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't annoyed about his saying that. That's right, I want to be a doctor. Recovery Girl said that she would let me study under her if I got into the hero course. I said, only half lying. I could still study under her if I got into general, but it was implied that the hero course would be my best choice. Thinking a bit, I turned to the other students. I bowed and said, hello, I'm Izumi Midoriya, I'll be class 1 as student nurse. There was a silence that followed after my introduction. I looked at the class to see their jaws either dropped in shock or countered in anger. You got FING first place with 150 FING points, and you don't even want to FB here, the Pomeranian yelled, walking up to me. He looked like he was gonna grab my collar when my body reacted. He reached out to grab me, so I grabbed his wrist and flipped him. Sorry Pomeranian, I can't let you hurt me just because you're mad, I whispered into his ear. I was trying to not embarrass him by not knowing his name. I realized how taunting it came off as after I said it. I let him go after a moment and watched his face contorted into furry. Looks like I won't have to worry about keeping you safe, Aizawa said, walking away from me. I guess that this is my own fault really. I should have known that it would only escalate things. Amito, does your quirk heal or something? I mean, why do you want to be a doctor? Uraraka asked while Ida and Shoji tried to keep the Pomeranian from attacking me any further. Yeah. As long as there is darkness around, I can use the shadows to block the wound on a molecular level, stopping the person from bleeding out. With time and complete darkness, I can heal someone completely if I know how their wound on a cellular level. That's why I wanted Recovery Girl to guide me. With her help I could learn the human body to a greater degree, I said, saying a small apology to the doctor. It wasn't that he was bad at his job, but he kinda liked taking bodies apart. That was the opposite thing to what I wanted to do. I needed to know how people heal from wounds. Strangely, that seemed to calm the Pomeranian down a bit as well as explain some things. They were supportive of my choice and moved on to another topic. I was grateful that they would be so understanding towards me and my choices. It isn't always like that when I tell people I want to be a doctor. A few weeks passed without problems. I had gotten more than enough time with Recover Girl. I was missing the hero classes, but that was fine with me. She had taught me a lot. We had gone over the body and muscles. She had told me that I was a fast learner. I told her that I had been studying this subject for a while. After that, Recovery Girl gave me an essay project to do. The first part was really easy, I just had to name each vertebra in your spine. The second part was to come up with possible ways to heal the person. The reason was to see if my quirk would help someone that is wheelchair-bound. If there was a way I could end up helping a lot of people around the world. The problem is that it was a lot more difficult than I had realized. My quirk in theory could heal them, but it was something that I had never had the chance to test. Because of that, I had to find another way to help heal them. I had been searching for countless medical journals for information about the healing process. I had about 2 all-nighters before I found that the theory was the best thing we had access to. Midoriya, would you like to answer the question on the board? Aizawa said, making me jump a bit. I looked up to see that we were supposed to be in math. I stood up, taking my notebook with me. I was half going over the new information I had found. After I got to the board, took a quick look at it. Reaching out with the chalk, I wrote x-5, moving to put the chalk into Aizawa's hand. He was looking annoyed. I was still going over the work that I had in my arms. At least I would have been if Aizawa hadn't made such a funny face. He looked a little mad at me. It was always funny to make him a little bit mad. He never had to use his quirk on me like some other students, so I count that as a win. You are right, but your muttering is disturbing the class, he said, looking at my notebook over my shoulder. I moved it to make it easier for him to read. It wasn't like it was something that I was hiding from anyone. Oh, I'm sorry. Recovery Girl gave me an essay to finish by next week, and I have run into a problem with it, I said, feeling bad for interrupting the class's education. I hadn't meant to bother anyone. I know that there are some people that need the help more than others, but that didn't change that it was rude. What's the problem? Ida asked from his seat. He wanted to help me? Well, I could use some fresh eyes. Maybe he had some kind of insight that I didn't know about. I was really stuck. Maybe distracting one student wouldn't matter. Ida was good in class and he had one of the top grades. That being said, if they go over anything important, I can always reteach it to him. Well, I'm having trouble figuring out if my quirk can heal bones. I haven't ever broken anything, nor have I tried to heal someone with a broken bone. The problem at hand is, even if I can heal bones, what are the side effects, if there are any? I said, walking over to Ida. I showed him my work and started to ramble about everything that I had found in the last couple of days. It was only after I looked back up to his face that I saw he was just as lost as everyone else. I'm sorry, Ida. I didn't mean to overload you, I said, taking my notebook back. I smiled at him before apologizing to the class. Midoriya, why don't you go and ask Recovery Girl about this? Aizawa said before I could walk back to my seat. I thanked him and left the room. After I closed the door, I heard a groan from the class. I must have really bothered them with my research. Recovery Girl, I had a dash, I said as I opened the door to the nurse's office. There sat All Might in his weaker form. Sitting there was the man that hurt my father. The man that took everything my father had to give. He almost killed my father and left him for dead. It was only because my mom had heard about the fight that she managed to save him in time. He left him crippled for the rest of his life. He was the reason I sat with Mom outside the doctor's operating room waiting for the worst news. He almost took my father from me. I wanted to run in fear or hit him over and over. I could hear my heart start to pound in my chest. "Oh, dear, did you have a question?" Recovery girl asked, looking at me. I didn't want to leave her alone, but I didn't want to talk around him. So I nodded my head but kept my eyes on All Might. I inched my way over to Recovery girl, not turning my back to the man. He was a hero that would kill you if you put up too much of a fight. How he got the title hero was beyond me. Recovery girl, do you know how I can test a theory without actually hurting someone?" I asked, watching as All Might got up and bowed a goodbye before slipping out. I know that he must have felt uncomfortable. I felt better and I didn't want to talk about it. "Midoriya, I think that you should go and join the other students for heroics," Recovery girl said. I didn't understand why she would want me to go. I have told them that I don't want to be a hero. I have no interest in doing that. "Why?" I asked. I had done everything that they had asked of me. I joined the hero course. I didn't want to be here doing this, I just wanted to be a doctor. "Well, it's important for you to get to know the others in your class more," she said, looking over my notebook at the report I had. I had handed it to her when All Might was still in the room. I watched her as she flipped through the pages of the notebook. "I do know them," I said, confused. Why did she think I didn't know them? I had been honest with them when I told them about my dreams of being a doctor. I told them why I had to enter the hero course. They had been nice to me and I had acted in kind to them. Shin was one of the best friends that I could have. Todoroki let me look at his scar and talked with me a bit about it. Bakugo let me ask him questions about his sweat. Because it wasn't normal water, I wondered if it clogged his pores more than other people's. He said that it did, and he and his mom had a strict routine to help their skin with it. Menta was very interested in the female body. We had long discussions about how the female body could be toned and what workout was the best. He was creepy, but he was watching the female heroes for a long time and memorizing their workout routines. Why he did I'm not really sure, but it held great insight. I mean, really know them. What are their favorite foods? Where do they like to do for fun? She said before sighing and adding, "This isn't up for discussion, join them for heroics classes from now on." She put my notebook down on the table. Why did knowing that kind of thing matter? I knew what everyone's allergies were. I memorized the girls' cycles and predicted the changes in them. I carried medication for headaches and e-pens for those with bad allergies. I knew what medications worked for who. I knew that if Bakugo was feeling bad to give him lots of water and no medication or he'll feel worse. Hagakura couldn't tell if she was feeling bad like the rest of us for a while. I had long since made it a point to ask to feel her head. I backed up, feeling betrayed about this. I don't remember if I had said anything before leaving the nurse's office. I walked down the hall for a while. I knew that I passed my class, but I was gonna go home. I wasn't in a good frame to do anything right now. I needed to figure out what had happened just now. I walked out of the school and headed home. I kinda felt like crying, but that would have to wait until I was home. Crying is fine, just not in front of people that you can't trust. I tied my jacket to my hips so that it added extra length to my skirt in the back. The walk home was always a little dangerous, but with my head stuck in the clouds it would be worse. Any extra protection I could get would help me in the end. Not that I couldn't take down anyone who attacked me. It was a long walk home though. Anyone had to admit that Izumi Midoriya was so cute. It was a challenge for Class 1A to not say anything. If one of the said anything, then the others would take them out. Even the other teachers loved just how sweet she was. Aizawa loved to make his class embarrassed and just on this side of jealous. Today was the same as any other day. The class was barely focused on the subject. Izumi was looking more and more upset at whatever she was doing. The class was becoming antsy the moment she started taking out more books. She already looked really tired when she entered the classroom, which was not helping matters at all. Seeing the opportunity, Aizawa asked for her to come to the front. After she stood up, the class stopped pretending that they weren't looking at her. There was one pair of eyes that were unclean, but Izumi was safe. She could handle herself if it was needed. However, the Class 1A had been protecting her from the shadows for a while though. After she answered the question on the board, Aizawa learned in looking at her notebook. He knew that his class wanted to take his place. Being close to her was something they kind of fought over. It got a bit out of control during heroics class. It was becoming a serious problem that they hadn't found a way to fix yet. The teachers would make them run laps before going to the heroic class, but that didn't stop them. They would go all out, and the injured got to go and see Izumi, who was in the nurse's office. If you got injured enough, then she would baby them while they heal. Shinso got a broken nose once and the class almost killed him. Izumi told him that he needed to lay down and elevate his face to help with the healing process. During gym, Izumi had vetoed him actually participating. Then she let him use her lap as a pillow. Shinso got her to talk about what she was learning about. It would have been quite the heartwarming scene if it wasn't for the daggers that were being glared at him. After having a private talk with Todoroki, she took care to make sure that he was mentally in the right place. She would comment on his quirk every time she saw it, putting emphasis on it being his quirk. She would sometimes eat soba noodles with him and make them tea away from the kettle. She took great care of any fears that her classmates had. It was after Todoroki shared that he shared a fear of his that caused the change towards him. He wouldn't tell them what it was that he was scared of. Not that him saying anything would have mattered. After that, no one kept any secrets from her. Well, except one, that is, the whole class agreed to keep it secret. Uraraka told her about her parents' money troubles, and Izumi took over buying her meals at school, whispering that it was better to save what money she could at times like these. If Izumi heard about a great sale, she would run into the class and tell Uraraka about it. They would go to the store together. Izumi would mostly go to help carry the groceries. Not to mention that Izumi would give her as many coupons as she could to try and help ease the burden that was being caused. It wasn't much, but with Izumi's quirk she could carry about 20x her weight, and that was saying something. If Uraraka lightened them, then she'd just hand to hold them with her quirk. When Ida asked about the project she was working on, she had gotten over to his desk faster than the others would have expected. She was going on about how she could potentially make it so that the people that are paralyzed can walk again. Ida was trying to look anywhere that wasn't her. She was leaning into his space. Aizawa wished he had a camera to capture the class's faces. Everyone else looked annoyed at him, and he looked more embarrassed than he could ever mention. Aizawa thought about how chaotic it would get if they got a transfer student that also knew about medical stuff. He would most likely be there for a day before disappearing. Then when she apologized with her large green eyes, the class practically died just looking at her. Those eyes alone had been about 50% the reason that she earned her the nickname Angel. The other part was that she was unwilling at the very least to judge people. She always found a way to make people feel better about the situation. When she was asked about that, her answer made her more of an angel. She looked at the class in the eyes and said, well, after a traumatic event people are more likely to talk about it to a doctor. That being said, doctors don't have the proper training to read out situations like that. I want to be a great doctor, so reading all I can find on mental health books is my part in that, all while smiling. Aizawa decided to help his class out a bit. He told her to go and ask Recovery Girl about the problems with the project. After that, the day seemed to be going better. All Might came to ask Aizawa about something with Izumi. All Might never got to meet her until today. She didn't take his class and was usually gone before his entrance. Wait, Izumi looked scared of you? Why? Aizawa asked after hearing the story. This was not good in terms of asking her to join the heroics class. I don't know. I was in the nurse's office talking with Recovery Girl when she walked in. She looked like she wanted to grab Recovery Girl and run far away from me, he said, looking more sad about the transaction. All Might took it quite tough when he saw that he scared her. He was a hero and the top hero, no one but villains were scared of him. Okay, I'll talk to her, Aizawa said, needing to find out why she reacted that way. If there was some kind of psychological reason, he would help he get to a good place. If it was something else, then he would try to keep them apart until they can work it out. At least that was the plan until Izumi never came back to class that day. Recovery Girl said that she had told Izumi about her joining heroics class. When Aizawa asked about how Izumi acted when she saw All Might, She said that it was strange for the girl to react like that to anyone. However, she figured that the need for Izumi to become closer with her classmates was better than being slightly uncomfortable by All Might. Aizawa wished that he could explain that the moment Izumi acts scared around him is the moment the class will turn on him. That would also involve him explaining the class's obsession with her that he never brought up before. He let this become a problem and would have to talk to Nizu about it. It was too bad because he really didn't want to do the paperwork on it. Walking to the principal's office, he saw that Nizu was there waiting for him. Aizawa, would you mind explaining why one Izumi Midoriya just ran out of the school a few minutes ago? He said, looking upset. Ever since the robotic test that Izumi took part in, he was on edge. He had told the teachers of her, reminding him of a villain that he had gone head-to-toe with on several occasions. The fighting style and the brains were only one of a few similarities between the two. He had told them to be careful around her. He admitted to not noticing before she took the test. She is scared of All Might and was told that she has to join heroics class, Aizawa said, closing the door behind him. There they talked about what they were going to do to fix this. His class had gone to lunch and would be back in his class waiting for him to start gym. Aizawa told All Might to make his gym class an extra long heroic lesson. Shall we try and find a way to fix this mess now? Nizu said after pouring them 2 cups of tea. After going through the footage that held Izumi, Nizu got a full understanding about why it was fun to watch the class squirm. If he was being honest, he would have said that he thought it was funny too. However, now there is a student that left school grounds to do who knows what. That being said, he should have told Nizu about it beforehand. The next morning I woke up and got dressed. I managed to be out the door on time. Even though I was missing a couple of things, I had to take my sports bra with me if I was joining the heroics class. Recovery girl was right, I should get to know my patients better. Not to mention that I need to get to know their fighting styles so that I can recommend better ways. After all, after heroics, a lot of my patients had been in the nurse's office a lot. They must be using their quirks wrong or they have bad fighting styles. That was why I was told to join the class. I was going to make use of being an on-field doctor. If I wasn't so thrown off by All Might being there, I would have seen that earlier. The jog to the classroom was easy. I said my usual hello to the people I saw in my neighborhood as I passed by. One group yelled out for me to have a good day and if they mess with me to tell them. I laughed and thanked them for their concern. Today was going to be a rough one. I knew that All Might was in charge of the heroics class and I wasn't looking forward for that bit. As long as I kept my distance, then it would be okay. I would tell him at the end of class to keep his interactions with me to a minimum. After arriving at the school, I jogged to the gym where I placed my clothing into my locker. That way I didn't have to carry it around all day. Then I made my way to the nurse's office to apologize for my behavior yesterday. I had overreacted and didn't think rationally. Then it was off to class for me. There was already a few people there. Izumi, you're okay? Uraraka said, hugging me. I smiled and hugged her back. I smiled. She loved to hug people. I was more than okay with the touching. Mom was just as touchy freely with me, and father became like that after he lost his sight. Yeah, I was told to go home because I hadn't slept in 2 days. I guess I was really tired, because I didn't even realize that I left my things here, I said, hoping that it was a good enough of an explanation for them. I didn't want to bother them with my problems, it would only cause stress. In teens, that is a common thing that can do more harm than good. As their doctor, I had to keep their health up. Well, we are glad that you're back, Ida said, looking a little worried about me. We had talked about the healthy lifestyle for them to follow. He took my place when someone needed to be nagged a bit. I smiled and mouthed, I know I was bad at him, before turning back to Uraraka. So what was happening before I got here? I asked, hoping to jump into the conversation that they were having. Uraraka looked to Azui for something. I wonder if it was something about the other students. They know that I won't stand the mistreatment of the other students. They didn't get to answer before more students walked into the room. They said hello and asked how I was doing. These guys are so nice. They will make great heroes. It's too bad they just want to beat people up and get victims to my hands. They would be great doctors and nurses. Midoriya, good to see you here, Aizawa said as he closed the door behind him. Are you doing better? Yes, I am, thank you. I guess I was just tired that I couldn't think straight. I'm sorry for causing you problems. I already told Recovery Girl that I understand and would be joining the class for heroics from now on, I said, smiling. It was only natural that Aizawa would know that I ran off. He was in charge of me while I was here at school. Running off because I was upset was irresponsible of me. I felt bad that he probably got yelled at about it. That's good, Aizawa said, ignoring the gasps from the class. I turned to look at everyone. They looked shocked at the news. I thought that Aizawa would have told the others about it. I guess I was wrong about what they were told. Aizawa slapped his papers on the table and said, "Okay, everyone to their seats," and with that class began. I was able to keep my attention on the class since Recovery Girl said that the theory was enough. The project was over and I would be starting heroics. I won't pretend that I was happy about the change. I did, however, already call my mom to tell her about it. I wish I could have seen her in person, but there was only so much I could do on short notice. Mom and I talked about how stupid they were and how I could use this to my advantage. That was the key to life. If something happens that you don't like, then see if there is a way to make it good for you. It was the reason my mom was the worst villain for the Nizu, was that every move he made would help my mom. She looked at things differently than most people. Heroics class came quicker than I had been ready for. I knew what was waiting for me and I had to hold my ground. Mom saw Nizu once while P. She had to stand her ground and fight. Lucky he likes to fight using his mind over actual fighting. I took a deep breath and rubbed my hands in an attempt to calm my nerves. "You be fine, you a nerd," Bakugo said, hitting the back of my head. He was a lot nicer to me than the others. Well, minus Kirishima, that is. The two of us got to see how nice Bakugo could be when he got to know someone. "Thanks, Kaken," I said. It was a nickname that I picked up after he told me his full name. I had realized that he was the kid I would sometimes play with as a kid before moving. After I had realized, I had gasped and said the nickname I made for him as a kid. He looked just as shocked as I did. "Tease whatever." He turned away from me a bit. He was probably embarrassed at my nickname, but he never says anything. I smiled until All Might swing the door open in his large form. I kept the smile on my face, but I tensed. I hoped that no one noticed that. I saw past him to see Aizawa standing there. I let out a breath that I hoped no one noticed. This was an awful time I was having. I had to keep the knowledge about his smaller form a secret. If they found out, I would have to leave the school. I just kept repeating a sentence in my head saying that I got this. This wasn't going to be a problem, right? It was going to be okay, I know it. He couldn't do anything to me while the others were around. "I see we have a new face," he said, and I stood and smiled at him. I felt a little sick at the thought of being nice to him. "Hello, I'm the class student doctor. I will be joining," I said, keeping my smile and light tone. It felt fake to me, and I'm sure my mom and father would say the same. If Tomo was here, he would just get rid of the problem for me. Speaking of, I would have to visit him soon to help heal him. "Well, it's nice to meet you," he said, then got to teaching the class. Aizawa looked like he relaxed a great deal from me talking to him. I did it. He must think that I don't know the two forms of All Might. That was all that mattered at the end of the day. The class was a lot more vicious than I had thought. He was putting the students against each other. How could he do that? Doesn't he know the dangerous that he is creating? I saw red when Todoroki hit Zero too hard. "Zero!" I yelled, running forward. They looked shocked at my sudden interference. This was too much. I checked Zero over, who kept saying it was okay. Todoroki said that he was sorry. I, however, was too mad to say much. Zero got out of this with a large bruise forming on his midsection. He was lucky that he jumped, or he would have broken ribs. I stood up and turned to look at All Might. I stormed straight over to him with all the heat I could muster. "What kind of class is this? This looks like some kind of tour share event. Is this how you have been teaching them? How did you even get a teaching license? Really, I would like to know. This has been the most outlandish event I have ever seen. You are a terrible teacher if you think this is helping them," I said, pointing my finger at him. He was putting them in serious risk. They are lucky that they haven't gotten seriously hurt. All Might took a few steps back, looking more scared and worried as I continued to talk about the injuries that Zero and Todoroki could have just gotten. What did he think would happen? I had not realized, was all that he could muster to say to me. I almost screamed at him. Ugh, I don't even know how to tell you how bad this could have been, I said, gesturing my hands up in the air, making a W shape. If you want to teach them, then do it without almost killing them. I was just doing it like how I was taught actually, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. What? I yelled. I couldn't believe this was how my life was going right now. Okay, I'm gonna go and take a small walk to cool down. Why don't you not teach and leave that to the professionals while I'm gone? Then I'll help you go over a program that won't kill them, I said, walking away and passing Aizawa on the way. I was far too angry to deal with this right now. Aizawa looked kinda shocked at me. I didn't care though. After I got far enough away that I could talk without being heard, I sent a text to father. It was a voice text, say what I had just witnessed. I kept walking to work off the energy that I had. After a moment he sent one back. Honey, I've told you that he was an idiot before. I'm glad that you were there to set him straight. Just make sure you aren't overworking yourself. I know that you are working at night too. And if he so much as touches you, I'll tell Tamura to take him out, I promise. I smiled at his message. I could only see how that would go. Tamura would appear out of nowhere and yell at them for a while, then disintegrate the stuff around him before Aizawa stopped him. I sent him back a message that I felt better after talking to him like always. Then I walked back to where the others were. Once I got back to the group, I saw that Aizawa had in fact taken over the class. All Might stood up a bit straighter when I got close. Okay, show me how you make your plans for the day, I said calmly. This was gonna be a longer day than I had ever thought possible. No, you can't do that. They could dislocate their shoulders. Then they would be out of class for a full month, I said, scratching out big portions of his plans. They were truly awful. I could not believe that the US was so lenient on their teachers. That's dangerous too? How am I going to be able to teach them safely and prepare them for the hero world? All Might said, looking over the plans that I had marked as a no-go and the reasons why. It was harsh, but if he continued this kind of teaching, then the students wouldn't make it in the real world either. Here's the main problems I'm seeing. You are forcing too much at one time, and not enough change in those exercises, picking up 2 papers with the same plan, but that's just it. They didn't have much changed about them. These are too similar in style. They would learn to adapt if they can expect what the training would look like. I want you to go to the police school and ask them to help you understand their training system. Then go over their teaching plans with them. Then I want you to ask the other teachers about this. It's your first year. You are supposed to mess up and ask questions. That's probably why no one has said anything to you yet. I sighed at that last part. They were trying to make him see that his training was a bad thing, but didn't want to make him feel like they were overstepping. Social edits was a real mean one sometimes. Yes, ma'am, I'll do that, he said, picking up the papers that I had vetoed. Before he left the room, he turned and said, thank you, by the way. I smiled and waved goodbye. I have been at the school for an hour longer than I would have liked. I missed all the sales today. I had about an hour to get home, change, and get to work. My schedule was really killing me on this. I got up, grabbed my things, and started running. I could make it if I hurried. Hopefully he would take a few days to get the information that he needs. Of course, he was trained like a madman. He had one for all. It had enough strength that it would make it hard for him to train normally. I knew that I was being followed, but I didn't have the time to bother with my class right now. I had to get to work. I was on shift today. Opening my door, I threw my stuff on the floor, yelling an apology to the neighbor below me. I changed and ran out the door. I passed my class was. I yelled a quick hi bye before passing them. I had 10 minutes to get to work. That was a 20-minute run. I had to book it if I wanted to make it. I made it just in time to work and clocked in. Nice job there. Almost thought that you had died or something, the cook said. I worked in a cute 24/7 dinner. I usually got the late shifts because of work, but I didn't mind. I thought I was going to be late too, Sal, I said, putting on an apron and grabbing my notepad. I heard the bell to the front door. I saluted Sal and walked to the front. My class apparently could keep up with me. I smiled and said hello and welcome to the little garden. Would you like a booth or table? I could put them in the large booth in the corner. They would have to squish together, but that was fine. Table, please. Mina said faster than the others could. I nodded and asked for a moment so I could put a couple of tables together. After that, I showed them to their table and handed them menus. Izumi, why are you working here? Uraraka asked, looking at me from behind the menu. I smiled at her. Well, I'm living on my own completely. My mom and dad said that learning how to live in the world is something you can never learn too early. So when I turned 14, I was shown how to find an apartment and given the challenge to live on my own with no help. If something comes up I can call them, but for the most part I'm all grown up. I saw that they were shocked and wanted to ask more questions when Sal called me. Table 6. He yelled, hitting a bell. I waved at my class and walked over to take the plates. From there it was an easy day. My class ordered and said that they would pay in smaller groups. I was glad to see them not abusing Yaoyorozu or Todoroki's money. Sal was having a blast making fun of my classmates. It wasn't anything harsh or mean, just, so who's the lucky man in that group? Or, if I were you I'd chose the one that could support ya, making me laugh a bit. He might come off a bit rude, but he asked that question about every cute person that walked in the door. He was mostly excited because of how they knew me. He had met his wife while working here. It was her family's dinner and he loved the place, so really it was only good things. He got a dinner and a wife that he loved to the bottom of his heart. She and him had 20 years of happy marriage before she passed away. She had gotten cancer and that was all there was really. Nothing anyone could do about it. This wasn't the first time that I brought in customers. However, my customers paid with stained money. What it was stained with was always the question. Sometimes it was coffee, other times it was food. If it was stained with something that would get the dinner in trouble, I told them to SWs it and wash the money. Just because you had a love story here doesn't mean that I will Sal, I said, carrying the plates of food to the large table. Sure, they were my classmates, but that didn't change how much work it was for big tables. I was the only waitress on staff right now. Most people that eat late are alone or in small groups. So, Izumi, how long have you been working here? Yaoyorozu asked as I set down a plate in front of her. I hummed, but before I could answer the door was slammed open. I turned to see Adam. Hello and welcome, I said, walking away from the table. Yaoyorozu was the last plate of food that was needed to be given to them. Hey there, appealing. I have come to take you away from all this, he said, moving in close. It was not the first time that he offered to marry me. I took a step back and smiled. Adam, the usual breakup dinner? It's okay, I'm sure you'll find the one. I reached up and patted his shoulder. Every time he got broken up with, he would get really drunk, then show up at the dinner. He would eat our homemade pie and a bit of ice cream. I would let him tell me what had happened and he would ask me to marry him. Who is gonna know me like you? She slurred and sat on the floor. He was already crying, which means this one was a bad breakup. I knelt on the floor and rubbed his back a bit. Why don't you tell me what happened? Then I can give you a number to a wonderful person that needs a boyfriend like you, I said, rubbing his back a little more. I wasn't lying, I knew a few people that would come in and cry on my shoulder that wanted to date people. I just don't understand why he dumped me. He cried harder and curled up. He was curling up, and while I would love to let him cry in peace, Sal hated when the door was blocked. It didn't matter if it was a person crying or not. They could stay and cry all they want if they weren't on the floor. I know, come on, let's get you in a booth, I said, lifting his arm up a bit. Adam followed after me. I lead him to the breakup booth, as it's been called. Their people would cry and I would sit across from them. Okay, I'm going to put in the order. I walked over to Sal. I told him the breakup special. From there I would tend to the customers here and there, but mostly stayed with him. Midoriya, we are gonna go ahead and leave. Thank you for the food, it was delicious, Kirishima said as he and the others left. I waved goodbye and cleaned up their table. Uraraka was still there. She looked like she wanted to talk. Uraraka, what's wrong? I asked as I cleaned up. She looked at me, then took a few moments. I would like to work here too, she said, sounding more confused than she should about this conversation. I took her hand and led her over to Adam. I sat her in the seat and told Adam her name. There she sat talking with him, being uncomfortable as possible. That was a cruel thing to do, Sal said when I put the dishes in the sink. I tuned to look over his shoulder. She was looking out of her league. Yeah, well, she would have to have this shift with me. If she can't handle it, then she shouldn't do it, I said, turning back to the dishes. Usually I would have to wash them once the next girl got here, but that meant I would be here for a long time. I usually got a few hours of sleep before part roll. Sal worked the shift with me almost all the time. He didn't like how busy it was during the other shifts. When I was done, I saw that she was still talking to him. I nodded at Sal and muttered, she'll be here tomorrow, I'll get her the uniform. Okay, Adam, get sober and have some fun. Then I'll set you up with 3 people. So go home and get some sleep, I said, patting his back. I knew that he would go home. They all got home safely because I would make them as innocent. It was just a lipstick mark on their back with a sheep. If anyone messed with them, then I would know about it. The fun part about my quirk is that I can search and find anyone. I know who is who and what they are doing. It makes my second job much easier. I can keep up with the amount of people that I get arrested in a smaller amount of time. It also confused them at how I was in 3 places at once. It made them stay off my tracks and away from who I really am. Who I get arrested only matter to the people that go against my father and mom. After all, I was cleanup crew. I know that the police thought that I was just some vigilante. They couldn't place me with any villain groups or anything. I never killed my victims, which lead them to believe that I was a good guy. They had nothing to lead them to me. I didn't have any problems. Okay, Uraraka, you start tomorrow at where this, and the shift ends at 3 a.m., so make sure that you eat and finish your homework before arriving, I said, handing over a bag that held her uniform, notepad, and apron. It was going to be a rough day for her tomorrow. Now go get some sleep, I said, pushing her out the door, marking her with the same sheep that I did at him. The best part about the lipstick was that it was gone with the wash. People hardly noticed it, and if they did, they didn't know where it came from. The next morning I was feeling as great as I could be, having gotten very little sleep. I ran all the way to school in hopes of getting there before everyone else. Yesterday was truly a long one. I yawned from exhaustion as I ran to school. I was about halfway out of my neighborhood when I saw a familiar person. I slowed down so that they could walk with me. Eddie, my local crack dealer, started to walk with me. He had been helpful on multiple occasions to keep the lesser-known and more violent crack dealers away from me and others on our street. "Morning, sweet cheeks," Eddie said, walking with what he thought was swagger. It really just looked like a man swinging side to side a little too hard. I would never tell him that, of course. It made him feel good about himself, and that was all that mattered in the end. Heck, he could be wearing a dress that was 2 sizes too small, and all I would say was that he should let me buy him a bigger dress. "Morning, Eddie. I never see you up this early," I said, smiling. I vaguely remember my mom telling me that if you smile they will let their guard down to me when I was younger. He was a lot of fun as long as you don't make 2 mistakes. 1. Selling to kids are a no-go. He'll say something about not wanting the police on his hands, but really it's because he's a softie for them. I once watched him babysit one of the teen mom's baby because her boss was in, but that wouldn't let her take the day off. He didn't even charge her for it. He was seen all day with the baby. He took her to the park, then to the public pool, which was really just the local pond that everyone swam in. He was in view of everyone all day until the mom came home. And 2, do not make fun of the deaf. His little sister is deaf, and I saw Eddie literally beat a man's skull in with his own hands for making fun of a little deaf kid. True that the man deserved it, but still terrifying all the same. However, if you ask, he'll teach you how to sign. He actually has classes that people take on the street. All in all, Eddie wasn't a bad guy, even if he was a crack dealer. "Yeah, well, I heard that some people were following you around yesterday and figured I'd walk you today," Eddie said with a yawn that showed just how tired he was. I laughed a little and said, "Oh yeah, those were my classmates. They were worried about me walking home so late, but since I was in a hurry I left before they could stop me." As I said it, I realized that it was a little creepy. I hadn't thought about how that would look from the outside. I could handle myself, so I didn't really care that they were following me around. "Creepy is, let me know if I have to make one disappear," he said, and I wondered if he knew that he was 4th on the list to make any of my classmates disappear for me. I giggled a little and let it go. I was a nice morning, and with Eddie here I doubt that people will stop me like they usually did. It was always something about my looks or how the UA uniforms sit on me. I knew that they were catcalls, but it always took a little bit longer to ignore them or talk to them about their behavior. As much as I would like to be eager about it and just yell at them, I knew that wouldn't work. I had to make them understand what they were saying was wrong. It didn't matter today though. Eddie would make my trip a little faster. The walk calm and quiet. A luxury that I could barely get now of days. Until I reached the end of our neighborhood. There stood some of my classmates. It looked like Ida, Kirishima, and Uraraka standing at the end of the neighborhood looking nervous. It looked like they were debating something. Turning to Eddie, I smiled softly and whispered, "Those are some classmates." If you want to scare them, I won't stop you. The last part one gave a little wink. He looked excited for a moment before frowning. I stopped giving him my full attention. Is something wrong? I asked. Tomorrow, sweet cheeks, I'll need you to take off school. I got a job and Martha needs someone to watch Maddie, Eddie said, looking over my shoulder. Martha was the teen mom. She now was in her early 20s though. I frowned, knowing that taking that day off would cause some problems. However, we come together for our own. I'll talk with the teachers about it, I said, tilting my head a little. If I couldn't figure something out, I would take the day off school. Eddie nodded before turning around. I yelled, "See you soon," before turning to my classmates who looked concerned. Izumi, what was that about? Yurika asked as she looked between Eddie and I. Good morning, everyone. That was Eddie, he was walking with me. Oh, but I might be absent tomorrow, I said as I walked forward. It was a private matter that I didn't need to tell them. Not that I cared all that much. I, however, didn't have permission to tell them about Maddie. Martha was a victim of abuse and ran to our little neighborhood. I gave a silent thanks to all the people that lived here. They were amazing people. Ida, Kirishima, and Yurika seemed to take that at face value and walked with me. They didn't bring it up and talk about the homework and projects that we had last night. It didn't take long before we made it to school, a whole 30 minutes early. Wow, we made great time, Kirishima said, smiling. Agreed, I should walk that way more often. It was appealing and good exercise, Ida said, smiling at us. I laughed a little, knowing that he just wanted to make sure I was safe on the way to school. These three were so kind, it was kinda gross. You should see it in spring when the cherry blossoms bloom. It can be crazy, I said, knowing that last year the whole neighborhood was in uproar. While the blossoms were pretty, try having 12 near your house and a park filled with them a few blocks over. We get overrun with the petals. A young Midoriya, a loud voice said. I knew who it was before turning around. All Might Sensei, good morning, I said, spinning around to meet his eyes. I was briefly thinking about how many people showed up this morning. First Eddie, Ida, Kirishima, Yurika, and now All Might, who was being followed by Aizawa. After seeing him, I gave a good morning to the tired man as well. Good morning, Miss Midoriya. Could we talk before class? All Might asked. I nodded and gave my goodbye to the others. I followed Aizawa and All Might to the teacher's lounge. Was there something wrong? I asked once inside the lounge. No. Of course not. All Might said, shaking his head. We just noticed that on your record that you work after school, and we're wondering if you were okay? He said, looking more worried about it than I was. Oh, that, yes, I'm completely fine, I said before remembering Eddie's words this morning. While I'm here, can I ask about having children on campus? I need to babysit tomorrow because one of my neighbors has a 3-year-old baby. Her regular babysitter is unable to do it at last notice. I explained, turning my attention to Aizawa. He would know the school's policies better than All Might would. That's when I saw the smirk that crossed his face. If I didn't know a villain's, I would have been scared of his. Too bad for him, Tomo had a scarier face than he did. It's up to the teachers to allow the child to come to school. I say it's all right, he said in a way that told me he was plotting something. Seeing the look on Present Mick's face behind him also gave away that something was up. I was already grateful that I was even going to be able to bring Maddie with me, so I said my thank you and left the lounge. The day continued without much happening. Classes were great and I got to talk with Recovery Girl about the kinds of injuries that happen when you get near an exploding quirk, and what was the best way to heal them. Bakugo was a strong personality, but he also had a really strong quirk. If he was going to continue to go all out for sparing, then there would be a problem. That, and with the sports festival was going to be coming up soon. Bakugo wasn't going to let anyone take his first place. All Might had the students work their quirks out a bit. It was good to see them starting to get something out of this training. Testing where their stamina will help figure out where to go with them. You have to know the limits of your body before it could do anything more with it. There was still going to be a chance to get hurt, but it was a lot less likely. I smiled and relaxed. All Might must have pulled some strings to have this set up already. It looked like everyone was struggling a bit. Miss Midoriya, I see that you are not partaking in class. Is there a reason? All Might asked from across the field. All eyes snapped to me. It would feel uncomfortable, but I was used to the looks. It wasn't easy growing up in a villain base with people coming in and out. A group of 50 or so villains and a little girl around 3 drew a lot of attention. I use my quirk to heal people so I have complete control over it. One wrong move while I heal someone will kill them instead. I left off the part about all the times that I had made that little mistake. It was a good thing they were only underlings. No one can bring someone back from the dead. Oh. Well, would you mind demonstrating for us? All Might said with a nervous tone. I knew that he was following others' advice for if a student wouldn't do the exercise. My reasoning was something that Bakugo would say, so I wasn't surprised that I would have to show off my quirk. Of course, what would you like to see me do? I asked, knowing that my quirk was quite versatile. I could do a lot more than I couldn't. I don't know if it was my original quirk or the amplifiers that my father gave me. Well, just go through all the things you can do, he said as everyone started watching. I tended to not show off my quirk unless I was healing a bad wound. I nodded and started to use my quirk. I started by calling darkness to encase me as protection. I heard a gasp as I was surrounded by darkness. Then I called to be lifted. I heard Manita mutter, "Just a little more." It was perfect for me to whisper back to him and the others, "I can hear you," causing them to yelp. I laughed, but my quirk didn't falter. As my feet touched the ground again, I let go of my quirk. "I can do more, but it won't make sense to you," I said, smiling before adding, "I can hold my quirk for about 48 hours. It honestly depends. There are a lot of factors in my quirk. Like how dark it is, what I'm doing, what I want my quirk to do, and any physical injuries I may have." "What do you mean by injuries?" All Might asked quickly. Everyone else looked just as worried. "Don't worry, if I get hurt really badly, then my quirk goes into protection mode. It will lash out at everyone. Until I'm out of danger. It's only happened once when I was stabbed just below my ribs. Lucky my quirk can heal everything, but it made a spiky bubble around me. Anything that got close would be stabbed too," I said, trying to calm down the worried faces. It was really my own fault for underestimating my opponent. "You were stabbed?" The class yelled, and I wasn't sure where to go with this. "Yes, a few years ago. I have a scar if you want to see it," I said, not really knowing what was the problem. It's not like I was injured while they knew me or all that badly. I mean, sure, my mom had to use her quirk to drag me away so that I wouldn't be arrested for public quirk use, but that was years ago. The woman that stabbed me is now part Nomu, so it all worked out in the end really. "I wanna see," Mineta said, quickly grabbing my attention. I nodded and lifted the left side of my shirt to show the scar. It was jagged and looked worse than it was. After a few moments of not saying anything, I put my shirt down. "I know it's not pretty," I said, wrapping my arms around my stomach a bit. I was always working, so it made sense that I wasn't as curvy as Momo or Ururika. I was definitely not as pretty as them either. Even All Might was looking the opposite way from me. Young Midoriya, I must tell you that lifting your shirt is inappropriate, and you said that this happened a few years ago. Did the person that did that get caught?" he asked, still looking away from me. "I didn't lift my shirt enough for anyone to see my bra. Is that still inappropriate?" "I'm sorry. The woman that stabbed me did get caught though. She'll never hurt anyone else," I said, smiling as All Might turned back to relaxing once he saw my shirt was down. I really didn't understand the whole no shirt/shirts thing with women. It's not like there's anything all that different from my body compared to Todoroki's body, other than him having a swimmer's body and me having an overworking poor person's body. "Good, I'm glad that she's getting the help that she needs," All Might said, who seems to be the only other person able to speak. I kept my mouth closed about the kind of help that the woman was getting wasn't help at all. It would only cause more trouble than it was worth to bring it up anyway. After that, All Might let us all go to get ready to leave for the day. He did say that I didn't have to stay after school until he was done with the homework I gave him. When I did stay, it would only be to look over the schedule to make sure that it was full steam ahead. I smiled and told Uruaka that she could come home with me until work tonight if she wanted. It was best to make sure she wasn't late on her first day. She agreed, and we left talking about the homework that Present Mike had given us. I had the advantage because my father was born American. I told her how I would help her while we were at my house.